Hello, and welcome to another episode of TacoBytes, your daily bite of Degen. Episode 359. Wow. Amicus brief, SEC fallout. I have a TLDR of a TLDR of a TLDR on that, so that means I have, a golden opinion. No, was actually got through a little bit of the amicus brief actually today, that was filed, and then, was given the highlights from other people's opinions on some of it and what that could mean. And so we're going to go over that a little bit. But just want to shout out to the entire YouTube family. Please like, subscribe, comment, share, notifications, dingle-dangs, or don't, but would like it if you did. And so that just means I don't have to go pimp out my feet to OnlyFans. But also want to do a huge shout out to everyone on LinkedIn, Telegram, Twitter, obviously, is our huge family there. And then to our on-chain families over at Xenon and at Unlonely app, Never Streaming Alone Again. That has sort of turned into a really cool pocket community of streamers that's starting out there. So really cool to see that going. But I don't know. It seems like the Twitter chose violence today, especially with other projects. One, we thought we see all of these projects fall into this same pattern of thinking. So it repeats so often that it's almost like no one else can just be like, oh, that's not going to happen to us, because we learn from their mistakes, but we still see it. Or it is the classic, we're going to throw we got this handled, but we're going to throw a curveball to shake the house and blow up the timeline even more for even longer and come in and save the day. And, look amazing doing it. Both, and this is the thing. People are like, oh, well, they don't really mean it. Well, no, it's like learning how to sell a pen while saving a child is not a bad talent. And so projects can come to realizations on how, to change and do things differently. And then, what someone doesn't need to worry about PR or public opinion, they don't tell anyone. They just keep doing it. And they just know that they've changed their standards, their ways of doing things. Now, if you are dictated by other people, and everyone that has an opinion, then you have to make PR out of everything you do. If a founder ties their shoe right, press release has to come out on that, solving mathematical problems while working on the knot of destiny. I don't know. And so it's one of those really funny things. You have to learn how to sell everything. I've been in blockchain for 11 years. That doesn't sound awesome when I say 11 years. So, but I say over a decade. I'm actually quoting less time than I've actually been in it, but it sounds better. So saying the same thing, even reducing what you're doing or what you've done can, is impactful. And so, yeah, what we see lately impactful is the SEC thinks that every case it takes on is an isolated case, and it doesn't have to worry about one thing having a tie into anything else. The SEC, which is led by Gary Gensler, thinks that it can treat one person one way, another person another way, and that like these people don't talk. They forget about Twitter. No, they actually tried to have a meme war with like Coinbase and CZ. SEC got burned by CZ in the meme game, and now they're going after other personalities. I've been saying this since it happened. You have to take the personality out of the protocol. You can't call someone a security trader if their investment hasn't been defined as a security yet. So you can't say someone's committed fraud if you haven't said what they're doing is actually fraud. And we see this happening again and again. And people just roll over for it. Yes, there is company structure, legal structure that U.S. C Corps have to abide by if the SEC does something. That's understandable. Hats off for following the law. That is amazing. I love it. I want there to be regulation in effect in the United States that allows people to do what they want to do. But I also want there to be clear regulation for people to be able to do what they want to do. So if there's not a road forward on being able to do it, the rest of the United States government gets off on ignorance is bliss. I'm not saying this is an ignorance of bliss, but if there isn't a law saying you can't do it, does that make it legal or illegal? So if there's a law that says that you can do it or that you cannot do it, what does that make that action you're doing? If you look at the way the SEC has been acting, it makes you a security just because they say so at a certain time of day, and depending on what part of their life they are in. Someone amazing I get to talk to almost every day. We've sort of seen, they have sort of seen the decline in Gary Gensler's health, mental health possibly. An astute observation that they made is, how are they going to feel when they're done with this? When they are past being of service to the SEC and past being puppets to others? Will they still verbalize how they feel, or how they used to feel, or see what has changed? So it will be interesting to see over the next decade, Gary Gensler. But I want to pull up a tweet real quick, and I do not recommend doing this. I am driving to Denver. Some family stuff might be able to, looking to maybe be in town for Rare Evo. If not, I'm not able to be in town for Rare Evo. I am still going to talk about it a lot. Let's see here. Where is Caitlin? Caitlin Long is who we want. And this is something like, as I was going through the amicus brief from the SEC that was put together by 6 law professors of the SEC from around, that one of the biggest things that they were really pointing out was the Howey, clear points in the Howey test, that the holder, the buyer, does nothing, and it is only the seller that does something to create value. Now, this is my Degen view on it, but I know every single shit coin I get into, they tell me first things first, marching orders. You want to see your bags pumped? Go make a post about it. Go talk about it. We're going to do our part, but we need you to do your part too. So it is not, in my opinion, it is not a sole adventure. It is a joint venture. Now that makes it so, in my opinion, and I am no legal expert, only heavily legally opinionated. Do not take legal advice from me. But one of the best things, is that by participating in raids on a community, you're showing there's a community there, and you're putting effort in to raise awareness, shill your own bags to create value. So that then there means that, depending on how you want to say it, passes or fails the Howey test to where you are not a security. So keep that up. But the other part of it too is where it sort of talks, and this is something I've talked about with projects in the past, roadmaps can kill you. But one of the things that they sort of clearly lay out is that a predefined path of generating revenue could constitute a security contract. Now, when I hear spoken like that, I feel like they're talking about roadmaps. Maybe that's just my point of view, but it's one of those things to where if they're talking about roadmaps could be, we're going to do this in Q1, this in Q2. Well, you're trying to say you're not a security, but then you're using security jargon. Yes, it is worldwide jargon, business jargon, so you know what 3 months of the year you're talking about. But the SEC likes to say that if you're using any language that we use, you must be a security. So that's why the number one thing that if anyone ever says that they are an investor in a project, no, you are not. I apologize. Stop right there. Pull out your license. Show me your license to trade, sir. Show me your license that you are licensed to trade securities. You do not have one, then you're not an investor. You're a consumer. You're buying consumable products. Anything, you can go and burn any item you want, meaning it is disposable. You can send it to any 0x dead address or player one taco dot whatever chain you're on address, and that asset is good as gone. I would probably buy JPEGs and other cryptos with it, or just hold it, who knows? I don't know. But you send it to a burn address, it is gone, it is destroyed. It has been tossed away. So that then makes that item a consumable, something that can be used and disposed of. So that is my view of that. And like I said, really only went through the amicus brief really shortly today. There is a lot to it, but they did, from the way it was being read to me, they did a very clear line by line explanation to clearly define their argument. Now, this is one of the things that sort of sucks. It was put out by Caitlin Long, and this is what we were going to go look at because they put out such an amazing argument about, they put out such a great argument on what is and is not a security, that it actually goes and might possibly threaten other cases the SEC has won either by default or turnover, and other actions that it's taken. And so it could actually, as the SEC has tried to expand itself exponentially, this could come back and bite them in the butt 10 times over. Now, the thing that sucks is the SEC does have a purpose. Right now, the only purpose that we see, because it only matters to us, is the way it's affecting blockchain. But the Securities Exchange Commission has done a job. It has done a job of attempting to protect consumers from bad actors. Now, when it wants to put good actors as bad actors because it doesn't have any other actors at the table that it can identify, and it just wants to make an example after it got the shit shoved by Sam Bankman-Fried, who is about to get his. Oh man, he is. I don't mean to joke on this, but I hope the future of blockchain very dear and near to my heart. SBF, when you suicide yourself, I feel really bad for your family. I said that. That sounds very heartless. The reason I put that out there is he's getting sent to the same facility Jeffrey Epstein was at. So there comes the tinfoil pieces. Am I a tinfoil radio hat show now? Oh no, damn it! Right when I'm about to hit a year, I pull out all the tinfoil. But no, and the thing that was pulled out by Epstein, committing suicide in that prison, was that like 3 other people had done the same thing that had been sent there for high-profile cases. So I don't know. Maybe they just have really bad mood lighting at that facility because they, bad coloring on the wall to affect the moods in a negative way to where it doesn't pump all those good feelings into the brain. But that will be, SBF will be used as a martyr and a linchpin for a while. And because whether he was that good of a salesman or had that good of a pitch, or people wanted to believe that hard and they were getting paid so much money out of it that they're like, it's got to be good if it's got this much money. That everyone's fighting back because they were hurt so much. But that is neither here nor there. We can recover. I think this is the 4th or 5th time I've heard it over the last 2 weeks, talking about your friend and how we as a community, blockchain as a whole, have been through more than any of these TradeFi bros will ever understand. That they've been their worst day, and I'm gonna have to ask someone for this number. Their worst day was Black Friday when the stock market collapsed. And I don't remember how much the stock market collapsed on Black Friday. But it was like maybe 25%. Did it decline more? Yes. Yeah, it did. But, hey, bro, our coins go down more than 25% before lunch. And we're okay. And we're happy with that. And, down, to quote my friend Summy, down 69%. That's just another Tuesday. Oh, man. But it is going to be fun to see how this goes. So, like I said, we are traveling. The amicus brief might have more repercussions. Someone that's been putting together a lot of good content around this is Paul Barron. PB3, I think, the Paul Barron Network on YouTube and on Twitter and all of the social medias. He puts out a really good substrate as well. And, constantly putting out amazing on top of it news. And, your daily Degen, listens to him. Maybe you should too. Or don't do what I do. Like I say, someone asked me if I was an influencer, and I said, if anyone is influenced by me, my life is crypto, cigars, and caffeine. Maybe not as many cigars these days, but everything else, So prepare to get wrecked. That is what I like to say. But I don't know. We have some amazing people building here and getting to talk. One of the things I do for those that are joining us via YouTube, I see the comments. Unfortunately, because I'm driving, I cannot comment today. But I do see in the crowd some, I see a worm. And, you know, I would like to talk to a worm. If a worm wants to talk to me, shout out to those that are on LinkedIn as well. Thank you. Saw some of the emotions. And for those in Unlonely, unfortunately, I don't have access to my chat bot today. Same over at Xenon. But I thank you so much if you are listening in or joining us. But I'm going to see if we can get BitMEX Werner to come on up and say hello, if possible. You know, and then we have someone else in the crowd too. They have changed their PFP. Oh my gosh. I didn't recognize them for a second. Someone fun out there in the crowd. So let's see if we can get some people to come up. If they're able to come up, amazing. If not, you know, we have no problem talking to ourselves for a minute. That is one of the fun things. We've gotten used to that. But we got the one and only Beardo. How are you, sir?
Hey, not too bad. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you 10-4, good buddy. That is my trucker speak.
Perfect. It's still showing me as a listener on my side, but if you can hear me, it works good. Yeah, I changed the PFP there. It's Luke the astronaut, cosmonaut there.
Okay. I know nothing about that.
Yeah, no, he's an Australian artist there. He was around there quite a bit. Like when I first came into space, probably 3 years ago. We've been kind of following each other since there, and he's gotten quite a ways with this project. So ended up getting a couple pieces there a little while back. And then I'm not working with Bugger anymore, so I decided it was a good time to change up the PFP.
Okay. Are you still doing? You might have just said that you quit doing, but are you still doing stuff with WB?
No, we're going separate ways there. So Wookie's pretty much taking over most things to do with the project. And yeah, so I'm going to be moving on to doing things with, I'm working on like a cooperative thing, with possibly using like blockchain technology more so for like the boring uses of like things like voting and supply chains and stuff like that, more so than like in a yeah, so that's where I'm at.
Okay. Congrats. You know. Speaking of, to side note, just because you were mentioning supply chain pieces, Vodafone and partnered up with Polkadot, one of the parachains. I think it's Affinity parachain. For providing infrastructure support of tracking where luggage and other things are at the airport via blockchain.
That sounds awesome. So it's Vodafone, you said?
Yeah, Vodafone.
Okay, that's awesome. And Polkadot's cool. I like Polkadot. That's something nice to take with.
Yeah, they're going to be using one of the Polkadot parachains. It starts with an A. I'm going to say it's Affinity. I might be. I'm probably wrong on that. I know it's not a Kala or a Star. But yeah, no, using that for infrastructure asset tracking, as you know, for airport to airport, you know. So we'll know exactly where that luggage is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see like how it ends up working there, like in real practice. I mean, I know that there has been like some use cases of it, but like something like the airport, I still feel like there might be things that go wrong. So it'll be interesting to see like how effective it is at solving the problem of like people losing their luggage.
Well, so okay, this is the thing. I think this is the caveat on it. Right now, I don't think they're looking at retail. I think they're going to implement it in shipping first. So everything else, not necessarily personal luggage.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, that's going to be your bigger audience, and that's often what you see with things. I mean, all the time we see like really expensive technology comes through like the government or military, especially, just because like that's where the money is. But it's still interesting. Like you got to wonder like what happens to say like say they're doing like shipping, for instance, and say a shipping container falls off the ship. Well, what happens? They still have the NFT, I assume. So how is that accounted for? I'm just curious how that works, because it does happen. Everybody knows that ships fall off those ships, containers fall off those ships all the time. So I'm just curious, like how it works in practice.
Well, I think it would make it a lot cleaner of which NFT fell off the boat faster. So while it's at sea, it could identify, which container asset went overboard, which would then, identify supply chain to, if that is going to hinder any projects on the fly, rather than, you're waiting for a shipping container to come for your business for some life-saving part for machinery for your company that makes life-saving things to save life-saving people, I guess. I don't know. So while it's still at sea, you'll learn, and then it will be able to identify a route to get another item.
Yeah, no, it'll be really interesting. There is even stuff like you could build in like an automation with insurance coverage and things like that. But I'll be interested to see like once they kind of have it go all live and actually working for a little while, how it all ends up breaking down, how they approach it.
Yeah, no, that will be really interesting to see, and really exciting at the same time. So yeah.
So how about yourself? What have you been up to? Any exciting conferences or anything recently?
So the big ones lately, I've done. I did the BBS NYC, and then I did NFT, or not. Then I did the Solana Hacker House. I was supposed to go to Solana Summer in Nashville. I had tickets to that, but I ended up not going. Went to Rhode Island instead. And yeah, and so now I'm driving to Denver for a family thing. I might be able to stay in Denver long enough for Rare Evo, which is a 3-day conference, and then from there, going to be going down to Dallas, then LA, then back to Austin for the big one will be Permissionless, and then we'll be going to Vegas for Breathe, and then back to New York for Masari Mainnet and ETH Global, and literally just got an invite to a blockchain event in New Orleans at the end of September. So busy month and a half, Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Sounds like you got a pretty packed month there, or month and a half, like you said there in telephone.
Yeah.
That's really awesome that you can get to so many events there. I haven't really gone to any like in-life events there. I wouldn't mind checking out like one of the hacker houses there sometime. I think that you and I have chatted about that before.
Yeah.
But now, especially that I have like my project more online there, and they're the kind of uses I'm looking at. Like for instance, one of the things I'm looking at with fundraising is just doing, like, I am a graphic artist, so just doing kind of one-on-one, and just figuring out what the best way to have the funds from that like go somewhere so people can see that it's like accumulating somewhere.
Yeah.
Whether that's off ramping it and putting it in an actual account or keeping it in crypto, just figuring out simple things like that.
And then one of the conferences that is starting this, we have a Crypto Week in Toronto going on right now as well. ETH Toronto, and then Futurist starts this week. So it was sort of was at it last year. Sad I wasn't able to make it this year.
Yeah, no, I definitely heard of Futurist there. I was surprised last year they had like a ton of ads right around the time it was coming out, but I haven't seen too many there this time around.
Yeah, no, they're. I don't know. They're. I think I saw a lot of ads for them this year. You know, maybe not as much of an ad spend as they did last year, but I think that they got their mailing list and their connect with me list, and so they just rather than spending ad money, they just put it out in direct contact. So
yeah, no, that's true then.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see that happen this week. Yeah, this is going to be fun. I have things lined up in like October, November, to December. Even have things lined up for March of next year in DC for the Digital Asset Summit. So some really fun things. But
yeah, definitely sounds awesome.
Yeah, I think
especially the Orleans one. I bet that one will be fun.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make that, but this, some fun things are coming up. So yeah. I don't know. Have you had a chance to go through all the amicus brief stuff from, or at least the tweets? Because it seems like Twitter has either turned on itself today. Yesterday, it seemed like everything was about, Elon versus Zuck. And then today, it seems like everyone wants to tear apart every other project today.
Yeah, I haven't really been seeing too much of either one. But I haven't been going like as heavy in spaces there as I was previously there. I've been kind of like just working on stuff on my project and thinking a bit about like possibly looking to like other platforms there for kind of doing like some outreach type stuff or trying to onboard people.
Okay. Nice.
I have this thing with paying for Twitter Blue and then paying to make content. It's something that it doesn't fit comfortably with me. I think it should be free.
Yeah, it's I like it because I like some of the tools that come with it. It sucks. I am nowhere near the amount of impressions needed to get access. It's really hilarious. They have like all of these amazing tools to expand your reach and expand your user base, or but you can't use them until you reach a certain level. So I have just more grinding, and I don't know, some cool stuff might be coming out of it. So
yeah, I don't know. It has like a bit of the like Twitch model feel or something like that, right? Where you're like, you have to get like so many followers in order to get and like consistent people and stuff in order to start getting like subscribers, and then you have to like boost it up to the next level and get the next thing.
Yeah. No, it seems like it. I know. I just because some of my streams are so long, you know, and I got into so two of the. I'm streaming to 8 channels right now. Um, you know, and 2 of them are on chain, Xenon and Unlonely, and so what's really cool is because I stream so much. Or for so long, getting into those programs before they start raising those bars really high. So I think that's going to be a really fun thing there. And yeah.
Yeah, it definitely does help when you're like one of the first kind of people on the platform. I think kind of the difficulty is these days is like there's so many options. But like you said, you're streaming on several different things, so that definitely helps.
Yep. It's a cool piece, you know. Got you know, and what's really cool is being on chain. It allows you to easily token gate access, you know. So I think that's sort of cool.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like through the streaming platforms that are on chain there.
Yeah. So like I can token gate on, you know, I can make all my feeds cost like a cent to $10, or you know, I think I have a, you know, 6-month subscription for $10. And
So is it like they pay with crypto? Is
yeah,
how that's token gated? Okay.
yep,
So it's like old school regular Web 2 gating, except for you with a twist where you pay with crypto.
yeah.
Because I've seen like token gating of all the times where it's like NFT based, where you have to own a certain NFT to be able to do something.
Well, I can do that too with like Xenon. If they have a certain NFT, they can just see my content for free. Or I can even put in a contract address for a token. So if they have a certain token, they can see my content for free. There's some cool stuff there.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. Cool. See, like I know what was the one? There was one like a while ago. It was kind of like very early in like the NFT space that popped up, and now it's actually like where Wookie first got into stuff. He had like Wook token, but it was like this platform. What was it called? It's like they had like a bunch of like producers and like social media influencers, and they're all like, "Yeah, this is better than like a Discord community. You'll be able to pay people and blah blah blah." And they sucked like a shitload of people into it.
Rally.
Yeah, Raleigh. That's what it was. And now it's like he has a token on there still, and he's like, "Yeah, I've sent messages to them several times, and they don't send anything back." And it's like, "Ooh, that's a bad sign." I think they've shut it all down and stuff there now.
Yeah.
Like they rocked.
Oh, that sucks. What I've seen recently, there's like a new thing that I forget what it is, but I've been seeing a couple people post about it. But like invest in me type of thing or something like that. So where you're buying shares of a person, which is like a token or something like that in a weird way. That's been on my timeline a little bit today. So that'll be interesting to see that, you know, pop up. But I think like with the, you know, the thing with Unlonely as well, it is that they have a token as well where once I reach a certain amount of streaming hours, I get a token, a taco token created, and then people can buy that token directly from my page or from like their main page, and then they can give that then the watchers can tip that token back to me, requesting I do certain things. I think I set it up like a product review or something like that, and so I don't know, there's some cool stuff there.
Yeah, definitely. There's lots of cool stuff that you can do. I remember with like the Rowley one, Jaws there was another like producer there.
Oh, Jaws! I haven't heard of Jaws for a minute.
Yeah, the kid, and he kind of like he still does music and stuff, but he's not as like in the social media game as much as he did.
Yeah.
As a kid. Yeah. So, anyways, everybody, hold on one second.
Man, you sound like you were in New York for a second.
Sorry, there's like a road kind of like behind my place, and there's a farmer truck, I think they're going by it. But anyway, so he actually had a really cool setup with his, where it was like he was doing like, I think it was either weekly or monthly. He could go on his Twitch stream, and he would play like people's music, and you could vote with the Rowley on like which one was your favorite, and whoever kind of got like the most votes, he would like feature them in his stuff. So there was kind of a neat utility setup for that. So there's definitely ways to like use something kind of like a setup like what you're talking about there.
Nice. I'm going to put some alpha out there that, most people already know. I don't know if you know this, but a lot of people seem to do as we're speaking about music and musicians. So, Shaq. Shaq is a DJ, right?
Yeah, I'm connected pretty good with him through like the Wobblebug and stuff. He actually had a role in the Wobblebug Discord because him and Wookie have done like a few songs together.
Wait, I share a Discord with Shaq?
Yeah, he can totally, I'm sure he's still in the Discord. He definitely has a role in there. And I remember that was one thing that really weirded me when I like first became the community manager, was looking through the roles and seeing like that there's a Shaq role. I was like, okay, well that's weird.
Yeah. All right. That is cool. I was today's years old knowing that I've shared a Discord group with DJ Diesel, a.k.a. Shaq, a.k.a. Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, and he's still doing really good there, like hitting like DJ producer scene pretty hard. It's really like he's really taking off with it.
Yeah, no, well, so I there's the two things that three things that I saw that like he does all of his shows for free, which is pretty cool. But he set up an email, DJ Diesel, I think at Gmail. I know it's on Shaq's DJ Diesel page, for any musician to send him samples or tracks, and he will eventually listen to them all. And if I like it, I'm going to play it, and I'm going to recognize that artist for it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Especially like to recognize them and stuff. Like, there's lots of times where I like seeing someone like get excited because they're like, oh, like this person, like they play my music and stuff, and then they get no mention and stuff. It's like, oh, like that's cool, but we're the only ones that know that like you're the one that made that music.
Yeah. I saw that happen to a friend, Freddie Rules from Dirty Birds, a lot, So I hear that, and I've seen that in the industry a lot. So it sucks, but.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the music industry is like one thing that I really noticed about is that it's like, I think the movie industry is a lot like this too, where it hasn't really changed with the ages. Like, it really is still a very like stereotypical, like, big money in the background controlling everything. Like, that's like a lot of the stuff, and like a lot of like big producers and and stuff. And they're like, yeah, like you don't have to look great for everybody. Like just look at like the show lists and stuff, and 90% of the people playing are all white males. Like there's lots of other talented artists out there.
Yeah. No, there's a ton out there. But but this is the thing too with artists is, sometimes without putting in the grind, they expect results. And I'm like, I was in a music space. This guy was sort of talking. He's like, he was making fun of Steve Aoki. He's like, he can't even spin. He just waves his arms and it's a hit. And I'm like, well, when you're playing a set, do you wave your arms? And he's like, no. And I was like, well, maybe that's why it's not a hit. Because you're not feeling, the people don't see that you feel the music. But then I was like, when's the last time you played a show? And he's like, well, no one will hire me. All the major record labels, no one will listen to my music. And I'm like, well, when's the last time you went, to your local venue? Oh, well, I send them stuff. I'm like, when's the last time you went to your local music venue? He's like, well, I'm not allowed to go there. I'm like, if you're not willing to put in the effort, why do you expect them to put in any effort towards you? Like, I know the music scenes are hard in different places, but like, I know in Denver, you can, as a local, you can get into like almost any time there's a spot open, they will just, go through the list of people that report in, weekly. I'm available, that have never played before, to give them their chance, their spot, and to like open up for big sets.
Yeah, no, it's definitely huge. And I mean, like showmanship, like what you're talking about, waving hands and stuff. I've gone on huge rants about how important that is for even like streamers and stuff, just because I've seen many times like someone being there and interacting with the crowd and stuff, or like the people in chat, and then someone that's just sitting there in a chair playing like music, right? Like, there's a big difference. And like Steve Aoki, that's actually kind of funny because Steve Aoki, like, I've seen this documentary and stuff. He's actually a pretty crazy worker. He has I work a lot. He works an insane amount. Like, he's extremely smart, and his dad actually, like Penny Hanna's.
Yeah.
His dad owned that. He was like the guy that was going in there and doing all the crazy stuff, the owner of it. So that's like, he learned how to do marketing and stuff from his dad. And he talks about that a lot, and like how his dad was so dedicated to the business, and he was big on like, he would go out and like, get a race car and put the name on the side of it, and like his dad would go drive it and stuff. Or like get a really fast boat and go drive it in a race and stuff. And then he had us on the side of it, like he was one of the first people that kind of did that style marketing. Yeah. So yeah, like Steve Aoki's a pretty crazy and talented person. I'm not personally a huge fan of his. Like his work, it's not my preferred style, but him as a person, like, he is a really hard worker.
Yeah. I think some of his remixes of others, I do like. I got to be in that mood to go through an album of his, but like you said, I recognize that hard work, that grind. So, but like, it's, yeah, that arm waving, that's it. That's, you're moving to the beat. Someone will see that and they will follow you in that move, and they will feel what you feel. But if you're just sitting there head down, no one gets to see what you're doing. No one gets to feel what you're doing. So.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm kind of surprised too that they were talking about like the hand waving, and they weren't like, he just goes and throws cakes at people. That's totally what I would have said.
Yeah. Yep. I was like, well, maybe you need to start doing that too.
I've heard he has like numerous cakes, like 10, 12 cakes type thing backstage, and they just like throughout the show will bring out like them to them at different times.
Yeah.
Throw at people.
Hey, I'd love to see that, Ryder. No green M&Ms. Okay, cool. That means I can eat them all. I love them.
People come with like signs that say like "hate me" and stuff.
Yeah. Nice.
Bitches are crazy. But yeah, I don't know. His music I find is a bit more towards like has a bit more punk rock influence. And like there are some things like he's done some stuff with Timmy Trumpet there that are like, but not my usual preferred style. I'm more towards like pure EDM, and like maybe like techno and hyper techno and stuff.
Yeah. I do like me some Timmy Trumpet. Sometimes I feel like he uses horns too much, but hey, that is literally what he is known. His name is Timmy Trumpet. So if he's not using horns, I don't know who is.
Yeah, I think it's kind of expected with his name and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. He does a pretty good show. So again, not showmanship or.
Yeah. I think there's amazing stuff going on in there. But yeah, no, I don't know. This is, I don't know what else you got going on. And I think I asked you this, but have you had a chance to see what's been going on with the SEC recently?
Not too much recently. Like I know that they failed that lawsuit. And I think that they were like appealing it or whatever, but it's not going to go through. It's something that big. I mean, no judge got one overturned unless there's something pretty blatant. It's just not typical, right?
So
I think too, like with the climate, like I think that they did have some political support before, so it's kind of like a big thing. But now everybody's talking about AI, so crypto isn't as big of a hot issue, right?
Yeah. Well, and just for clarity, the Judge Torres with XRP has made rulings, but hasn't finalized those opinions yet. Just summary judgments, meaning this is my opinion on this, and this is the way it's going to happen. This is my opinion on that. And that's going to happen. And this is my opinion on that, and this is how that's going to happen. And one of the things, like, the finalization of that isn't technically scheduled until Q2 of next year. The SEC has filed expedited hearing process, so they want a ruling by the 18th of this month instead of it being set at its normal time for next year. Which is funny because whenever one party makes a motion, the other party has 14 business days to file a response, or file, in suit of a motion. And so the SEC wants the expedited hearing to happen even before Ripple timeline for them to make a response to it. So I think that they see a lot of things unraveling, and one of the things that you were right on is Judge Torres, has not had anything overturned by the appellate courts, but the judge that made the ruling against Library has had like over 60 cases overturned by appellate and lower courts as well. So it's going to be interesting to see that happen. The next big case right now that the SEC is pushing is both the Coinbase case, Binance, as well as against Richard Hart, Hex, and Pulse Chain. So that'll be really interesting to see how that turns out. Because this time, instead of going after protocols, they're going after personalities.
Yeah, I mean, if they fail one way, they're definitely going to try to approach it different ways. And like I've said many times, there are like beyond isn't making nuance. There are many things that go on in this space that I would say already like definitely hit the bar of people ready to go on with different things. So I'm surprised that we haven't seen more actual legal action on the things that like are pretty blatant. But they keep wanting to go after these big spectacular things that are kind of borderline, and I don't know. It's probably going to keep failing for them, just because it's all a show, right?
Yeah, that's sort of what it seems like. And I'm just sort of sad to see it go this way. I want to win by winning, not win by default.
Yeah. I think too, like I said, I think a big part of it too is just like there isn't generally the same interest that there was when they kind of started those lawsuits and stuff. Like there is a lot more stuff with AI. There's kind of the big thing that I'm hearing a lot with like general news and stuff like that. There does seem to be a lot of fears out there of like different stuff. I don't know if you heard about Zoom there recently.
About what?
Zoom, like for video.
Yeah, no.
And stuff.
Tell me.
Yeah, that's how. So they changed their user agreement there like a few days ago. Just like out of nowhere to include a thing that they're like basically collecting people's information for an AI that they're working on.
Okay.
So basically, if you use their platform, your
automatic
features and stuff, it sounds like is going to be included in their stuff. So I don't know if that's like including previous uses or just going forward or what, but like I know when I worked for like the government and stuff, like that was what we kind of used quite often was Zoom. So I know like there are a lot of like people out there that just because it's an easy option, right? It was easier to use Zoom than it was to use something like Skype because you could just go in easily.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, I use Microsoft Teams. I do use Zoom, but I love Microsoft Teams because it's so much, it's easier for people to use sometimes than Zoom, and I can do so much more with it.
Yeah. I have like a weekly meeting there that usually I'm actually going to be trying out on like the Google Office thing.
Yeah.
Seeing how that goes, just because I was reading and I was saying that it's like a bit like it's lighter weight as far as like the video conferencing stuff, and we do have a couple people that don't have the best connection. So
yeah, so Google, is what like Google can export into Microsoft, but it's harder for it to export into other things. Where Microsoft can export into anything, and Apple can export into nothing. So the Google has a good suite of things, but I think it's one of those things where there's a lot of AI pieces within the Google. Like I want to feel out Google Notebook or Notepad. No, I think it's Google Notebook, where basically you can put you could put an entire project's documents and like all of their pages and stuff within a notebook, and then you can ask it for questions from that notebook about that project, and it will answer you.
okay, so that's interesting. But you can do something similar with like ChatGPT or something like that, right?
Well, so this is where like it's like a folder, like a Google Drive. So you put all of your projects pages in there, and anytime you update it, and so then that AI bot knows that folder, so it's like a voice of that folder in a way.
Yeah, that's fair. I should actually, so the main thing that I usually use is actually Zoho.
Yep.
I switched from Microsoft over to them a number of years ago there just because they're a lot cheaper and like fairly comparable I found in what they were offering. And the big thing for me me was the custom domain emails.
Yeah.
So usually if I'm doing usually like it.
I used Namecheaply, and then I pushed it through to Microsoft for email.
A lot of the time if I'm grabbing it myself, I used to use degens.com.
Yeah.
Now I usually just go through Google Domains itself and grab them because I have a theory that you get slightly better search engine optimization if you do that. It's probably nonsense, but I feel like you do.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you mentioned optimization as well, and we were talking AI. OpenAI released the text file commands for robot.txt to have the GPT crawler bot to not index your website. You know, literally 2 lines of code, like directory not allow or directory allow. And you can even choose different directories, different pages for it to not have not to index, and for ones for it to index. So
now is that using like just the same thing that you would use to tell like a regular search engine crawler not to search your page?
Yeah.
Or is it like a separate one for them?
It's that same text file, the robot.txt, and it's like it's GPT bot / directory allow or directory not allow, and then different command lines if you're wanting it to have, if you wanted to allow it to scrape certain pages but not scrape other pages. Same thing, just like other bots.
I don't know, it's interesting, like, I feel like a lot of these things that they kind of screwed up at the forefront of like regulating some of these things, like cookies, for instance. There's like, it amazes me all the time with them. I'm a cookie in real life that like every story you go into, they're like, okay, hold on, I'm gonna put a tracker on you, so the next story you go to will know exactly what you looked at in here. Have fun.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Yeah, we love it all the time. So like, I don't know. I feel like there's not one of them at the moment.
Well, that's a funny thing, you know. We again, he's on all the points for participation and stuff. So, you know, we want our wallet to be seen interacting with every single protocol, just like a cookie. And now they're wanting to put like NFC chips into clothing for authenticity, but also to track wherever, you know, to keep track of where you're at in the store, to make sure that see if there's any, you know, instantaneous on-chain like discounts and stuff like that, you know, for either in the real world or to in a metaverse.
Yeah. So I mean, at the same time, though, it's a little bit different though with the blockchain, right? Because I mean, that it's you have access to that information. With a cookie, you don't really know how things are being connected. You just know that you have a cookie.
Yeah. It's one of those things to where, though, who's going to read the small print? You and me, not everyone else.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. And I mean, that's why, like, eventually having more services and stuff out there that will kind of work to make it easier for people to understand what's going on in the blockchain and stuff. Like, you know, like I've been around for a few years now. I kind of have a good idea of how things work, but there's a lot of things when I look at like the e-scan and polyscan and stuff like that, like I have no idea what they mean. Like I know how to kind of follow something around and see how something's moving, but a lot of the different tabs and stuff that are giving me different numbers and like information, I have no idea. It's just gibberish.
one of these nights I'm gonna break down the different tabs within Etherscan. I've done it before, but I'm gonna do it again. I will make sure I send you a message when I do, so that you can follow along if you want, if you have any questions and stuff like that. I actually recently connected with the founder of Etherscan, so yeah, I would love. I'm gonna try to set up an interview with him. But yeah.
Yeah, no, that'd be cool to see that, and like just to get a bit of a better understanding. Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know like how useful it is. Like usually, what or like how useful it will be for me, to like how often I'll actually use the other tabs and information and stuff. Just like I said, you know, usually when I was using it, it was for like tracking something, like making sure that it went to someone's wallet or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to figure out what the other things are.
Yeah, well, what's cool, like one of the, like, I'm sure you've heard of like revoke.cash.
Revoke.cash? I don't think I've heard of that. No.
So it's one of those things to where, like, whenever someone says revoke permissions for something, like, it's a very open, it's a really clean user interface to see what permissions your NFTs have, you've given your NFTs or tokens, you know? So sometimes if you connect to a bad site, before you get drained, you can revoke permissions. And so, yeah.
That's pretty cool. So I mean, that's like just if you give them permission, it's not like staked it or anything like that, right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Well, so this is like if you have like you know how you do signatures on your wallet so that protocols can like read your wallet or suggest transactions, or you give access to a certain amount of tokens or anything like that.
Sorry, you got it for that.
Oh, like, so you know how like on some sites when you're interacting with them, you give them access to like view your wallet and suggest transactions. You know, those are signatures like OpenSea.
Yeah. So that's what you're talking about, just like revoking those kinds of things.
Yeah, you can revoke protocol signatures, as well as like access to tokens. So like when you go to Uniswap to trade, and you have to hit that enable button first for a token, that is basically you're giving Uniswap permission to access those tokens. Or if you're putting into an LP pool, you're giving access to see those tokens. So one of the things that can happen is if you revoke some of those like LP tokens viewing, you'll still have those LP tokens in your wallet, but when you go look at your liquidity, they don't show up. And so what you then have to do is you have to like click on find missing LP LP tokens, and like say, yeah, I had a pairing of Baby Doge and Taco Cat. And so now it will look at your wallet to see if you have that LP token. And if you do, it will then recognize it again. So it's like basically like revoking permissions, like, hides your cards, and then if you tell it like, hey, I have this card, then it'd be like, oh, okay, cool, you have that card, I can see that now.
Okay. I usually just like with revoking permissions, just kind of do it through my wallet and stuff like that.
Yep.
But I know that there are like things that you can kind of miss doing it that way.
Yeah. So when you're doing it through your wallet, you're just, your connection to a site. But if you've already given it access permission, then it can to make other suggestions, or if you already gave it access to your tokens, it can pull from those tokens already again.
I'll have to check it out more than revoke.cash, right?
Yep. You can also find that like in Etherscan, and with revoke.cash, what's really cool is you can pull up like 40 different chains it revoked to see in your wallet what permissions you have there, without having to do anything. So pretty cool. And then at the same time, you know, Etherscan has revoking permissions, but it's only for, it's only for ETH tokens or ETH NFTs or ETH protocols. Then you would have to go to like BSC scan and do the same thing.
That's very cool. Out of curiosity, do you know of anything that could like if you have like a staked NFT that the site won't let you unstake it or whatever? Do you know anything that can like bypass that?
So like is like you have a staked NFT with a protocol, but the site won't let you unstake, or
yeah, exactly.
The site is down.
Yeah, the site's working, but it says like what is it? It's like it says like that it can't something for the transaction. Let me see if I can try it here.
What do you mind saying what it is so I might know?
Yeah, no, it's actually Wobblebug.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. The ETH ones or the
Solana ones.
Oh, okay. You have them locked up.
Yeah, no, this has actually been an ongoing problem where I was there for a while there. So the dev upgraded to contract there. But I'm not sure how familiar he was with particularly doing it, and it ended up resulting in like all the NFTs got locked that were staked. So like they're still there and you can see them, but when you go to stake them, it doesn't let you.
Oh, so everyone's Wobblebugs are stuck right now?
Yeah, exactly. So they're supposed to be upgrading stuff, but it seems they're like fixing whatever the problem is, but it does seem like it's been kind of an ongoing thing. And I know at one time I did find something that did seem like kind of a way that you could kind of unstake an NFT like directly, like, but you'd have to like interact with the like command line somehow, or like the Solana command line or something like that.
Yeah.
So it just seemed really complex to like getting people to do that.
Yeah. So like it might, I would have to go look at the contract on for Wobblebug. So I know there's a different stake. I don't think the staking wasn't built into the NFT contract. The staking is its own contract, if I remember right, right?
I'm not sure. I know it's true of Metaplex. I thought.
Okay, yeah. Well, Metaplex is the standard. So you might be able to go to, so you know how you send your NFT your NFT gets sent to an address?
Yeah.
So you would want to go to that address. That would be the contract that you would then read and you would interact with, and you would have to go to its command line for like unstaking. There's, that. I might have a Solana dev that can help with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I was just asking out of curiosity. I mean, like I said, I mean, there's still like the devs that are supposed to be working on stuff there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it would be nice if there was kind of a workaround way or some way to kind of get it done faster.
I would have to sit in front of my computer and look at it. I just want to do a quick shout out to those on, let me hold on real quick. Let me see this. As I said, to Twitch family, Blitz, I see you. See you as a cool cat there. Shout out for the comment. Like I said, I am driving right now from New York to Denver, so I'm not able to interact with chat safely, just talk, but I just wanted to acknowledge you. I would have to sit down in front of a computer and look at the contract command to see if there's a command line for extract, or force unstake. One of the things that might be able to be done, because the keys are still owned, right? For the main contracts still has control. Like that dev didn't rug, right?
Yeah. Like as far as I know, they still have the contract and everything, but it's still the same dev there that's working on it.
Yeah.
But like my kind of understanding too is that dev is outsourcing it to another dev. So it just seems like I said, like I'm not sure how well they understand it and stuff.
Yeah. I will look. I will. If you could send me the two contract addresses in our DMs, I would appreciate that. That way I can work a little bit faster and might be able to work from my phone a little bit tomorrow. But
yeah. So which two contract addresses was it that you needed?
I need just the NFT contract, so the Wobblebug contract, and then the staking contract. Obviously, I can go look at mine. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Because I think I claimed some tokens like a month or two ago. I claimed more WOB, and then like all my guys dropped from like bronze tier back to, they reset, or bronze nest. So.
Yeah. See, like that's another thing. Like the nest thing, for instance, like isn't actually anything. It was a functionality that they were thinking about adding in. And they never actually did it. So here when I go to like unstake it there, so it lets me like select it and hit unstake, and then it says confirm transaction, account is frozen, estimated changes, account is frozen.
Yeah. So are when it says account frozen, is it in red or green? Okay. So, and that means because you have the NFTs, the WOBs in your wallet where you can see them, right?
Well, they're on like the staking website, so I can see that I have like a bunch staked, and I can see the one that I have unstaked.
Yeah. One of these days, I'm actually going to sit down and I'm going to go try to find my Wobblebugs that I minted that got drained and go see where they're at and try to buy them back. But I miss my original WOBs that I had. But yeah, when they
the ETH ones or
no, the Soul ones. So I think do I have a little ETH one? No, but I did upgrade. I did upgrade some of my WOBs to the Mega WOBs to like the old school art, to the ETH art. So yeah.
Yeah. Or like the degenerate.
Yeah, the degenerate. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I have a number there that are upgraded and a number that aren't. Because like I've been kind of grabbing them off the floor for a while, just thinking that eventually I'd kind of get them away to people when things were popping with the project again, and we're more of like a bull market. So I have like a pretty good number of them there. But yeah, no, I'll send you those there, I said, no big deal or anything. Hopefully the some Wookiee there will be able to sort it out.
Yeah. Definitely. I know I'll probably go open a ticket in the next day or two. And yeah. See what support I can bring. But I'm gonna open up a support ticket to see if I can schedule time for Wookie to come on the show and talk. Just sort of give his view of the landscape of Web3 from a artist creator point. And even with you and me, I think we've deep dived on wobble bugs a few times. But yeah, you're freaking in the know.
Yeah. Well, and like I mentioned there too, like I am, kind of parting ways with the project and stuff, so I'm not really the community manager there anymore.
Yeah.
And like I think it'll be good for the project there as long as they can kind of get past the dev problems and stuff there, and just kind of get things to kind of a neutral place again, and then Wookie can start building things again if he wants.
All right.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Just like an ongoing problem. Like I said, it'd be nice if there was some kind of workaround to it, but I'm just not familiar with like what kinds of different workarounds there are, especially with Solana.
Yeah, I feel like I know. I feel like Liberty Square faced the same issue, and then had to. Is the staking done within Cardinal?
All I know is like Metaplex. That's all I know that's connected with the staking and stuff.
Okay. Well, yeah. So Metaplex manages the contract standard. So yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I really don't know much about it. Like I had asked like some questions and I wasn't really getting much answers. So like I mentioned, like I know now for sure that the dev that they're using is outsourcing to another dev. I don't know if that's what was happening previously as well.
Yeah.
So I no. Yeah, the Web3 space.
All right. Cool. I love it. I think yeah. I this is just a fun space overall. I think one of these days, yeah. No, I'm gonna. Man, I am. It's amazing. Ooh, speed limit just dropped from 70 to 55. You gotta slow down. But yeah, let's see. Boom. All right. I love cruise control. I don't have to put my foot on the brake or anything. I just go. But I am gonna have to put you on pause, not pause for a second, but I'm going to have to. I gotta pay the toll bridge troll in just a minute. So, what other projects you've been doing? Have you been just sticking in Solana, or you've been going to other chains lately? Have you done anything on Base?
I haven't done anything on Base. The cosmonauts they're on ETH. Yeah, and I think that I got airdropped something from Polygon. I think it was Polygon's newest project. They seem like an interesting one there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of Base.
Base is the new optimistic roll up that Coinbase is building. The new chain Coinbase is building, build on Base. The new DeFi summer. Let's see here. We need cash. Cash is king because you don't take crypto. Hold on a second. Oh, yay. let's see here. I get to be
Scan ticket.
scan ticket.
Insert card or pay cash.
Oh man, that is a lot. Mm-mm.
Select change.
Woohoo! We have change. All right, we are back. We are, like I said, we are traveling cross country, so we get to pay the toll.
So did you say you're going across the toll bridge?
It's on a toll road, so literally, like, last state I was in, I had to pay like $15. Now I just had to pay like another $10. So, yay!
Yeah, no, I remember being on like the turnpike and like down in Florida when I was younger. It was this whole thing. I remember my dad drove through one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a lot of noise when you drive through it.
Yeah. It is one of those things, but pay your way. Hopefully it goes to good things.
Yeah, we have like some highways and stuff here. Definitely not as much as in the U.S. They're toll, but there are some.
Yeah.
They're just not as common. We don't like them.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things. I don't know. We will see what's going on. I do want to, since they were with us earlier, and I don't know if you're part of Just Worms, but we had Werner from Just Worms DAO joining us, which was sort of cool. I love Just Worms. They've gone through a community rug, or not a community rug, but they went through a rug and then community rebuild. So, really like what they did.
I feel like I remember them like pre-rug. And I feel like I remember being like, I feel like this project's rug. Was it like someone that sounded like younger that was representing the project?
Yeah, so his name was Dirt. And the one thing that everyone agrees with, he did put out really freaking cool 3D art, and he did really, if he had just stuck with it, it could have gone a long way. But yeah, it was sad to see, someone take a good project, that had a good community, and just decide to run away with it. And so the mods sort of took the project over, reissued the NFT to everyone, airdropped them all the same NFTs they had, just a different contract, and went on their merry way. And the community's sort of been doing an amazing thing since.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. I know there's been a few projects there that have tried kind of push rug to rebuild the community, and it's usually a difficult road.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I just, I love seeing communities come together and building stuff. So, and the mods, people don't give mods, the credit when credit's due. but I've seen, you know, a lot of mods work to unrug or unfuck projects because, you know, sometimes founders, you know, they just don't know how to walk away, and so they create a huge mess, and they're like, oh, sorry, and then, you know, people are left holding. They're like, yeah, no, I understand you did everything you said you were going to do, but then we can't figure out what to do next, and so we want to do something, and so yeah. You know, I don't know all the ins and outs of like, you know, what happened with, you know, Trip and Ape Tribe, but I do want to give a huge shout out to Emma, you know, for standing up. What's sort of crazy is, you know, they've been keeping things going and building. She actually just sold her D God. She had a really nice D God that she was gifted, and she sold it to help fund the community. So I don't know, when refounders are pretty amazing. So yeah, but
Can you hear me there?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Twitter just like completely froze up on me, but it seems like it's working there now.
All right. Well, what did you say?
No, I was just gonna say that I wasn't really too familiar there with the project there.
Trip and Ape Tribe, like they did some really cool stuff. Like they made a really big, you know, um, you know, I got my apes, you know, nine, you know, at like 9 to 5 soul a piece, you know. Um, and you know, there was a time when they were trading at like 70 soul, 50 soul floor price. Um, and you know, it's you know, now they're in the ones and the threes. So it's sort of sad to see, but they're still building it. But what they did is they really did a like proof of participation, to where you had to like go in and you had to like uh, you know, put your ape into meditation and stuff, um, so it could become, you know, more enlightened, and then from there, you know, it had to take acid, um, and you know, start tripping, so it could become ascended and start learning its way, you know, the right ways of doing things, I guess. And yeah, so like you had to go to the lab, and like they made all of these steps to that, you know, you couldn't just like set it and forget it. You had to come back and do things. And I thought that that was really a cool idea of calling, you know, keeping people in touch with the community like every week, you know.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I don't know. I always found it really amazing with this space how willing people are to just like, throw away their own money and lower their floor price down and down until all their like whatever they spent is gone. I like it. It really is amazing because I mean, people are the ones that control the floor price, and the project has no control over it. So, it's just crazy.
Well, this is the thing that sucks, is people still look at it as a USDC value. So, you know, when Sol was $10, you know, it's trading for 10 Sol, for $100. When Sol's $25, you know, it's, you know, people start selling for, you know, it's slowly work. works it way down to like 3 sol, 3.5 sol, or 4 sol, because they're looking at just that dollar value piece rather than that sol piece. I remember I had bought some sol. There was a project that launched. It was around $55, $60. It was like 5.5 sol when sol was at one of its lowest, and then so you paid 5.5 sol for it, and now the floor price is at like 2 sol because people are looking at the USDC value of it, not like that sol value that if I had simply that sol value would now be $120, $130. So it's weird. We talk about crypto, but people still can't depeg from dollar values.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I guess a big part of it too is like at the end of the day, you do have to kind of transfer everything back to fiat to pay for most things, right? Like most people aren't able to pay their rent in crypto and stuff like that. So until that changes, I mean, I think people are going to kind of keep always deferring back to the fiat, right?
Well, you can, like at current values, like decaf protocol on Solana. You can, you can do a decaf wallet, and let's say you have 10 sol, and you have a friend in, name a country, random country. You have a friend in Georgia. Georgia is serviced by MoneyGram. Through decaf, you can send them. Let's say you wanted to send them $100. So that would be 4. So you process 4 sol, and he can walk into MoneyGram and go pick that up, that $100 up. No fees.
Yeah, but see, like it's weird that, like, I don't know if it's just bad marketing or, like, why is it being utilized more by people, right?
Yeah. No, it's because there's not clear regulation around it. So I don't know. I want to. Man, I'm getting excited. We're at what, episode 359. We're technically 6 days away from what's supposed to be some big number, 365. I've done something for a year, and what's weird is a lot of people walk away after doing episode 365 or doing it for a year, and I'm like, no, then I got to prep for episode 366. But I think I do want to make a show of it. What that's going to look like, I don't know right now. But it's, I don't know. If you are available, would love for you to come stop by, hang out up on stage, or hang out and help share the word of it. And, we'll see that. I'll put that out, in the next 2 days. I think Monday, I'm going to be putting out the lineup of shows coming up for the week leading up to 365. And, I'm going to invite everyone up, but, just sort of have it as a free-for-all space of talking about everything from anything. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely sounds good. I'll make sure that I save it there to what's it called? Let me save the space for later.
Yeah.
Reminder. That's it. Set the reminder.
Yeah. So this is one thing I wish you know how like you can make like a Google Meet link or a Teams meeting link, the same link that just is always the same for, you know, every meeting in a series and stuff like that. I wish you could do that with Twitter, and just like I could make the same show every day at 11 a.m. and people wouldn't have to go click on any new links. You know?
I wonder if you could have something that's like a permanent one that you could like redirect to the new link each time.
Yeah. I would probably have to like make a new show link and then like just you know, after one show pop it in there, but then it wouldn't show up as a Twitter show, I think. So like it would be like I'd make one URL like TacoBytes daily, like a tiny URL, and then after each show make the new episode link and then back end put that redirect to that link. So, but like I couldn't like make a reminder so that it automatically reminds you every single day, no matter what. That would be a cool thing.
Yeah, no, definitely with the yeah, just having those more options. I think over time we'll start seeing more options. Like I feel like Twitter's going to be pushing their more, or X, whatever it's called, is going to be pushing more towards like the spaces and functionality and trying to get people like to do ticket spaces.
Yeah.
I feel like they're. Did you see Elon's post there about how like him and Zuckerberg's fight there? They were going to be doing it in Twitter Spaces.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I said yeah. No, that was all over my timeline yesterday.
Yeah. So I mean, think of it. I mean, how would you do that in Spaces? It would be boring just hearing two people fighting. So they got to be adding some kind of video functionality to Spaces.
Yeah. Well, so I have like I get some, because like every time Twitter puts out like a Twitter Blue new feature email, you know, like beta thing, and they're like I go and sign up for every beta thing that Twitter does. I can so like if you can see my post that's up in the Jumbotron, that's live video feed of me right now driving the car. I think there's like a 10-second delay on it. But that's I'm porting video directly into Twitter. But also when I do, I can do video live into Twitter as well. I don't know what it looks like, and that's just through the Twitter app. So I haven't seen too many people use it. No one really talk about it. So I haven't really touched it too much, but all within my Twitter app, I can do live. I can do live video.
Yeah, no, I know that there is a live video for it, and like there is definitely this, but the one downside is like you do have to click on it and stuff. So I wonder if they're going to be adding something where it's like more like streaming or something like that, where you would just have like a video up at the top that could be engaging with the other people through voice or whatever, maybe even have other people with video. And it does kind of seem like I even mentioned there earlier that like a lot of the models they're seem to be using with the Twitter Blue and stuff does seem very comparable to the streaming platforms. So it makes sense if that's kind of the angle they're trying to push towards.
Yeah. I do wish I had access to a lot of the other creator content tools that they have, but I just do not have enough subscribers or followers, which is sort of funny. I have to have like 10,000 plus followers to get access to tools to expand my follower count or to create better content. So, man, I just I think I'm going to spend, where were we, September, October? I think I might just spend like October just engagement farming like crazy. So, yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that have been doing that, like the engagement farming stuff there, just to try and hit that, like, the 15 million impressions or 5 million, whatever it is now, and get paid by Twitter.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you know, if I could make any income from Twitter, I would do that as well. You know, if I had taken the time to perfect, you know, conversion and monetization, that is like the one thing that, like, I know how to do ads. I know how to do SEO, marketing campaigns, but like one's own self, you know, it's a completely different thing, because you're like, I don't want to use every like tip and trick, because, you know, it's, you know, everyone's like, oh, I want this authenticity to it or whatever. And I'm like, you know, why is it okay for me to, you know, help projects with shortcuts, but then not shortcut myself? And so I don't know, it's a weird dilemma. I don't know if I call it a dilemma or what I would call it, but, you know, like my first YouTube video that I made had over 7 million views. Because I created content that people wanted, that was showing up, you know, and it was a short hook. So, you know, how to add BNB to your MetaMask. I just, it's really interesting that, you know, yeah. So,
Yeah, it's definitely interesting there with like how you kind of some stuff just seems to go off and then other stuff not as much. Yeah, like I've never had quite that success there with like streaming and stuff there, but or like YouTube and stuff. But yeah, I know like streaming every so often you just get like a huge crowd of people showing up for no reason. You'd be like, oh, I guess the algorithm's working in my favor today.
yep. It's, yeah, it's interesting. I do know that one of the things I need to do is I need to take time and start working more. Like, so right now this video is going to, this show is going to 2 different YouTube channels. But one of the things I don't do is I don't go back and do SEO descriptions. And I know that they would go so much farther if I was doing that. So I got to get into the habit of that as well. You know, an event, or yeah, it's one of those things where, it's just a grind sometimes. So, but make it part of the grind, and it's, I think one of the things that sucks is, you know, I just want to just have it be how it is, and provide value for people. So, yeah, crazy Kaplan's fireworks.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's, you know, very similar, like, you know, like with a business or anything like that. Like, there's always something more that you can be doing. And like, you know, the trick is to, you know, pick a few things and do them well rather than trying to do too many things, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the reasons why I love, you know, using one platform for streaming is I then don't, you know, some of the, you know, places that I'm streaming to, that's all I need to do is just stream to it and let it find it. You know, I've talked with a bunch of different protocols, and projects, and I have, there's just some fun stuff coming up. So, but, you know, when you're one man op, it's really easy to farm out on behalf of other projects like copywriting or doing copywriting yourself if you're getting paid for it. But then doing it for yourself and copywriting for yourself is one of the hardest things.
Yeah, you need to get AI for it. Seems to be the new thing these days, right? I know there's something I was looking at there the other day. There was like for video editing. So like if you do like an hour-long video, it'll like use AI to go through it and chop it up into like bite-sized content pieces.
I've seen that. I also saw this really cool AI program where it splices like if you're doing like an interview and you have like 4 cameras for different POVs, you then have to like make sure your audio's all lined up, and then switching to different camera points at the right time, from one person to another to like outside. It then like goes through all of the video feeds, and it sort of cuts it and overlays different cuts automatically.
So that's interesting. That'll be interesting, like seeing how it applies to like existing industries like a few years from now, right? Because like if you think about it, like I've done like TV stuff before where it's been like live TV, and they have several people there with cameras. So imagine if that was, instead of several people, it's one AI doing it, like in real time with like news or whatever, and switching between the cameras just based on wherever the anchor is looking, because that's pretty much what they're focusing on is whoever's talking and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be that hard to automate.
Well, yeah, I think then you would need a camera just on the anchor for visual tracking.
Yeah, you need something probably on like rails for the camera so that it can move somewhat, and like have some movement to it so it can catch different angles and stuff. But it would want to like pick up on like their movement, and mainly like their eye movement would be the main thing, because they're going to be looking either at the camera or they're going to be looking at who they're talking to. And those are kind of the 2 main angles that you get, right? Is either the side angle when they're talking to somebody or the straight on when they're talking to the camera.
Yeah. And even like the focus and frame stuff too. There's just so much cool stuff that you can do. But I think one of the fun aspects is, if we just hand that up, like, I don't know. Do you remember when it wasn't 4K yet, but when HD video streaming came out, and like you were watching reruns that were like being streamed as like HD, and so it looked like it would move really weird in the TV, like it was like off frame in some way because the TV wasn't encoding it right. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember some funny things there with like some of the updates that they've done.
Yeah, so like I think it would look weird like that, for a while till people get used to that. So they would automatically think that it's almost fake, or where do I need to go? I need to go to Iowa. I need to get over. Boom. Iowa.
Yeah, just because it has like that additional kind of sharpness to it and stuff.
Yeah. And so I think I don't think, it would take people a minute for people to get ready for that, or not, but used to that. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. So how far out are you from Denver there now?
I am now 14 hours and 8 minutes. Let's see here. Oh man, I think I was supposed to go over there. Oops. All right. So yeah. Um, but I am 1,010 miles out. Yeah.
Getting there. Hopefully you're not too turned around there and stuff. And you get back to where you need to go.
Oh no, I've been on the right path. Yeah, we've straight shot from New York, 3 stops so far. And really only let's see here, Slaughterhouse. Oh my gosh, in theaters August 30th. I love those types of shows. Um, Originally was supposed to get into Denver around 10:45. Right now it's looking at 1:47 Mountain Standard Time. And so yeah, and that's stop for dinner, stop to fill up for gas twice. Gonna have to stop, soon again. Um, and I think we're just gonna keep the show rolling. Why not? We're at midnight, so we're just gonna go through. We got Danu, a lover of freedom and independence, forever curious and open-minded. Let's go see what you're about. I see some bats, so I do feel like you're part of some VMPX there. I see an elephant, so that maybe, I don't know if you're in elephant money. I'm not sure. Looks like you're into pond, but come on up, man. Join the conversation. Danu, we want to hear from you. But yeah, no, we're just gonna keep this going because what are we? The only other thing I could do is go hop into other spaces. So, but I am looking forward to Monday. Have another space with Mario. Do you hop into those at all?
Mario.
In the fall?
So I've hopped into a couple of the spaces there. I don't know, some of them are a little late there for me.
Yeah.
But some of them are too hot.
So I'm into like the blockchain ones, the Shark Tank stuff, for my sort of degenic POV, and it's sort of fun. Just sort of being able to hear what's building. What I like about it is how worldwide it is. So like last Friday, 5 projects pitched that from all parts of the world doing different things. I think one of the funnest one was marbles, marble racing on chain. And then there was like travel, tokenization of travel and incentive to travel once you're traveled somewhere to like go visit place, go be a tourist, incentivization, and I guess. Then there was another like a sports one. Yeah, and then everyone thinks that they're the meme chain, or they're gonna come out with the meme protocol, or they're owning memes on chain. I'm like, yeah, no, I've seen that done like 6 or 7 times now. So.
Yeah, it's definitely been done a few times there. That's funny that it was Marbles that was up there. So was that the person that he had made Marbles on Twitch?
Yeah.
Marbles on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know him. He's a wobble bug holder. One of the bigger holders, or at least was at one point. I think he still is. I'm not sure. But yeah, so I've spoken with him many times. I think we're actually following each other, or at least we're.
Well, man, I might have to like ask to help like dig into your Rolodex and connect with some amazing people. I think that's one of the really cool things. Like, so, like when you're really tied to a project, like, and you've been with Wobblebug, you were with Wobblebugs for a long time through a lot of different phases of it. You get to meet amazing people and like be part of the community and know something in and out, but then get to hear what everyone else is building at the same time, which is really cool.
Yeah, definitely. I was with the project there for about 7 months here, so I came in about a year after their mint there on Soul. So a little while after the project, but I'd always kind of been around. Like I had met Wookie there originally, like way back when he was on Twitch, so like during lockdown stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, and like that's where I met like a good number of other producers there and stuff. And yeah, definitely met a lot of people through online.
I stream this video into Twitch. And now and then I'll go play like some play to earn games on Twitch, and stream just to Twitch only. Like some of the blockchain games that I play, like Blast Royale, Crypto Ball Z, or like I just sort of make, like how to go do this real quick video on Twitch. But it's one of those fun things that I think just having it out there, one of the next pieces is I was doing some stuff with Audius Labs, which is now known as Lychee, where just my Twitter spaces alone, they automatically data crawled for them. And then they got all my spaces recorded as an audio file that they would turn into like a YouTube video. Or MP4 that I could, then just upload to YouTube or anywhere else. Before I was doing direct video to YouTube. So I liked that because what was cool is I would get all of the shows and then I would upload them as drafts in batches to YouTube and let them sit there for like 2 weeks. And so then the YouTube algorithm would do all the work for me on like captions, which then I could then use into SEO and description and everything like that. So some of those, like, I guess behind the scene tools that, you just got to let it wait and do its thing are pretty amazing in and of itself.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a lot of tools there that help with like just doing stuff on a day-to-day basis. Especially around like social content management and like different stuff like that, or just like general content management.
Yeah. So all right. So I know you're Soul fam, but did you know Acid Dash, right?
It sounds familiar, but I'm not super familiar with it. Like I've probably heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it.
So it's like an asset management portfolio app.
Okay.
So like basically you download the app. You don't even have to connect your wallets. You just put in wallet addresses, and it will index all the NFTs you have for like 5 or 6 EVM chains, and then Sol, and now ordinals as well, and other BRC, all the whole BRC20 lineup, and it will like sort of give you a portfolio overview. If you connect your wallets, just proof of ownership by either doing a wallet connection or sending a micro transaction. from your wallet to the ownership acknowledgement wallet. They then refund and send that back to you as proof of ownership, which I think that's sort of cool. So they're, if you're sending something, they'll send the same amount back at a, so they're, but not, it's easier to just sign, I guess, but that's part of their little proof of ownership. And then you get into like the rewards program and everything like that, which I think is pretty cool. NFTs, loot boxes, access to a whole bunch of other crazy stuff. So I don't know. I really like it. But they have a really cool learn and earn piece that it has like 19,000 people plus doing each course. And I'm going to be using that for a project that's sort of near and dear to my heart. And the alpha on that is maybe directed to Dan Yu. If you come and hop in the Zen weekly review tomorrow, that alpha will get dropped on what's happening. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely have to check it out there. That is kind of one thing I do like with Coinbase there, for instance, is like, kind of pitching it to people, like, you get like, you can do the learning rewards there and get like 10, 15 bucks there. Plus,
Oh yeah.
So it is kind of a good incentive to get people into kind of using crypto and stuff.
Yeah, well, they just added 2 new learn and earns that pay out, I think, around 35 bucks. One for using Access Protocol. You get like 15 bucks, and one's like 25 or 24 bucks doing, learning about Base.
Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely a good way to like when you're telling people if they're, kind of semi-interested, be like, yeah, just get the simulator and learning thing, and you have a bit of crypto play around with.
Yeah. Well, and so it's one of those things to where, like, I use Coinbase to onboard people. I use Coinbase and Crypto.com to onboard new users, and then people that are like experience, like have Coinbase, but they want a little bit more DeFi experience and like the trader experience, I to MEXC, as I'm an affiliate for them, but people don't have to like connect their bank accounts to do the learn and earns. They just have to do the KYC process, and they can start getting the tokens, and they can send them as soon as they earn them. They can send them off, send them off of Coinbase to, self custody wallet. So, but I'm like, this is a great place to start because you can do whatever you want. It's yours. And the one of the things I really like how they expanded their learn and earn. They used to just pay you like $3 per course, and that's all they would teach you about it. You had to go to Google and like type in things. Now they have once you complete a course, they have they put out all the links to now you just learned the surface. To learn more, click here. And I like that a lot because people sometimes don't know where to go next to learn more, especially those just getting into it. And so I think, it's one of those really cool things there. And one of the things that, even Coinbase does is it teaches about self-custody, and that's, in all transparency, I actually just recently applied for a position with Coinbase as a brand ambassador, because I'm like, I've onboarded over 100 people to Coinbase, one person at a time, because I think that, yes, decentralization is the future. It doesn't all have to be on blockchain to be decentralized, but I do think that there has to be trusted players in the field, to bring in, to be that tipping point, because for larger companies, because larger companies aren't going to take the time to go do the research or build their own network, build their own asset management tools. But if a company says, hey, we can provide that for you, and we're regulated and we're clean, and you can check our assets under management at any time, I think we need that in place. We need centralized characters to build trust with those at an institutional level that don't know anything. Like what was it, yesterday? No, because it's now today. So Friday I took the train to go get my car, and the kid I ended up sitting with, and I use the term kid in a loving manner. I basically call anyone that I think is younger than me a kid, even if they're like 20 years older than me, and they look younger than me, or I perceive them as younger than me. I still call them kid, and I don't mean it as inexperienced. Just I'm like, kid. I'm just like a broken old man at times, like I hurt myself sleeping. The thing I've spent half my life doing, or a quarter of my life doing, I forget how to do it, and I hurt myself. But
yeah, no, I do that all the time. That's just getting old.
Yeah.
Like my shoulder right now, my right shoulder blade, I can feel that it's like slightly out of place, and it's totally from sleeping last night.
Oh yeah, but yeah, my shoulder's messed up, and my smart butt, while I'm in Denver, I'm gonna go run around, because I haven't been in Denver for a little bit. I'm gonna go run around with my rugby team, and I haven't been in town long, to go run around with them for a while. So, I might be hurt come Thursday. I might be broken. I'm like, I ran for 5 minutes. I need O2, a mayonnaise sandwich, stat. But but this kid, he's 24, 23, and he's hired by Citibank as a subject matter expert for blockchain. And he's like, yeah, I got into it in 2020. And I'm like, I've been in it for over a decade. Hell yeah, man. And like my as soon as I learned that, like the first words out of my mouth, I'm like, fuck yeah. That is applying yourself. That is getting it. Like, but that's just goes to show, 3 years in, someone's considered a subject matter expert, and they are hired by one of the largest financial institutions to be a commenter on the shit that they're trying to do without having any regulation. Like, hey, what can we do that will help future proof us to provide financial tools and services, but follow the law? And I think stuff like that is cool as heck.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's good to know that since you and I have both been in this space for longer than that we can both have that too.
Yeah.
Profiles there that we're subject experts in Web3. It's good to know. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting just with the space, because like we all know that average estimate somewhere between like 2 and 5% saturation in the space. I mean, there's not a lot of people in the things like Bitcoin's the only crypto, and there's JPEGs. So I don't know. There's definitely a need for people that understand the space, so I can understand. And someone that's does not have how it used to be where the people would want 10, 20 years experience, and someone to get a really secure job like that. It's kind of different with the space.
Yeah. I'm just looking for my trash bag real quick. I think there's hold on one second. I'm just slightly looking for a trash bag. Oh, all right. Never mind. Can't find it. I found it. Yeah. No, see, and this is the thing. I'm not going to put subject matter expert on my Twitter banner anytime soon, because the whole reason why I got into my running joke, well, I call it a joke, just to lose, I wanted to get into something that I couldn't be an expert of, so that that's always learning. And I'm like, so I picked blockchain because I was like, this will not bore me. I will not run out of things to learn or do. And so I get worried, or my spidey senses, with self-proclaimed experts. And I'm like, cool. So how far behind are you on current technology then? Because if they're not the ones creating it, and even the ones that are creating it, they're not experts. And I think half the people that are creating shit, the only reason why they're creating some of the amazing things that they are is because they're not experts, because the current standards says it's not possible, or else it would have already been done. So being able to take ideas or current tech and think outside, not necessarily break it, but how can I use this differently to do something really freaking cool that I want to do, and have it work within the tech that we have. I think those people, and I guess I'm sort of fleshing this out now, but they're not necessarily experts, and what makes them so able to do and create the things that they're able to create. They might be professionally an expert coder in Java or TypeScript, but overall in how that can be implemented, that's a whole different thing. So yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely true. I mean, you're right with this space. Things are definitely changing all the time. So, I'm the same way. I'm kind of skeptical of anyone that calls themselves an expert in this space. But yeah, it is definitely interesting seeing things like that. Yeah, and hopefully visual from and everything there. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think there's a lot of cool stuff building out, and so yeah, I think this is what I think there's going to be some really cool things coming out here. So I'm excited with it.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of cool things too, and there's definitely been a lot of things being worked on kind of in the back end there. said that I'm down to about 5% battery there, so I do unfortunately have to jump off.
Oh, okay. You are at the battery limit. I am still going. I think one phone is plugged in at 100. The other phone is at 50%, but I can plug that in a second. Like I said, man, we're going to be going for a minute. So if you want, are you going to be heading to bed too?
I'm probably going to crash for at least a few hours there, but I usually only crash for a few, so if you're still on when I get back up there, I'll definitely come back in.
Oh, we will be at that crazy point then.
I'm all set up here with like a Blue Yeti mic there that I have plugged into my phone and stuff, so it ends up draining a little bit.
Okay. Nice. When I have a mic set up. I don't travel with it. I'm trying to remember where my mic is. But I do have a cool little mic, and I have oh my gosh, why can't I remember the name of the arm that holds a mic? Not a boom arm, but the little flex, like the little like mechanical, whatever. Cantilever arm. That is what it is. I have one of those, but then I also have one of these flexi ones that just allows me to get my camera or mic in positions that the cantilever arm can't. So I think it's always a fun thing of finding new tools and new ways of doing things. But on the road, it's you do what you can. So video on one phone and Twitter on the other phone.
Yeah, no, definitely. At least with the car, you have kind of a battery with you, so it's a good part.
I do. I do have a. I am sitting on a big. Well, no, not a big battery. Someone once told me that, with as much as you drive, you should just get a Tesla, and it will drive for you. And I'm like, one, where's the fun in that? How did you know I don't like driving? And they're like, but just think of all the work you could get done. And I was like, all right, cool, yeah, I guess that's a point. But then I think it would take me longer to get places, because then I'd have to stop and wait for 2 hours for quick charging if I was able to find one of those places. But yeah, I like my gas.
Yeah, I like driving and stuff there too. But yeah, I do definitely gotta jump off there down to 3%.
All right.
But I would go on. I'll chat with you later there. If you're still on it, like I said, I assume you will be when I still get up. And yeah.
All right.
In a bit.
All right, Beardo. You have a great night, and we'll talk to you later. Everyone, later on that might be listening to this, please give Beardo a follow. Just an overall amazing individual in this space, super humble, and has been a part of some amazing projects. I'm going to send another invite to you, Dan. Your bitmap background intrigues me. I want to know more about what you find so interesting in the pond, and what you got going on. So I think that yeah, that's what I would love to know. And if not, I'm just going to talk, or we're going to listen to music in the meantime, as we're going to keep this episode going while we are on the road, until we get rugged by Twitter. But so far tonight, we've covered some amazing things. I'm just going to reset the room. Shout out to GM, everyone. This is TacoBytes, your daily bite of Degen, episode number 359. We've talked about the amicus brief filed on behalf of Coinbase, and the SEC fallout from that. And then the other pieces that we've really sort of talked about is community development management, some of the different platforms and artists that are building within it, how communities debug sometimes and the mods take over. So shout out to all the mods. But do want to shout out to everyone joining us via YouTube. I apologize for not being able to respond to comments. Like I said, I am driving, so I will get back to them when I'm not and just respond to, but I do see them. Same thing to our Twitch family. Shout out to you, as well as to our Telegram, Discord, and LinkedIn families. And then special shout out to my Xenon fam. I love Xenon just because it's on Lens protocol. I've done a lot of stuff on Lens through Favor. Basically, decentralized on-chain Instagram is Favor, but then Xenon is on Lens protocol pushing live video content. So this is live on chain on Xenon right now. So that's Polygon, and they do tokenization stuff on Arbitrum. And then to my entire Unlonely fam from the Unlonely app, been connected with them for the last week, and been streaming there, pushing the video there. Super easy to connect. Literally just needing the stream key and the URL, stream URL. So putting video on chain and tokenization of things there. So obviously, like I said to everyone else, I'm not able to get to comments, so I'm not able to check out what you're saying. I apologize, but I will go back through and catch up with them. So I'm missing any shout outs, I apologize. But GM, one of the things that we talked briefly about tonight, was sort of how decentralization of infrastructure management or asset management. Vodafone partnered up with Polkadot Parachain to provide decentralized asset management and on-chain real-time activity tracking of packages and things that are going through airports. I think it said that it's a $400 million year loss of asset management misplacement. So if it can be done better on chain and save, like let's say they put it all on chain and it knocks it by to 300 million a year. That's $100 million in savings for just changing basically the software you are using, which changes, automatically does roll-ups of like, the accountability level and real-time tracking that any company that, that's not spending $100 million from their profits, I think they'll take that and they'll count that as a win. So if you go from $400 million in payouts for lost packages to $300 million, that means you get to keep $100 million. That's a win. And I think any company will take that. So that will be really cool to see how that gets rolled out. I think when I saw the article, it was originally from a Blockworks email. If you guys don't get, you wonder where a lot of this information comes from. The one paragraph blurbs that a lot of people put out. There are a ton of amazing newsletters and weekly updates. Some of the ones to just get started that actually will lead you to more and finding more of your cup of tea, going from like an oversized generalization to finding something that's more specialized to what you want to read about and learn about. I would start with Blockworks, Bitcoin Magazine, and Zen Academy, Zen from Zeneca. And let's see, Masari. Those will give you both like institutional level regulation trends, and then if you're wanting NFT, Zen Academy does that, as well as Blockworks. So you can specialize within like some of the categories that you want to see. So, but from there, those usually put together curated pieces. Oh, Coin Bureau, yeah. Those put together highlights from other news sources as well. So it expands your mind to other sources of information as well. And it's just sort of cool how that can grow. And I think that's really amazing. So I do think that there's just a lot of cool stuff coming out. I've talked about it all day, but we're gonna just go hop through the Twitter notifications real quick, because we were in a conversation for a while with, like I said, it seemed like yesterday, Saturday, there's a lot of FUD on the timeline towards some of the projects launch, as well as let's see here. What do we have? Meerkat Country Club. Some fun stuff from Poor Pleb. If you don't know about Poor Pleb wins. It's on ETH and PLS. A chain. When it was just on ETH, I used to be able to say, I used to give out material for them because I did some work for them. But now you have the biggest PP on chain with no utility. But now they're doing things. And so, yeah. Let's see here. So, yeah. Oh, my gosh. More devs. Heartthrob is staying, so Hardy is not coming. Let's see here. So Heartthrob is not going to Breathe conference. I'm on my way to Denver, and I might go to Berkeley, which multi-chain conference. A lot of focus on Cardano, but also just different standards. There's a bunch of different projects there and different chains. Then I'll be in Dallas, then LA, then Austin for big conference will be permissionless. Then I'll be to Vegas, and for those that I've been watching, I've said this numerous times and we'll keep saying it. But helping out with Breathe. So if you or your project want any exposure at a conference with over 5,000 people, VC track for if you're looking for funding, please let me know and come to Breathe. Then at the same time, then back to New York for Masari Mainnet and as a hacker in ETH Global. So that'll be really fun. Really looking forward to that. Rare Evo is, one of the things that I wish. So I'm going to Denver for some family stuff, and excited to do that. One of the conferences I'm actually missing out on this week right now is being up in Toronto for ETH Toronto and Futurist, which are both amazing conferences. Been to both last year. Really cool stuff. Really cool blockchain community up in Toronto. I really see a lot of there's a lot of different projects that are building WeWorks on chain, or WeWorks, for Web3. Really love seeing that, and some really amazing stuff there. Let's see here. So one of the big issues we had today was truth. Veratus Velis, from the network, I guess. It was sort of, reshared one of my posts from last year, questions about asking if I'm a leader in Web3. And I don't know if he was talking about me or Amy Street, who's also tagged in the photo. She is a boss. She works for Rovap, and she's done for a lot of different projects. But I was like, I'll engage with this. You're using my picture. You're using me, and we'll see what's going on here. But they felt that one of the projects that got rugged, that the community took over, derugged, just sort of, that it's some, so I'm like, no, what's your question? And then they're like, well, I'm going to answer your question with a question. I'm like, no, that's sure. I'll play this ball. Now answer my answer with an answer. And so the classic line, oh, I want to get to the truth, and I get to the truth by asking questions. I'm like, no, you get to the truth by having a two-way street. Like, if I know what information you're looking for, I can provide it. You say, give me the information. I'm like, well, what information do you want? Do you want my shoe size? Do you want, what vape I'm smoking right now, which is like a Pod King mango pina colada thing? Or, you want to know about the project, and so then that way, if I know what you're looking for, I'll just show you, but it's, as people get on these investigator tracks, they have to sort of learn and find their own wings, I guess, because I think it will make them better blockchain investigators, and I just, I think it's sort of fun to see people grow, but they did have issues, I guess, with Worms DAO, or just Worms, and Worms got rugged by the founder and artist, and then the community took it over. And so it's, I just sort of think that there's a lot going on, and I think it's really fun to sort of see how, people question things that, they question things that they don't fully understand. Like, why would a community stand together and try to create value from something the founder walked away from? I thought that's the whole decentralization fact of, like, a pretty famous person sort of did that, made something and just walked away from it. And everyone else brought it, the community came together to give it value. I remember when you could get Bitcoin. I used to get Bitcoin, 5 Bitcoin for watching like a 30-second ad. And so, and CPU mining Bitcoin was fun. Now they have these, amazing pieces being put together. So I just really like seeing some of that stuff. But yeah, no. I just, we are, but I just sort of had like this piece where, someone wanted to try to burn a builder, and I'm like, no, here's the answers that I know, but what is your, why don't you answer the question I've asked? I only asked the questions. I'm like, well, cool. You're going to be in a room alone real quick. But in the meantime, I want to welcome to the stage Zen Master. How have you been, man?
Taco. I'm good. And you? What were you talking about?
Oh my gosh. Let's see here. What was I talking about? Today we have talked about the amicus brief filed on behalf of Coinbase, and going over. I've only gotten through a quarter of it, and then I am.
What's an amicus brief? Is it like a settlement proposal or?
No, an amicus brief is a motion filed by an interested party that has a demonstrable vested interest in the outcome, whether it is for it or against it. So, like, someone could have filed an amicus brief on behalf of the SEC, like, oh, I stand with the SEC on this, and I'm adding my legal opinion to the SEC's, but like sort of like John Deaton did for the XRP family.
Okay.
So John Deaton filed amicus briefs, so he was able to represent the community, not Ripple, not XRP Labs, not any of those arms, but his vested interest was the XRP community. So, SEC, tries to shut down Coinbase for trading securities without proving those underlying assets are securities, with a whole bunch of cease and desists on all of its different arms and services. And then the way it sort of attacked that piece was really off center. And then the amicus brief that was filed yesterday and released out, disseminated yesterday, and then like really started to hit the waves today, really sort of breaks down why the SEC is out of order and out of its mind for trying to label Coinbase as a securities trader, as well as labeling the things that it's trying with. It's saying it's securities without actually saying it's securities. And so did so far a really good job of legal briefing. So it was like 6 major SEC securities law professors that came together and filed this amicus brief.
What's your take on the current SEC investigations in general? Do you think it's going to be just damaging the industry, or do you think it's going to be slowing things down, or it's just so bullshit that it's not going to happen?
Well, so this is the thing that we've seen. What the SEC is able to do is it normally as it puts in charges. It basically is able to freeze assets, so people aren't able to actually pay for defenses. The SEC wasn't ready for crypto Twitter, but also that, like, the other aspect of it is that, oh yeah, just the memes alone are gold. But then where they took on like Library, saying that they were a security. Library couldn't put up a defense because the SEC froze all of their funds and then ordered them, the funds that they did have left, they ordered them to pay out the wazoo, bankrupting a bunch of the founders. And then we saw the same thing with Kraken. They just said that the only thing wrong with Kraken was that some of the T's weren't crossed and I's dotted in like the terms and services, and so they were trading. They were in the wrong, and so Kraken had to pay a $45 million fine, or $15 million fine. It was one of those two. Those are very large numbers. That's a $30 million difference. So please don't quote me on those numbers, but what they were doing,
just a rough estimate.
Yeah. And so Kraken, just all Kraken could do was just settle and then stop providing the staking service. And what they were doing with the staking service is they were taking their profits from their trading fees, their platform fees, and they were paying those out as extra incentives on top of the normal network staking fees. So they were incentivizing people to come stake with them. Obviously, they weren't taking someone else's money and paying it out. They were paying their profit out to people to come stake with them. And so they took the SEC said it had jurisdiction over Kraken because of like not majority, but the highest percentage of stakers were U.S. Based IPs, and so the SEC had jurisdiction over it. And so out of in the last year, I think it was out of 30 million being staked, with the Kraken paid out 47 million. So people got their in investments got their 30 million back plus an extra 17 million distributed. That was when I did the math, it was like that's why I know some of my numbers are off, but I remember my percentages. The 32% interest, so on top of their initial investment. And so somehow that is a wrong thing to do. But then there wasn't any clear regulation or law for them to fix it or, to support their users. And so they just paid the fee and walked away from doing it. Now, if they had fought that, I would have thought that would have been amazing. But they're just like, oh, we'll just take this one for the team and we'll just keep doing what, they'll take their 4 pounds of flesh and then just let us be. So that's sort of been, yeah.
Regarding because at one point there were hearings with the Congress, and they were trying to, from what I got, they were really trying to do the right thing there compared to the SEC, which was just attacking without providing a framework to work with. And at one point they were trying to pass a bill that was going to be providing more stability in the industry and more clarity on what was a security, what was not.
Yep.
Do you have any updates on that? Because I didn't get any recent.
I do have some updates on that, and I will touch on that in just a second. But like part of that was that Kraken just sort of took that on the chin, and so that emboldened the SEC to then take on Binance and Coinbase, and saying that they're violating securities laws without proving the assets that they're trading are securities. Binance has sort of said like, because what they, some of their legal team says we are trading securities. They've made their U.S. division to insulate themselves from that. So, because there wasn't any regulation piece. So I think that will be an interesting fight. But with the Coinbase one, same exact thing. They named like 11 tokens and coins that they said you're trading securities and you're in violation without proving that those assets are securities. And Coinbase is fighting back on not only a public level with their Stand with Crypto movement, and I think that that's an amazing movement that anyone can get a part of worldwide, because yes, we can be all for decentralization, but we also need the protection to be able to do that. I would rather have the regulation in place saying that I have choice rather than me just making that choice, because then at some point someone's going to come in and try to control it. So they're taking a legislative approach as well, and their biggest fight is re-softening legislators, both Congress and Senate, that were all for it with FTX and then got slapped around and shot down and got made looking like a fool for that. And so, but Coinbase is doing it in a different way, really open to the public. They're doing like fireside town hall chats in like almost every state. So last week I was invited to the initial Coinbase town hall in New York, where they had the governor's office, they had the mayor's office, they had Senator Gillibrand's office, they had assemblymen, and they had a Vogel and Councilwoman Gutierrez, and then they had the CPO from Coinbase as the moderator. And that was one of those things that they sort of talked about the legislation pieces. So 2 bills just made it through the House, and then where they go from there, that's what we'll see is next. Gillibrand's office, what I learned from Gillibrand's office is I haven't seen the bill itself yet, so I don't have a full opinion, but they say that they attempted to permissionless and trust, while trying to make a complete package. Sort of you can't provide one solution that makes everyone happy, unfortunately. So what they think is that the bill will eventually die, but then they'll be able to get it through in pieces and build on it. And I like that approach, because with new regulation, I think everyone wants it to be perfect the first time it comes into play, but I don't think that you can build anything that way. Yeah, and so like the analogy that I used when talking to Assemblyman Vogel, I was like, and I can't. As soon as he's like, I like that. Can I use that? And I was like, I just came up with that on the fly. I was like, everyone wants to build like a skyscraper, where when you're building a skyscraper, every piece has to be built right, or it's going to fall over, and you're going to put everyone, so from the base all the way to the top to, fitting it out needs to be perfectly designed and engineered before you even break ground. Or what's the purpose? And so that's why projects stall with big empty holes for so long, because they don't have the plans. But this type of regulation is a sandcastle. Build it, and with a sandcastle, you can push it down, pat it on. Some of it will collapse but try some shit, learn some shit, do it again, and do some new shit. And so I think.
But it's true that it's weird that they focus on these. Main focus should be really, if you really want to protect consumers, and for like sexes and stable coins mostly. I mean, if that is stable, if that is secured, I mean, 90% of crypto will be already safe.
Yeah.
DeFi is something that is going to be very hard to regulate, and they lack understanding on how it works anyways. I mean, already on CeFi, you can see that it's not easy for most senators. Some do get it, but most are really lacking on that front. So they seem to be only seeing what's on the news and sticking to that. Whereas for DeFi, it's quite a complex topic to try to regulate. And maybe regulation can come in the future, but I think it's not really the priority if you really want to have a safe environment in crypto. I mean, most newbies will come through sexes and use stable coins. So if they can't rely right now, I feel the main issue is really having stable coins properly validated. And there's so little transparency on something that's so big that it can really, mess the whole system.
Yeah.
At this point.
Well, and so I was talking. So Friday, or wait, what day was it? Thursday, I think it was. Yeah, Thursday. I went to the Polygon Guild NYC event on wallets. So had who was there? Castle Wallet, Rainbow Wallet, Uniswap was there, and Privy was there, and they were talking. So I got questions of to Uniswap and stuff about some certain things, and but one of the things when I talked to him later on, because it was a day that it was the day after. It was the day that PayPal launched its stable coin, and you know, I'd had a chance to sort of see, and so he reminded me of two things I already knew, and then made a really good point. And so everyone sort of like the three things that people are having an issue with PayPal's stable coin is how old that the Solidity language is an older version. The version, there's been like 4 updates, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But and then there's the account
version, or is
yeah
it a security risk for you?
No, it is a stable version.
Versions can be stable. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I look at it so it battle tested, and the great thing about Solidity is it is forward and backwards compatible, and it just adds new syntax and new library pieces with each, but sometimes you don't need faster, cheaper to just work. If you're looking for security and speed, then it's not going to be cheap. If you're needing it cheap and secure, it's not going to be fast. And if you want it to be fast and cheap, it's not necessarily going to be secure. But they went with battle tested. But not only that, but what he put a really good. He's like, that goes to show you how long they've had this ready for. How long they've had this in that they've been working on this. And so, one, it goes to sort of show like that is true. The other piece that that everyone seems that having a heyday on is the account freeze, account token freeze, and account wipe. And I already had my own opinion on it, and I'm like, all right, cool. That it is a private company putting out a stable coin for its network. They already do that for their funds. If so that if you're transacting and you get robbed, or drained with fiat, they'll go in and they'll fix it. They'll suck it back from the other account. Now, if it's crypto, they can't do that. But if it has that function in it, they can. Now, people are afraid that, they're just going to wipe out my money on the fly. Well, if you were afraid of that, you wouldn't be using PayPal to begin with. But then the other reminder on that is that I knew this, but I forgot it, is that USDC and USDT both have the same call functions, as well as pretty much a lot of other stable coins as well. So it's not like that's a new thing. It's just because it's, on the front page, everyone, forgets about what was the front page, 3 weeks ago. So
I guess it depends on how it's used, because basically I agree with you that the function can be useful if you manage it internally, but if you're influenced by governments and other entities, then you get blacklists and you get people picking who's allowed to and who's not, and who's considered a terrorist and who's money launderer and whatever.
Yeah,
that's maybe the risk, but what's your feeling about the state of the crypto companies in the U.S. right now? Do you think that most of them are going to end up leaving the U.S., or do you have a feeling from your discussions that they're going to try to wait until there is clarification before doing any move?
I think a lot of them are going to wait, and try to, like, what company doesn't want to set up in the United States? Like, that is not only like, and this might not be everyone, but this is the stated dream, American dream, is, that everyone wants to come to America. Everyone wants to start a business in America. Why? Because there are certain legal protections in place for businesses that are not set out anywhere else in the world. Yes.
Like what?
So I know on some of the aspects of company services being done wrong and protections on a financial level, as well as if a business is setting up services, and so consumer side, uh, as well as on the industry side. So as a consumer, there you have a lot of protections if the company is a U.S. company. You can be anywhere in the world and have really good consumer facing support if it's a US based company. Not everywhere else has as good as consumer based processes across the board. As far as a company process goes, there's some good protections towards IP and intellectual property, as well as having access to different things. Now, not saying that there's a lot of cool stuff coming out of MICA in the EU that I think that would be really cool. But seeing it sort of integrated in the US, I don't know if that's going to happen. But that's sort of the standard. All of the answers of why, I will be honest, I don't know them. I just know that that's sort of like the fed out like thing. Everyone wants to be a business owner in America. Why? I don't fully know. But that for different industries that benefits a lot of people. So whether or not that's true, we'll see. But one of the things that Senator Gillibrand's office said is know who you're talking to meet who you're talking at their level, so that you can get the regulation, so you can get them on board to propose regulation that benefits everyone. And so it's like, if you're talking to people on the right, talk tech innovation and beating China, and that's how you get them over. And if you're talking to people on the left, you like people, choice, and he's like, but really, and the way I see it, I'm like, well, what we need to do is we need to just come up with a message that's in the middle, that's people, innovation beating China. But that one, I don't really think that's that becomes a win-lose scenario, and I do not like win-lose scenarios. Obviously, win-lose scenarios is the bottom line of how things are seen and perceived. But I also don't like it because then someone's already perceived that, is put on the defense, and like that they're thinking that they're being taken advantage of from square one. And I think if we are living in a world where everyone just is wondering on every interaction that they have is like, am I going to be a winner or a loser on this? Am I on this interaction? I think that that's a really bad perspective of the world.
Now, when you look at what's happening in Europe, I mean, MiCA seems to be working out pretty okay so far. Why don't they use it as a reference framework that they could build upon and not reinvent the wheel?
Exactly. And we have, and so I think one of the
Otherwise, they're going to lose the innovation battle. I mean, if everybody is scared of working with the government agencies in the U.S., I mean, it kind of sucks. I mean, when you see what's happening in other places like Dubai, Singapore, and so on, I mean, it's way more attractive for companies, even though they may not have the same levels of protections you were mentioning, but just for the environment. I mean, it's more open to blockchain to start with, let's say.
Yeah. No, I agree with you 100%. 2 years ago, I was working, and I still work to onboard companies into Dubai, but my my what's the word I'm going to say here? At that time, my pitch was, while the rest of the world is attempting to regulate crypto out, the UAE is attempting to regulate crypto in, and make it so that it's a win-win for everyone. So people are able to access tools and licenses to do what they want, and they want to make it so people can do what they need to do, or what they think they need to do. They just need to get it licensed and approved, you know. And so I think like that's a really good approach. They're like, we don't know what everything is going to be. We can't predict the future of technology. So if there's not a license for it, put in an application to create a license for it, so that we can, make custom solutions for each thing. You know, even if you're having to take a patchwork of 14 different licenses, to cover everything you're doing, then do it. And so then we have, Greece doing the same thing. I work with, onboarding projects as DAOs into the Marshall Islands, because they put it into regulation. They put it into law, to support DAOs as nonprofits and recognized. But then what's really cool is, since they're a sovereign nation, they don't have to share certain things with other countries that normally has to, like, IP stuff, that projects have proprietary rights over information in their systems that they might not have in the United States, because the United States has like open book policy with different countries, but at the same time, in the Marshall Islands, because it's a U.S. territory, you have those protections, but then you also have some cool rights, because it's a territory that you can then go and own property as an LLC in the United States, or open bank accounts and stuff like that, but still have that decentralized focus. There's financial tools that have been created in the Cayman Islands and BVI to do things legally. People just, sometimes they want to take some of the shortcuts, and I'm just going to do it. Well, cool. Yeah. Smart contract allows you to just do it. But if you want to make this going to have a lasting impression, you can turn it into an actual business. And there's, you can take the centralized route for regulation to do it with those protections in place. So you're saying, not only do you have smart contracts in place, but you have regulation in place protecting both you and the consumer. So,
yeah, that's nice. Yeah. But it feels like, compared to the past, like 30, 35 years in the U.S., where innovation was like the trademark of the U.S., and it felt like a place where, for example, I'm from France. Historically in France, we have a lot of impact from the government, so a lot of regulations, a lot of constraints. So it's really, you're struggling as a business if you want to work in France, basically, because you have too much to comply with.
Yeah.
Whereas in the US, it seemed like a land of opportunity, because basically they allowed for innovation first and then regulate according to what they saw. But now it seems like they're taking the other route, which is block first and then regulate, which is,
well,
it's not open to innovation for me.
But the thing that's sad with it too is, it's not a blanket. It's, they pick and choose. Who do they like to, and so, like, that's the thing that sucks is, I think that, like, a lot of this is, then in like, well, who are they trying to FUD the market for, so that prices are down, so this big guy can make a market position to be able to come in and swoop it up, and then do it themselves.
Yeah, the timing was just, you can make it better.
Yeah. And so, but so this is one of the cool things, like when I was, I think we talked, Mass, it's been a minute since we got to talk, but Have you been to Station 3 or Station F?
Nope.
Do you know where Station F in Paris?
Nope. Is it like a blockchain center or?
It's like Web3 Tech Innovation Hub.
Okay.
So like if you literally Google
I haven't
Station,
been in Paris for a while. No.
but one of the things that I've seen a lot of projects do is, and this is sort of specific to what I have seen only in France so far, is like, yes, there might be a lot of regulation, but one of the weird things is there's a lot of different, you can apply for economic grants and project funds to get to build stuff. And so I've like so all right, I don't remember how to say it in French, but the guy that like will stand like in like either like in like those like oh shoot, I went the wrong way. That will stand at like near the parking lots, or the streets where parking can happen, and they're the guys that like sort of like will just they watch that block, and like they'll hold your car keys for you and park your car for you so you can just go.
Valet?
Not necessarily valet. They're not real valet per se. They're like the local guy that that oversees that street. It's really big in other countries. Like it's really big in like Portugal and stuff like that, in Spain. And I've seen it in a few other countries.
But you gotta trust the guy.
Yeah, you got to trust the guy, but it's also like sort of, I don't know. It's sort of like you. I don't know. It's one of those things to where it's sort of like a cultural thing. But there was a project that was doing like that was taking that aspect and but teaching people, like bringing a little bit more officialness to it, by like making a class out of it. But then how they were working for like the innovation side to get an innovation grant was that they were going to teach these people using like VR, so that like not only do like cars and drivers, but also like drone landing sites and stuff like that, so like, oh wow, I am in the middle of where I don't even know where I'm at. What state am I in?
You're moving too much around.
No, I don't. I'm in some weird state. I'm at a really random gas station right now, and there's a giant Bitcoin sticker on the gas station for Bitcoin machines. So I'm like, I love this stuff. So I am not going to end this space, but I'm going to just put it on a quick pause because I need to fill up the gas tank. I'm not stopping this, but I do gotta. I don't want my transaction to fail. I still have. Let's see here. I still have 933 miles to go. So I don't want to have my transaction fail. So I need to fill up on gas.
Don't worry. We'll keep the space going with TJ. Oh, he just dropped as a speaker.
Oh man. All right.
Go on. It looks like I'm speaker. Oh, you're a speaker now. Okay, good. No, I saw you as a listener for a minute.
GM, TJ.
Hey, gentlemen. How are you? Happy weekend.
Good. I'll be right back.
It's been a while. How you doing, sir?
Good, mate. I've been busy with the soccer here. It's been great.
Soccer?
Yeah,
what's going on? Do you have international soccer games or
maybe
World Cup?
Yeah, Women's FIFA World Cup hosted here.
Okay.
Yeah, in Australia and New Zealand. So been good. How about you, Martin?
Oh.
that they don't get like Jack 24/7 answering questions and stuff for them. And I'm like, well, what more would you want? Like, someone built something without any input from you, and now all of a sudden, because you profited from what they built, you think that you have a say in what they're going to build next.
Exactly.
And I'm like, this is one of those really weird things where you don't necessarily get, like, if if it met first principles to begin with, and that's what got you into it, why do you think if you add in your principles, it's going to still be what it's supposed to be?
Yeah, it's fully working. It's fully, independent, so you can build upon it. And he really created the base for a hyperstructure, like you said. And from
him working is that the money comes out of the community, right? Like, I look at all these multi-million-dollar sacrifices where clearly to fork something is, you can pull it off in all honesty with probably paying a developer, I don't know, between $30,000 and $80,000 in 3 months' time. You've got a fork. They don't need $2 million worth of community money. So I kind of look at all of that as I'd rather keep that, let's call it energy, inside of the native asset of the project. I don't want it being spent marketing, right? That's just kind of my thought. But you are right, Tucker. You are 100% correct.
But and so
And there is that flip side.
But then this is the thing here, and this is where what's really hilarious. I am wearing a hex hat right now from that I got at PulseCon last year in Vegas. And you guys have heard me talk about this many times. Like, I knew when Hex launched, I didn't participate in it because I had a million other things on my plate. I didn't want something I had to go participate in. I wanted stuff I could just buy and drop and come back and I have more money. And there was enough protocols out there at the time that I could do that full time. But when I went to PulseCon, Icosa and Hedron, the tech, the builders building on top of the building. That was not necessarily Hex, but to the community and the innovation. Yeah, and that's where I got to meet people like Walrus, Eskimo, or Krill, in Port Pleb, these really that were just sort of trying to do stuff from the grassroots, and this is where I think this is one of the things that I saw in the SEC allegations. And remember, these are civil. These are not they're suing Richard Hart. They're not criminal charges. They're suing him because they're a civil organization. And there hasn't been anything from the DOJ saying, oh, we're going to take up these fraud charges. Now, if it's really real fraud, don't you think that they would be in lockstep with the SEC and be like, today the SEC is filing security charges and we're filing fraud charges? But
I think if the judge, I don't know your legal system, but I believe if the judge, I mean, right now it's all he said, she said, but I believe once the court starts, there'll be more charges later, 100%. But
see, this is the thing. If there was blockchain is on chain, and that's what they, it's very easy to follow the money. And so if there is actually, I guess one of the things is it's only fraud if Hex is a security. But this is the thing and this is the thing where you have to take the personality out of the protocol. It doesn't matter whether you like Richard Hart or not. Okay? Because this is how they try to get low-hanging fruit to build up to the next thing and to the next thing precedent. They're like, all right, cool. This ERC20 that is on ETH is a security. It wouldn't be a large jump for them to say then that every ERC20 is a security, or that one step further that ETH is a security, because no one came to the defense of Richard Hart because enough people find him annoying or something like that. So you have to take the personality out of it.
In a way, and I guess just to counter that, there seems to be a lot of confusion about EOS, right? Like, I was around in those days. What was actually deemed security with the ERC20, right? Not the EOS coin that is today, right? So, and I agree with you, Tucker. I think, I kind of don't think that if Hex is deemed as security, that let's say smart contracts would be necessarily. I think it's really going to come down to how they're born. How these things are started is so different. There's nothing unique between them. I feel, other than maybe I can only be biased towards what I like. Taco is chaos, and I haven't seen anyone do the same launch that they have. I feel they're probably, I'd say I'm the most confident in their launch of crypto than anything else I've seen.
Yeah.
I may be mistaken, but for devs to work for 3 years for free, there's a lot of talk of like it could be considered like a non-profit. It could be considered charity work. They worked for.
But if they're just deferring payment, it's not a charity.
Well, how they did it, and you might be able to pipe in and give me some sense. So the idea was that you build the product, right? You build the blockchain, and you have, I guess you'd say, billable hours, right? You've put in 20 hours to build this blockchain. Now you're entitled to 20 hours, whatever that equates to in dollar terms worth of tokens. When the launch starts, you get that allocation at the same rate and same time as I do.
That's not charity. That's not a donation. That's just delayed payment.
Yeah, true.
It's like a team allocation, but just done afterwards instead of doing it beforehand.
And so that was one of the things that got Arbitrum in some hot water when Arbitrum launched. Arbitrum did the same thing. Everyone worked for like 3 years, and then Arbitrum funded the DAO treasury, and the first 2 proposals were to retroactively pay everyone that had participated, even though that they had already done.
At the same time as everyone will be allocated at the same rate.
Yeah. And they like part of that proposal meant everyone that got paid out. So that includes all the airdrop claims. So what basically it did in a way was we airdropped everyone for participation. Now we want you to retroactively approve this. If you do not retroactively approve this, then it will recall all of the tokens. So basically, I just gave you $2,000, and I'm saying you need to now approve, for you doing nothing, basically. You came and made one transaction, 3 transactions on my chain, and played around with some protocols built on my chain, and I just gave you $2,000. And so now it is, now I'm saying you have to retroactively agree to that, and everyone else that got their airdrop as well as the builders. Or we pull it all back from everyone, because this was the only way we could do it, so that it would meet legal standards to our understanding. And so that was sort of what put them into hot water with the community, because people were like, they didn't understand it. They didn't really think of it. They just thought of it in instant terms. And so that really hurt, the image at first, until, what it comes down to is a better education and PR. Well, this is why we did it this way. This is why we couldn't tell you this is what we were doing, because then your decision would be influenced. And if your decision is influenced, then it's not a real decision.
Yep.
and we would be and it would be considered solicitation. And so I think you know, what we see with Hex is one of the things that they're saying is that he did certain things like the sacrifice, where basically told people send money to this address and don't expect anything out of it, because they're saying that he abused the way that it was raising capital, and people were investing, even though he told them don't expect anything. He was like, you're just you're using a tool that everyone else uses, but because you built something, you actually delivered, it is now an investment contract, and so now that makes it a security. So now that just because you call a duck a duck, we're gonna say it's a dove because that fits our narrative. And so this is the thing that sucks. Like I got to ask Uniswap, about them taking Hex off. Everyone's like, oh, Uniswap's not decentralized because no, part of them, the contracts are their front end. They're a registered C corporation.
100%.
And so,
my comment just quickly on that one, Taco, is, I'm one of those silly people who reads the terms of services, right? Like,
yeah,
you probably even remember when it was a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, when 100 tokens got delisted off Uniswap. Like, it's not a new thing.
nope.
Right?
And when they, and this is the thing, they didn't delist them. They just took them off their front end. The contract's still there. And what they did with a lot of those delistings is they just did it geo fencing. So like you can, like if you're outside of the United States, you can go and trade Hex on Uniswap's main page. If you're in the United States, you have to go through the contract, or you have to go through one of the 1,000 Uniswap forks that take all of Uniswap's contracts and just makes it a non-geo IP tracking piece. And so they have to play, because they're a U.S. regulated company, they have to play ball. It sucks. We get reminded of what regulations are in play, that if someone is innocent until proven guilty, isn't that the same thing on financial terms as well? But it's not, and that goes to show how it is skewed financially.
Yeah.
But
I don't understand your legal system there, Taco. Like, I think here, if someone's going to get charged, the judge needs evidence, right? They can't. I think your legal system's a bit different. I might be mistaken, but they can't just charge someone without evidence.
They can charge people with the suspicion of, and then remand them, put them away while they build a case, while they go and find the evidence. So there's two different routes, so either they have the smoking gun in hand, or if they have a suspicion for, they can do the same thing and then work to put them away as well. And so it is, it's a two-sided coin, like, and that's why we have legal experts that come out and come up above on behalf of organizations that they're like, yeah, you can't do this. Like when we had real quickly, I just not to derail the conversation, just want to welcome Spill up into Twitter as we do a quick reset at 2:30 at TacoBytes, your daily bite of Degen, episode 359. Amicus brief in the SEC fallout. Road to Denver, right on the road from New York to. We are on an hour 4, I think it is, of TacoBytes. We're going to be going for the next, I don't know, maybe we're going to try to go for the next 12 hours, but who knows. But one of the things that sucks with the legal system here is, yeah, you have to play ball by it, because even though you're innocent until proven guilty, everyone still has to go act like you're guilty until you're proven innocent because of regulations. So I think when, with the amicus brief that, was filed on behalf of Coinbase, I've only gone through a quarter of it so far. But not only do they lay out really clearly why Coinbase is not trading securities, why other crypto assets are not a security, like Hex or Library or Solana or Sand or Polygon are not securities as well. But it seems like I saw a post, I was shown a post from Caitlin Long, that the SEC overstepped so far with this, that this amicus brief almost slaps them back to where that they might end up having less regulation, less oversight powers, because they've overstepped their ruling so many times, that these other things that do need protection and do need investor protections on, that they just say is a security without actually proving it's security, then people will have a chance to appeal that, when before they didn't, because the SEC didn't open the book on that. But now they've opened the book and bitten off more than they can chew. But like I said, I pulled up to this gas station in the middle of nowhere. I'm either in Indiana or Illinois right now. I think I'm in Illinois right now. But the reason it took me a little bit longer to get back to the phone is onboarded Patrick, the gas station attendant, into Coinbase. So, and got him started on his first learn and earn, so he could start earning crypto. So yeah, but let's boom. So I know I gotta sit down and really do a deep dive on Telos, and I know the outline pieces of it. I know I have a Telos wallet. Which app it is, I don't. I had to do a count yesterday. I have 118 different Web3 crypto apps on my phone. And that's not even counting how many different wallet accounts I have in each one. So, yeah.
Too many, Taco, too many.
There's not one app to rule them all. For a long time, Trust Wallet was amazing. But then it started to fall behind in the developer access side of things, and interacting, in different ways with different protocols that, especially different EVM chains, that just MetaMask made it so much easier to do. And then with different blockchains, you have to get a new, I have different ZK wallets. I have, different chains for different things. I think my two favorite wallets right now, outside of MetaMask, would probably be Nova Wallet which is an entire Polkadot ecosystem wallet. So all of the parachains, all of the, Kusama, Polkadot, the battleground, the test nets, as well as the mainnet chains. But what I really love about it is how they have like an automatic webhook set up, so that anytime a new voting proposal comes online, it automatically gets loaded up for people. You can vote on it, right? Any governance proposal you can automatically vote for right there within the app. Which,
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that.
You can participate in crowd loans, and so you can have a really clean use on different any of the crowd loans or any of the proposals. So I think that makes it really easy, because like in Polka Assembly, the UI is shit, and it's purposefully shit because it's simple and it works, but it's for an everyday person that's not a dev. It's hard to understand it and read through it and know exactly what each thing does. And Gavin, when he built that, like when people like, this is the decentralization part that Gavin really pushes. You don't like it, then go build something better and let the community vote on it. Like the Polkadot.js wallet, everyone knows is shit. It is, but it allows you to interact with the blockchain. That is all you really need to do. Public key, private key, interact. That's, it doesn't, you don't need all of these fancy things, but that everyone wants to build into their wallet to make them stand out from everyone else, doing the same exact thing. But you don't like it, go build something else, and and then put it up for proposal, for funding, milestones. So that's where I think Polkadot really sets the stage that of something amazing. Now, what was really cool is the aspect of the parachains for doing different things, and Moonbeam is it's the stepping stone into the entire Polkadot ecosystem from EVM. So you bridge into Moonbeam, you can go to any of the parachains, including Polkadot substrate, via XCM. So you can turn EVM assets into substrate assets, and that's one of the really cool things that it allows it to do. Moonbeam is a smart contract chain. It's not a storage chain. That's why they've done so much to upgrade their chain to sort of like tax Zen, because Zen is taking up so much storage. One of the things that, hold on one second. What do we got here? Oh well. That one of the things that, oh my gosh, I had a brain fart there. Zen. Okay, so Moonbeam is a smart contract chain, not a data storage chain. So the storage capacity for the entire chain per node was around 200 gigs in a 3-month, and that was with running for a year. In 3 months time, storage capacity had to jump all the way up to 2 terabytes because of the amount of storage that Zen takes up on chain. And that's part of what Jack was working towards with the scalability side, to see how these chains interact, so he could do his mad scientist piece of like, let's see what we can break today to see what we need to do better. and that's, really, it's a really cool way to, it's a classic, um, scientific method of let's break it to find out how to make it better and break it in different ways. So, I think that's one of those things that people don't really see. And so, we, then get sort of the shit into the stick. It's a free token. It shouldn't have any value. Who put value behind it? The community. Everyone thinks that it should pump up, you know, the, it dropped what, 99% because someone went and made, as soon as they got the first person to get their hands on Zen to go make an LP pool, they made one Zen equal $6. If you go look at the initial pairing, that's what they did. So they made one Zen equals $6. Of course, the next person along has 10 million Zen. They're going to be like, I'm draining that liquidity pool. So from there, they did not get $6. They got maybe like $5.59. But now there's a shit ton of Zen in there, because they dumped onto it. And that price slippage shows that. So the chart that, the people always say, the perpetual down chart, well, it's because someone went and put in a really horrible LP pairing because there was no price modeling for it. That's price discovery. We can, you go 2 weeks into Zen, not even a week, you go 5 hours into Zen, you find price discovery where it starts going back up. And that's where the market is. That, and so it's an interesting thing, but I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I agree with you 100%. Look, I'm more of a L0, L1 guy, to be honest with you. I don't really dabble in smart contracts that much. It's not really my bread and butter, but yeah, look, what you're saying, 100% correct.
And so, I don't know. It's, there's a lot of cool stuff coming out. So I think, are you going to be at Sunday service tomorrow for the weekend review?
Probably not, Tucker. I don't think it matches my times here. I think I normally have to watch the recordings.
Okay. I'm gonna be dropping some alpha on education. So I don't know when I'm gonna have a chance to sort of launch what I've been building, but yeah. It's gonna be two aspects. I'm gonna be building something, and then I'm gonna be going to the community saying, do you want this to happen? If so, this is what it's gonna cost, and this is what you guys get out of it. So, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll keep my stay tuned.
Yeah. So I think that's gonna be a pretty cool piece. And yeah, but I think it's going to be something fun as heck, and we'll see how much people like it, or people will be like, no one else gets to know about this. So but that's sort of what's going on there. And then I see Cyber down there. I don't think put an invite to Spill, and then also Cyber. I don't know if you guys are free, but yeah. And if you don't follow Spill. Well, follow everyone here. Spill just is amazing soul person and does cool shit and really sort of looks at the mind aspect of things and mental health too. And I got to talk to you, Spill, later on. I got to call you sometime this week to talk about pet adoptions on chain. So, Cyber GM.
Dude, I love the idea of pet adoptions on chain. That's awesome. That's like, I remember I found a dog in a trash can one time, and we had to like contact like every shelter. Like we went check the chip, but then like the chip didn't get us back to the shelter accurately. It led us to an owner, which then we had to like do a paper trail back to the shelter. And I think that would be awesome. Just like for those who like just take it all, use them and throw them off, like it could be very beneficial.
Yeah, and I guess the aspect that this person that asked for my help on some stuff is looking more at like, see, this is where, and you know, this is where some people that want to do stuff on chain, I don't agree with it. I believe in possibly in the decentralization aspect of it, but like virtue signaling. I was hanging out with someone that wanted to do make a charity thing on chain with a leaderboard. So like as they said, you know, it was because some guy could donate, you know, monetary value, and it's a drop in the bucket for him. And someone could be donating 75% of their value, but you know, because there was a lot less. I'm like, that's just flexing for charity, which is not cool. But making a charity donation platform is amazing. Get rid of the leaderboard.
If you could incorporate some sort of like time scale as well, because like I honestly love going to a shelter and like hanging out for a few hours with a bunch of puppies. Like that's awesome. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's protocols like that in effect. You know, time on task. You know, protocols. What is it? You know, they're not permissionless and trustless. They're partially centralized because you have to have a third party sign off. Did something like that you spent time at a you know, that you donated 5 hours of your time. You know, but you know, it is a really cool concept in that aspect. In the aspect of, you know, but when I hear it like, oh, I want a leaderboard so I can flex how much I donated, I'm like, yeah, no. I think that the coolest flex, charity flex that I've heard of so far was working on a partnership between Toyota Prius and Tesla. And so basically someone pays the amount of a Tesla, they get a Toyota Prius, but they get like a special paint color that is only provided by Tesla and like a special emblem for their Prius that basically says like, yeah, I could have bought a Tesla, but I got a Prius, and the money I paid for the Tesla, the excess money went to charity. Now that I think is sort of that's sort of cool and funny and could take off, but just flexing, like people put out so much time, you know, try to do good in their own ways, and when you compare it to just dollars and cents, I think that is a horrible metric. You know?
Yeah, I agree. I think I honestly like the time spent weighted into that at some, like, if you throw down a ton of money, like, there could be that person who throws in that 70% of their income, plus they're spending hours getting the word out, actually, like, marketing it and getting those people who are throwing that 1% down, and, like, somehow being able to attach all of that in, like, you know, like, point of reference and all of that. I think that's all related.
Yeah. And I think, you know, there's just an interesting aspect there that, like, you know, yeah, well, cool. Someone donated income money, but then someone else donated 30 hours of their week, of their time, so that the outcome of that money, you know, is actually, you know, goes farther. So
It'd be cool if it was like GameFi too, and like whoever like wins gets like to choose which shelter or whatever gets like a grant. You know, like I think that's also really cool.
that
able to, like,
that is already
sort of
that's already done. Go to Gitcoin. You can go to Gitcoin, and and the community donation boards, and you can find the projects that resonate with you, and you can vote for the ones that you like, and the ones that win get the donations.
Yeah, that's badass.
And then what's cool about that is you get on-chain recognition for that in your Git book, which is a alternative way to prove humanity for your wallet, which gets you benefits in other on-chain activities. So Gitbook and Gitcoin is, and that's GITCOIN, is an amazing protocol project. They really aim to, like, when I have all of these protocols that are like building on Zen, that, like, if we, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna, charge a fee. I'm like, well, and then we're gonna take I'm like, well, that's sort of, weird. But why don't you just build this protocol you're doing on this chain and apply for a grant, and have, rather than the community you're trying to serve pay you, have the protocol because you're trying to make an onboarding platform or something along those lines. You're providing economic value to a chain. Go to that economic value grant. Gitcoin does amazing things for minority voices, and I use that term because that just it covers. I use minority versus I used to use disenfranchised voices, and Web3 sort of helps get rid of that disenfranchisement. At a base layer, do we have Web 2 tendencies that bring that disenfranchisement back, or attempt to bring that back? Yeah, but that's where I think it becomes a minority voice, which then has an opportunity for economic power to make sure it's not a minority anymore, because everyone sort of has a spot at the table, whether they know it or not. It's here. We just got to make sure that they know that they have a seat here. So I think that's sort of one of the really cool things that Gitcoin does. It's like, you don't have, you're building something and you don't have the economic power to do it. Let's make that happen.
Yeah, I love that. That's a good way to look at it. I honestly, disenfranchised, I think psychologically it's not a good term for anyone, no matter like where you come from, background. Like, I'm in Poland right now, right? There's a lot of Ukrainians. You could say disenfranchised, but they're more of a minority, but very accepted here.
Yeah.
For the most part. So it's really interesting to see that. I like minority, just giving people a little bit more accessibility and ability to put in input what they need in order to be comfortable. It's important.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, because it sort of lays out a mindset of like possible victim pandering, like, oh, you're a victim, so I'm going to like, address you. Well, I don't know that person's a victim, but I'm automatically assuming they are, and then I'm going to, treat them like one. Well, then what does that do psychologically? I'm like, I don't know, but you want a chance? Take it. Let's help get that,
I totally agree. I don't like the victim mentality for, cause like sometimes I think everyone falls into it sometimes, but like it's not like you're not gonna get the most done from that starting point. You get more done from like hey, your voice isn't really well heard, and let's hear it. Let's bring it to like a community forum and bring it to a high level. That's like a really good way to look at it.
No. Oh my gosh. But
right now, driving.
I am. I started a 1,700-mile trip yesterday morning. 25-hour drive, and I have 12 hours left.
Man,
800 left. I'm looking at that as 2 more gas station stops. Maybe, a gas station stop, with, needing to get gas tomorrow, once I'm, Monday, when I'm already settled. So.
I honestly, driving is so relaxing. It's such a peaceful. I find it like to be a part of meditation for me sometimes. So I totally feel you on the road trip. Must feel good. You've been chilling for a little bit.
Yeah. We've been going, and we're going live on. We're live on 2 YouTube channels, Twitch, Telegram. What else? Shout out to the Xenon family and the Unlonely family. And then, obviously there's the video being pushed into Twitch. Yeah. It's just this is one of those fun times that uninterrupted benefits of running a daily show. As I like to say, consistently inconsistent.
They let you live stream onto Twitter now?
So I broke into Twitter like 6 months ago, where I push a video feed into Twitter, and then I share that video feed into the Jumbotron. So it's both, I think that one has like a 15-second delay, but like when I'm doing presentations on DeFi protocol, it's really useful. See it as you do it type of thing.
I think that's a critical aspect, I think, as well. I mean, I think YouTube is really beneficial, but I'd like to see more of that bridging just come to play. It's great.
Yeah. So it makes for a really fun aspect of just providing more ways of getting that content out there, because I remember, when I started making content, it was like I was using Clubhouse and Periscope in combination, and so and then Marco Polo, I think, as well, some other video app as well. I don't remember what it was, but and then YouTube. but and I think that was before YouTube Live. Was it? I don't know. I don't remember. I wasn't doing YouTube Live at the time, I think. But it just sort of, I like now making that steady content push of just putting things out there constantly and consistently. So
I know a lot of like big corporate and government entities like to use LinkedIn Live, which I mean it's kind of cool, but at the same time you really only have the chat. Like you can't like have other speakers weigh in.
Yeah,
which is kind of annoying.
Well, you can. So like the platform I use StreamYard as my streaming platform. So I don't use OBS because OBS is horrible. And basically, and it's a bit like, so if I were to stream out to like 8 sources, OBS literally creates 8 video feeds, so 8 video feeds worth of data is going through my network at once, where with StreamYard, one feed that hits the server and then goes to 8 different destinations. So so I can send anyone a StreamYard invite, and they can come join on video as well. And that's what when I'm interviewing protocols and stuff, I do that all the time. So, and I love creating. I don't like LinkedIn. I remember it's like when I changed my business title to Web3 consultant, I think there was like I had to it was a fill-in position. It wasn't a pre-approved option. And now it's like there's like, and so that means I think if I looked at LinkedIn's terms, it was like less than 1,000 people used that term or a term like that. So if less than 1,000 people are doing it, then it's just a write in the blank. Now it's like 40% of their platform has some sort of Web3 advisor, consultant, role on it, and I get nonstop, pitches all the time. Let's make you're a really good project. I like the Player One Taco project. You're really good protocol. We think that our marketing strategy will help you reach your sales goals. And I'm like, obviously you didn't read my page and see that it's a personal page, and I'm a person, not a protocol. And I'm like, they're like, well, we'll help you. Everyone love you. And I'm like, everyone already loves tacos. So what next? And then they're like, sometimes they don't answer. And I'm like, okay.
When I just first started using the LinkedIn bots, man, like that's exactly what it does. It does that. I was using it to sell metals, and it worked really well. I think more for like the corporate side, it's like Europe really Europe is all the corporate guys from Europe.
Yeah. But there's one of the things I like using Entra. I use Entra a lot. It's sort of like the Web3 version of LinkedIn on DSO. You literally have a chain called decentralized social media. That sounds amazing. Of course I'll use that, your LinkedIn version. So if I want to be Web3, why not be on the LinkedIn of Web3?
No, I totally agree with you there. That's the way you got to go about it.
Yep. So But yeah, no,
Is it like a gas meter?
no, they cover the distributor costs, and just like sort of like Lens Protocol does. So yeah, and it's based off of oh my like BitKeep. Was it BitKeep? So like if you had like a BitKeep wallet, which is based off of your phone number, you might already have a DISA wallet.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely gonna play around with that. I haven't really played around with it. I heard you mention it one time, but I never really got around to it.
Yeah, I will drop my invite link. I think I'll once I check back in like 14 hours. I'll send you my invite link for it.
I'm gonna go grab some grub. I saw some taco.
Always, Cyber. You have a great day, and yeah.
Happy landings, brother. Happy landings.
All right. You as well, and eat some good food. TJ, you still around?
Still here, buddy. Still here.
All right. And then we do want to give a shout out to Spill. Spill cannot come up right now. Understandable. Spill works their butt off. So always behind whatever she's building. Last I knew, she was building a merch company, Web3 merch company, and I think she's still doing that. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to like catch up in a minute. So I'm taking the hearts as 100% yes. You're still building your merch company and you're rocking it. So yeah. But yep, thumbs up around. So yeah, no. TJ, so on some of the stuff we were talking about, I know I don't know. Thoughts. Next conversational piece.
Gosh, Taco, I don't know where to go. I'm happy for you to pick the direction.
Okay. So
I've got one for you, Taco. Here we go, buddy.
all right.
The world's fastest EVM. Who clocked it?
Are you talking Ethereum virtual machine, or are you talking electric vehicle?
Ethereum virtual machine. There we go.
Let me think here. I am gonna guess. I'm gonna make three. I'm gonna make three things. I'm gonna say three things. I'm gonna suggest that you're probably gonna say Telo.
Correct.
I'm then also on your radar. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna say this protocol wrong. Not Tapio, not Tupper, Topos. Topos. No, Toposware. And the reason why they're when they were building out, they separated execution and settlement. And so once they get to scale, they're going to they could foresight see that if at the scale they wanted, that they could do up to 5 million transactions TPS. So, and they're around 6,000 TPS right now, in controlled conditions as they're building it out. And so that would be the other one I would put on your radar. And then third, I will say Quai network, QUAI, which is a proof of work chain and I think they're clocked in around this 20. Oh my gosh, it's either 24,000 or 34,000 TPS. I just remember that it is 6,000 more TPS than Visa.
Okay. Will they be beating Telus then, to be fair with you?
Yes.
Nice. Okay. I was just making sure you're keeping up with my timeline target. I'm kidding. No, that's good, mate. That's good news. You know me, mate. I'm always chasing that stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I love innovation.
The one chain that I don't know its TPS. I know everyone really all my tech people really like the tech. It used to be called Elrond. Now it's like Metaverse X or Meta. You know.
Yeah. Yep. I did have a look at them way back when.
Yeah. I know a lot of people like that piece there. Another EVM compatible chain, Neo. I like Neo because it is when they launched V3 or Gen 2, they either, because it used to be Neo Legacy, or now it's called Neo Legacy, and before it was like V2 or something like that. But now you can write smart contracts in TypeScript, JavaScript, and C# and C++.
That's a VM on, sorry, that's an EVM on Solana, correct?
No, Neo is its own. Neo its own chain. So one of the EVM palettes on Solana.
So did you say Neo or Neon?
Neo, Neo.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Neon is a palette for smart contracts. One of the cool things that Solana just launched actually is Solang.
Okay, nice.
So you can
an SDK.
so you can launch Solidity contracts on Solana.
Nice. Yeah. I think that's probably similar to Telos, where they might be able to actually look into their tech, but Telos EVM wrapped the Ethereum virtual machine inside of a smart contract.
Yeah.
Yep.
What language is Telos in?
Bear with me, buddy. It is. Let me just get my notes.
Yeah.
Scrolling. Come on. I just don't want to throw incorrect information out.
Oh no, yeah. And then another chain that has a high throughput output is Kadena, which is another proof of work chain. I do not remember their TPS right now, but
Kadena, KDA.
Yep. Yeah.
I did a bit of a deep dive on them. Tell us about Solidity, Python, C++, Rust, TypeScript, Go support, Antelope. Don't know Antelopes. I mean, that's kind of the underlining, right? So yeah, just your typical ones.
So okay, they're a WASM rollup. They're a straight WASM rollup. So you can WebAssembly machine. So yeah, there's another one that is they delayed smart contract integration or coming online, but they've been running for a moment. Radix, DLT or DTL. They're using a Rust, their own version of Rust that they call not Simplex, Simpico or something like that. I think is the language that they created, but it's basically a Rust, a cleaner version of Rust.
I don't know whether you just go. I'm leaning towards stuff that's moving to. I'm a big fan of Player Zeros. I think that's needed moving forward, and then I'm still on the fence with CK Tech. I'm still on the fence.
So Axelar, they just launched their. They've been building it for a minute, but they launched their ICQ, their interchain quest. So basically, one contract deployed on any chain from Cosmos to Solana to every EVM and even Hedera, I think, and then as well as I know I'm gonna say this chain name wrong, but the EVM version of Cardano, like Mithril, I think is the chain, Mithra, and then and so they're starting that, so people can use one SDK to launch anywhere and everywhere. And I think that's going to be sort of like the meta, like, because then right now what really hurts projects that want to launch on other chains is the sharding of liquidity. And what we then see as well is when, with the sharded liquidity, when projects get listed on exchanges, they're basically, you're no longer, and they're having high volume price movement, or a lot of on-chain, a lot of off-chain transactions, but on-chain settlement. It sucks because that price action movement isn't seen on-chain, and so sort of shards it again a little bit, which sucks. But I understand the aspect for exchanges. That's why I work as a affiliate of one exchange, and I work as a, I pick up work as for listing tokens on three exchanges because it serves a purpose for eyes on project.
100%. Yep, I agree, man. But don't worry, I'm not one of those people that want, centralized exchanges to leave. Then we need them.
Yeah, we need them, and they need to be given the opportunity, especially if this is one of the things that I think is really hilarious. I think it's everyone makes fun of crypto.com because they're with their asset distribution, it's like 60% of all of their assets is SHIB, and they're like, no, well, this is what we have because we have the assets that, these are all the assets that our users hold, and most of our users own SHIB. So I think that's sort of hilarious that people are trying to find fault in that. I would much rather, an exchange have, I'd rather, all of their the tokens that their holders, that their users actually own. And if it skews, then that goes to show, what the average consumer wants or what they know. They're like, oh, let me figure out how to buy this. All right, I just need to set up an account and I can buy this with my credit card. Let's do that, and then sit and wait and see what happens.
Also, people don't give these centralized exchanges. My thoughts is people don't give them enough credit. Right? They do a lot of onboarding in crypto and a lot of education.
Yeah.
They're a pretty important part of
Oh yeah. Like I just onboarded someone to Coinbase tonight, and not only sent them, got onboarded them onto Coinbase, but for when they have more time, I sent them crypto.com as well. Why did I do that? Because then they could have a wallet in their left pocket and a wallet in their right pocket, and they can learn how to send transactions from their left pocket to their right pocket without losing funds or messing up, minus gas fees.
100%, buddy. 100%.
So I don't know. Oh, I'm in Iowa now. Welcome to Iowa. Hi, Iowa. I am going over the Mississippi River right now. Let's see here. I don't know. What I was going to say was, I was going to talk about Solang. What do you think about Solana launching, a Solidity compile SDK? How do you think Zen would do on Solana?
I'd like to see Zen on the blockchain. Blockchain with zero fees. That's what I would like to see. Set gas fees or no gas fees. That's what I want. I want to see it work. I want to see Zen work on a chain that's not a typical EVM. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I really want to see. That would be nice. But yeah, I think that would be good, Taco. I'm all for Zen going everywhere. I think that's a positive.
Yeah.
Nothing against it. To me, as I said, I'd love to see it outside of EVMs. I'm not an EVM fan. I don't like EVMs. That's just a me thing, right? Like, I started in Cosmos, moved over to EOS, then Antelope, then came to Ethereum, and like, this just does not make sense to me. I'm working with, IBC, then come into the stupid bridges that are in ETH that keep getting hacked over. Like, it's just a crazy world, right? So, yeah, I'd like to see Zen out of your typical EVM environment. But yeah, I think if it can get onto Solana, that would be awesome.
Well, so Zen is on Cosmos, Evmos,
Yeah, that's true. But see, it's still typically an EVM, right?
Yeah. Well, and the reason why is because that's if you're staying with the same Solidity code, it's clearly defined, and then but I don't. You might, if it doesn't take Solidity, then it's a different contract. Then it's not. Then is it really Zen?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. No, I don't know.
So if I think Osmosis is working on a Solidity compiler. They might have already launched it. That's how far behind I got. I used to think Cosmos was really cool. I used to have the spreadsheet for all of the pool protocol hopping, so I would qualify for all the airdrop snapshots. But if I knew where I had to have money, when I had to have it there, and it wasn't all at the same time, and I basically could just move the same money around, and have money printed and handed to me, yes, I will most likely do that, because I know, but at the same time, I'm like, that's, to me, Cosmos is Ponzi-nomics on a grand scale.
Yeah.
And what really turned me off from the entire Cosmos ecosystem, I think we talked about this, but was the Juno vote.
We did. Yep.
And so
I agree with you with that one.
I'm like, yeah, I have some Cosmos and Osmosis staked with human protocol, because I know the Deem, the runner of that protocol and of that validator, and you know he is grinding every day trying to teach blockchain and financial freedom to Russians and stuff like that. And he's the type of guy that he's the type of guy that you don't want to meet in a dark alley unless he's the type of guy you don't want to meet in a dark alley if you've done him wrong in any way, or someone done him wrong in any way, shape, or form. But if he doesn't know you, or your friends or family or an associate, like, he's the guy you want to run into in a dark alley. And I remember, in like April of last year, he's the guy. He knows he knew how to get in and out of Russia. It was because he was coming to like HCC to give presentations on decentralization and on DeSci protocols. And then next week he's back. A week and a half later he's back in Russia, teaching the things that he learned in Paris, to his education communities there and stuff like that. And like I find it sort of hilarious and funny from one perspective, and I'm like, all right, yeah. I'm not going to give this guy like the keys to my bank, but I will support what I can, because I see him working to educate. But I don't know. I know a bunch of Osmosis people, and I love their idea. But then I also, Django Unchained. She is amazing. I've gotten to speak on decentralization and ownership of digital assets on two panels with her, and I don't necessarily debate, because we're like speaking the same language from different versions of the same book. But she is, it's a fun conversation. I remember one panel, we accidentally sort of took over the conversation by like combating, pieces of centralization versus, decentralized protocols, where, the big guy's edging out the little guy. I'm like, no, the big guy is making sure that there's a solid platform for anyone that comes later on. The little guy just, has a great idea. They just didn't make a solid base. And so they would end up hurting more people, and they're just wrapping them into the fold of a, centralized platform. They're not getting rid of them or putting them out of business. They're bringing them into the fold so that, some people say, oh, that's eating competition. I'm like, I didn't see either side complaining about it. No user, but I also see the aspect, if there's only one protocol that can allow for something, that might be too much centralization. But,
I agree, Tucker. No, it's probably.
So, that's I would say that's almost like a Schrodinger's cat scenario. But rather, is it alive or is it dead? It's, do you trust it? Or is there trust? Well, don't know until you open it up, but you have to act like it's both. at all times. So, man, I think
You're still wide awake. Are you surviving?
Oh yeah, no, I'm wide awake. I slept for 2 hours, then I was up for 3 hours, then I slept for 4 hours, and yeah, I'll be good for another 8 hours, and 9 hours. I think I'll be good, and then either might need to sleep for an hour, then to go the final hour, or just get off the highway and take the back roads to be safer, and we'll see. But we're good, and I think we are on our fourth. We're gonna open up our fourth C4. So we have our energy drinks to help us. But I don't know. Have you been doing anything on Arbitrum?
No, mate. Nope. I don't venture out tacos, to be fair. I'm pretty stay in my little ecosystem these days.
All right. I was gonna go check out my friend's protocol, and you don't need to participate, but go read everything, and so when you get a chance, read up on Savvy DeFi, SAVVY. And the reason
in particular I should look at?
it is a over collateralized loan protocol, but it's putting your so you participate in LPs, and I'm sure you participate in protocol staking and one-sided LPs.
Yep.
Yes. And so with those one-sided LPs, sometimes they're aggregated with incentivized, plays, but then they become then they slowly yield out to a stable yield. So what the short answer of what Savvy does is it wraps your loan in a synthetic wrapper, so it stays in your wallet, and then you can borrow against it, that you can then convert that synthetic asset into anything. So like, let's say you put $100 of ETH into it, it wraps it in your wallet, so that $100, you pick a yield bearing strategy through like Beefy, Taurus, or Curve, or a few others. So it's earning interest, and the interest pays off your loan.
Yep, nice. Okay. I like that.
So, let's say you're like, I have $100 that I don't need to touch for a while, but I want to go F around and find out. Well, let's go F around and find out with $50, and so you do it like in Savvy. You earn Savvy token, and then you're at the same time your interest is paid to your loan, so you get it for free basically up front.
Yep, that's cool. Yeah, look, when the bull market comes around, that's when I definitely jump on those lending protocols quite heavily. Not so much this environment, I try to kind of stay away from them. But yeah, no, man, I'll check that out 100%. Thank you.
Well, so the reason why I know a lot of people usually stay away from them Bear markets is due to liquidation. Because it's wrapped in a synthetic and it's pegged to a synthetic, it's non-liquidating.
Got you. Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah. Nope. Des Moines, Iowa. All right.
You're seeing the whole countryside, mate.
Hey, over the next month, between now and the end of the month, I'm driving basically from New York to Denver to Dallas to LA, then back, and I'll be back in New York around the 18th of September.
You need a map that's tracking where, not where you are, not like a line. We need to put together a map that shows you know, where you've been, how many kilometers. That'd be great.
Oh yeah. I think one of the, get a pedal device, one of those IoT Internet of Things from Internet Computer, and basically it has a button on it that I can press, and it does air quality, latitude, longitude, as an on-chain, and a couple other things that it broadcasts on-chain. And I've thought of one of those just for the heck of it, but like that. But yeah, no. I know I've driven now close to 70,000 miles in the last year.
That's crazy, brother. Good on you.
Yeah. So.
Tucker, we were talking governance a little while ago, right? What government system would you say you're the most impressed by? Is there one in particular that stands out? Or?
When you say government regulation or?
No, sorry, governance, blockchain governance.
Oh, governance blockchain.
Yeah, is there one that sticks out?
I don't.
I want to deep dive some others. I need to, because I'm really trying to. I don't want to be a representative of Telos, not necessarily like get into the foundation, because that's too much work, right? Like you got to be like you, right? You got to be out there and active.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do want to kind of. I guess I want to. I think it's where my interest is going now, Taco, not because. I want to necessarily participate and be on, like on a foundation or on a community board, but I don't know what else is out there.
Well, so like there's you could be a delegator, like if you're active in a protocol, anyone can stand up and say, I want, and people can delegate their tokens to you. And that means, obviously then you can make, you have a larger voting power. You can make proposals. You can, vote for or against, and, have weight on moving those around. For governance, I point projects into two different ways. Number one, parliamentary procedure. Robert's Rules of Orders. That's a book from like the 1500s. I read it the first time when I was 13, and and then I read it again. I read it a handful of more times in my 20s. But I think that's a very good DAO, that governance system in that, like proposal, and that has to be then, seconded, and then put up, at, yeah, and then proposed as, passed as proposed, passed as, with modifications, and it sort of lays that out. The other one that I really like, that the I guess you could say almost DAO structure, that like in there, that has, I think, because you can't really make governance structures that fit all situations all the time. So having governance structure that allows for that, I think is really good. But ENS, Ethereum Naming Service, their manifesto, their DAO, their governance proposal process, and their DAO governance is really good, I think. And like then and that it gives you the outlines of different pieces of, like, quorum versus popular votes, and then Ape DAO is really good. They've been going through some rough patches, but even though it's been a shit show, they're still able to move forward because good governance rules were put into play.
Would you have any L1 recommendations? I'm just trying to say, I kind of want one that's semi-comparable, so I can understand it and see how things differ.
Yeah. Polkadot, it's good in theory. What happens a lot is there's a lot of power plays happen. Scratch back, quid pro quo. And then, like when there was Moonbeam proposals put in play, like the devs hold the vote with a few whales, like 3 whales. And so devs, like, oh, I'll vote for like an increased, staking reward if you vote for my proposal. And so and then, so they lay, and what's really bad is, like I said, like UI is everything for me. When I was voting no on the Moonbeam improvement proposal pieces for upgrading the chain to like runtime 2301 or 2302, I think it was, for addressing things like Zen. I voted no, but then like the UI would show that I voted yes. I was told, and because it's on-chain voting, I don't have the encryption keys to read, what it says to the chain, because I don't own that chain. But then, I'm told, oh, it it shows up on chain as that you voted no. I'm like, yeah, but see, this is the thing. If the UI says I voted yes, everyone else sees yes votes. And so then, and I called this out multiple times. And then on the last snapshot vote that they did for community grants, the UI, was bad, and so they scraped that, and then they're like, oh, we contacted the platform, and they're like that they had an issue, and they're fixing that issue. And I'm like, well, if this issue has been in place, and you're going to scrape this vote because it didn't go the way you thought it was supposed to, doesn't that bring into question all other votes?
Yeah, and that's another question, another important question is that once the government's proposal starts, there should be, well, the beauty should be zero human interaction, right? Once it's there, once it's active, that's it, right? It's
Well,
there should be no one getting in the middle of it, right?
well, there should be, like, I know everyone wants like DAO votes, to like be completely trustless and permissionless, but not everyone. That leaves it to a handful of people that can write proposals as a smart contract, and then no one can understand what that says. And a really good showing of that was with Tornado DAO, and Torn Token. A proposal was put forth to vote for something that looked really good, and then people voted yes for it. But what the smart contract did was once it was completely on-chain proposal that was approved and pushed through, and so as soon as it did that, what the smart contract did was then was unlimited spending approval for everyone's wallet for vote. And then they voted. Then they made a proposal to disperse the treasury to them, and then they used that backdoor to access all to vote for this on-chain proposal, which then executed a disbursement of the entire, almost the entire treasury to them, because it was done, in code. Now that is you got it. That's some ingenuity shit. That's pretty smart. You're like, fuck. That was some bad guy shit there, but fuck, that was pretty smart too. Wonder what you could have accomplished if you'd done good with that ability instead. And because as soon as people start feeling that they're owed something, it's over.
I agree.
But so there, I am. What's really cool about on-chain proposals and votes is it's there for anyone and everyone to see. So, oh my gosh, I don't remember the name of the site, but it's like a DAO vote site.
Yeah, that would be snapshot.
I don't remember if it's Snapshot or it might be Snapshot. Well, no, it's not. It's another one. Yeah, so I use Snapshot. Snapshot is for the voting process.
Yeah, sorry, you're correct. Yep.
But like oh my gosh, like the DAO, it might be Snapshot's like front page that allows you to see all the different communities and join them. But what I'll do with some communities is I'll make a zero vote, but with comment. So I have zero voting power, but my comments are on chain for anyone to see.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, governance to me, mate, is becoming more and more important. Like, especially, as I said, what I'm seeing now with cryptos is a lot of projects moving towards, they'll always say decentralization, right? But we can't have centralized decision making, right? That's not what we want. I think that whole attitude needs to go.
Well, it sort of holds a purpose initially, And so there's two things to look at there. Like, what is one of the biggest, I guess you could almost say, DAO structures, but HOAs, housing authorities, and then the reason why is because when a new community is built, that community has standards, and a mission, and so they do transitional pieces where if there's 7 seats, um, 3 of them go to like the builder, and like 2 go to the HOA community, and then 2 go to the the tax district, or something along those lines. And the HOA's goal is to eventually replace everyone on their term limits with the community members. But you also have to have the structure in place, the mission, the outcome, the goal, really clearly defined. Or you end up getting what I like to refer to as, the correct term is feature creep. But I remember when I said it the first time, I accidentally said creature feep, and that was I said that live on camera while pitching, like putting out pitching a game to Gala Games. But and he was like, "Oh, I know exactly what you mean by feature creep, but I really like um, uh, creature feep. I'm going to use that." But like, you get too many voices in, and this is the thing that sucks. If you have too many chiefs, not enough Indians, nothing gets done. If people are voting for their bag, then they're not voting for anyone else. The reason why I was voted for, one company I worked for, I was voted in for as CEO of a game company for 2 months for a transition period. And the reason why is because uh, I was like, I don't care about my wallet, and the activity I put into this project. I care about this specific person's wallet, someone that I brought into that community, and I was like, I care about this wallet. And the reason why I care about, this, wallet is because of this, and this. But because I care about this wallet, that's not mine, it was trust that was put into me. But because I care about this wallet, I end up caring about every other wallet by association. So, but that's a really hard thing to do. Not caring about your own bags, and like I was working to sell my stake in the company to an actual game studio. So I own 20% of a game studio. I'm not a game studio. I don't have, I've worked for game companies, but I don't have the experience. So yeah, I wanted to sell 18% of my stock to a game studio that would know what the fuck to do with that 18%. So, but then because people were looking at it short-sighted, they're like, "Oh, you don't have faith in the project." I'm like, I have so much faith in it that I'm willing to give up my shares so that it goes to the right thing. And I'm willing, like, I feel that if that happens, it will be so successful that 2% I still own will be worth more than the 20% that I own and what I can contribute. So, but perception is everything, and who has the loudest mouth, usually wins. And when you're not willing to sink to certain levels, you got to take some of those losses, and you're like, okay, we can see where your vote's going, because you're using this platform to build out your own platform. So you want to ride on the coattails of something to pump, that you'll get crucified if you try to do this with, your bags in this protocol, but trying to use this protocol to pump your bags in your own project. I see what you're doing, and so wish them the best ever,
Yeah, it's interesting. So I'm looking for proposals now, but everything's boring at the moment.
So another good one, like actually the great one on structure, Gitcoin.
Sorry, which one was that?
Gitcoin.
GET.
GITCOIN. Yep. Doing good on chain.
Nice, pretty nice.
Yep.
Yeah, most put their hands, they're funny, they're on things. Yeah, I'm only used to one governance system. Obviously, Taco, again, it's kind of, I don't know, it's funny how certain things to certain people will, break particular narratives that other communities push so heavily. Decentralization is a good one. Think of Pulse Chain. We see all the influences calling decentralization, but the only thing that, as far as I'm concerned, that's based on is the node count, right?
Yep.
However, you can't tell me that those 13,000 nodes are not owned by two people, which in my books makes that call of decentralization irrelevant. It's not factual, right?
So in that aspect, then you would want KYN, know your nodes, to prove.
Yes, 100%.
But see, then that sort of takes away from, so you centralize almost, but then
Sorry, in my world, how that is justified is we call them block producers, right? Not validators, right? So they have to. It's kind of like if you want to elect yourself as an ambassador and become part, tell us what they call guardians, right? And a foundation. Now, they're all elected community members, right? So I elect you, Taco, and you become, a guardian, right? So you now get paid. That's all in tokenomics. So you represent me. Now, you, for example, don't have to dox yourself to me, but you have to dox yourself to the foundation. And same with the block producers, right? They don't need to dox themselves to the community, but they do need to dox themselves to the foundation, right? And that's a way in which they can say we 100% have decentralization. It's not one person running all these block producers, it's 64 of them. But
see, then I could just
around the world.
I could literally just go on Fiverr and go hire people to stand in, and I could be a bug in their ear when they're talking. And so,
see, the good thing with that, when you're talking about the block producers and
Guardian
getting people,
or Guardian, like what? See, this is where what?
so for the Guardians, well, they need to have holdings, right?
Yeah.
So you can't, you would have to pay all these people, and then, actually, sorry, let me take that back. So I'm just trying to think. Yeah, you could kind of flip your way in, but you have to be well known by a lot of people, right? Taco, I don't think you or I could ever get ourselves in simply from, what's the point? Why would we put, hundreds of thousands of dollars in to get ourselves into something to fuck it up for ourselves? You know what I mean?
Because the economic reward is more than what I put in.
What would that economic reward be where you're now in a team of another 16 people?
Yeah. Well, then let's say I put it, if I'm ghost, if I'm really,
What can you do? You know what I mean? Like, your responsibility there is to look after the network, right?
yeah.
You know what I mean?
And so, but then let's say I'm at, I might have, let's say it's 30 Guardians, but let's say I am 20 of them. So that means I have authority.
You can't do that, Taco. Well, could you?
Why not? If what it comes to is the consensus mechanism,
I get what you're saying, but
and it comes to the code.
Could you do that? Well, actually, they have rotations, right? Here's another thing. So they got rotations. So
All I need to do is get it once, and I can own everything.
You mess it up, right? You mess it up for yourself because you think how much money you would have to put in, then the whole thing would just fall apart.
Yeah,
but
if I'm able to extract, and I don't care what I do to it, but if I'm able to extract more than what I put in,
that'd be pretty crazy. I mean, yeah, you could do it, I guess.
But if I put in, let's look at it in small numbers. If it costs me $1, to take over and mess it all up for everyone, but I get to walk away with $3,
it'd be profitable, 100%.
Or even $1 and a penny.
I'm trying to think, Taco, what would stop that? So,
not knowing.
Right.
You want to know what stops that? Not knowing who your nodes are, but the code and consensus. And so this is where, difference.
Well, you're talking about. Let me take this back. Are you talking about people who run the block producers, or just people being in the foundation and Guardians? Because they're two different things, right? So you've got the Guardian selections, which is people from the community, right? They stand up a board, and that board controls the blockchain, right? So if Richard Hart or Jack says, I need money to go do this, you decide if they do it or not. Like, that person would be the CEO, and you guys can throw him away, hire another one, do whatever you want.
Okay.
The BPs, which are the validators,
yep.
The community can vote them in and out. Now, they're generally big projects on chain, right? Like, if you try and stand up a validator and you don't have the community backing, and let's say you hold, 80% of the supply is irrelevant, right? Because the community's going to vote you out because you're doing nothing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a different model. But from what you're saying, Taco, get yourself in on the foundation, on that board.
my understanding, and this was someone using Western economic theory of like how much time and effort it cost. You know, they estimated that it cost roughly, I think it was like right around $2 million to be able to drain out $600 million from Ronin Network, and that's attributed to North Korea, but that's what $2 million in the U.S. would go towards. The actual cost in North Korea is probably $100,000, $50,000. So $50,000 was able to extract 650 million. So you got to remember, like, bad guys do fucked up shit. You know, and they don't care what they leave behind because they got theirs. You know, so I think, you know, if you're looking instead at, like, look at the way like Axelar's like node system operates, or even better, Hyperlens with their DAG and their Byzantine fault solution. Byzantine. Let me say that correctly. You know, their Byzantine general fault solution for consensus. You know, those are consensus mechanisms that you don't need to know because let's say, you know, I'm gonna lower numbers just because you know you said there's what 32,000 nodes for Pulse Chain right now.
I think it was about 30. Yeah, I think about 30 top.
And if I remember right, it's I could be wrong on this because like I remember I was looking at Bitcoin, and so I don't know if it I don't know if it's being calculated the same way because there's mining pools, so there will be multiple machines using the same node IP. So like in Bitcoin, there's entire facilities, you know, of 10,000 ASICs, but they're all mining with it so that they're all counted as one, even though it's 10,000 miners. You know, they're all ported through one so that they can, you know, have the best mathematical opportunity to solve the next equation. And so
they're delegating their rights, basically.
Yeah,
you know, like we would.
they don't delegate their rights. They daisy chain them, like compounding effort. You know, so but it so the number of actual versus like IPs can be off, because each IP could be 10,000, you know, 1, 10, 10,000, or a million. You know, you don't know because they're serving through the same IP. But see, this is the thing. If it comes down to the work, if they're producing the right work and the rest of the entire network acknowledges that, you don't need to know
that they're working in because you're going to code, you're going to the consensus mechanism, a pre-agreed upon way of sorting, and so you might have flaws in your system, but everyone has the same flaws, and so the same standard is held across everyone. I remember.
Yeah, there's not so much of an issue. I think that's a valid point, Taco. But as I said, I think without me, I know they throw around that number, and I believe it is decentralized from a node infrastructure standpoint. But we like to say words like transparency, right? Everything's on blockchain, but we should also be able to see, well, where are these 30,000? Is 20,000 of these based in the United States?
Why should you be able to see if it's supposed to be permissionless and trustless? The only thing you should care about is the result.
Yeah, Alan,
But
we want to see it global. We want to be able to see it spread across the globe.
But the question is what are you doing to educate and incentivize people to provide that service? If the buy-in is economically cost prohibitive, where do you think they're going to be grouped?
No, valid. Look, no, I'm not arguing anything
Yeah.
here necessarily.
Oh no, I'm not arguing either. We're having a really cool conversation. I'm putting your back against the wall, and I know, and I apologize. I don't mean to be. Yeah.
It's a good thought. I like it, but yeah, I guess for me, Taco, look, you're right. I agree with you, but again, there are ways. There should be ways to, as you said, incentivize people to spin up nodes in, let's say, a country where there are no nodes. These are the kind of systems and thoughts that I like to facilitate.
But then at the same time, those incentives need to be spread across the entire network.
Correct. Yep.
So, like one of the things that, look at, you remember helium?
Yep, I remember helium.
Yeah. So they did one really cool thing, and they did one really dumb thing. They made the code open source. They then made the only approved vendors locked list with special licenses. So anyone can see the code, but only those with the license can issue it. And the reason they did that was so that there was a standard consensus. Now, what all of these companies did to get their incentives, they produced helium nodes at the mass production level, so to distribute creation costs, and then they different companies figured out different methods. I worked with two different helium companies, Jag and oh my gosh, I forget the second one off the moment, but they both had different incentive models. One was like, hey, we'll pay you $100 to plug this into your internet and power and run it for a year. We don't know, we're mining. We don't know whether this will go to zero or what, but no matter what, you get $100 within 3 days of you setting this up. And so That was they saw the risk versus reward. Jag did like a 70-30 split. They're like, hey, we're going to give you this unit, but in perpetual, as long as it's running, we get 30% automatically distributed to us. You get 70% automatically distributed to you. We're providing the software to do that, so it's all on chain, and this way. But so then different distribution models like that, like I had friends that like would go into entire neighborhoods and businesses. They would go to like every business and they'd be like, I want to give you free internet. All you have to do is run this box, and I'll pay your $30 a month internet bill. So really, it was, the incentive was they got free internet that they could use for everything that they needed for work with no hindrance on that. They just had to make sure a box was somewhere with power.
That's pretty cool when you think about it, right?
Yeah, like that distribution model, or you make like, so another one is nodal. Where the decentralization piece of it is anyone can run a node simply by downloading an app onto their phone and running it. Now, that means that one of the really cool things is if I can go in and out of providing support to the network at will with no risk of, like if I go turn the app off, then I shouldn't get punished for that. So it's interesting. But what people could do, they make helium miners make PLS and block producers, and then just be like, you plug this in, connect it to your internet, and we'll give you this amount of PLS up front, and then or in 6 months time, proof of work, you run it for 6 months, and we'll give you this. So it's then everyone around the world would be down for that. Like, I just need to make sure you have connection to the internet and power for 6 months and meet like a passing score of like 80% of the time being online, and I get paid. Of course,
easy sell.
I'll go put this in the corner of my garage, and I'll go bolt it into the power outlet so that it can't, will always, as long as my house has power, it has power. But yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. As I said, it's just interesting to look at all these systems and how they deal with, how they address particular things, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what's best, Taco. I really don't know, because then there's this argument as well, is that, you may have 30,000 validators on your blockchain. That's great, but how many do you actually need, right?
Yeah.
To form consensus, right? You don't need 30,000, right? And then at what point
You need 15,001.
And then at what point?
And it's not necessarily, and it's not even forking consensus. I guess you could look at it as forking. But it's double spending, or it's spending and then putting in false transactions. And so like this is the thing with if you're looking at a 5150, it's, you know, how do banks say it best? Rather have one person steal $1 million than a million people steal $1.
Yeah, 100%.
But if, so if I have, I'm able to integrate my consensus algorithm by owning one more, and every transaction over $1,000, I steal $1. Um, would people notice that? Everything else works exactly as planned. Don't touch anything else. And so what you have to, knowing your validator, knowing who you has your good intentions at heart, knowing their credit card name does nothing. It's about the consistency and the transparency. Um, I've seen more. We've held. Let's not even talk Web3, but if you look at Web2, every single fraud, criminal, their name and face is known.
Yeah, that's true.
Everyone in Enron is known. Bernie Madoff, the name has nothing to do with it. What if you're looking for a guardian? I don't need to know your name, but are you consistent and are you transparent? So, and this is what I tell everyone, like when people really start to bug me about knowing me as just Taco or Player One Taco, and they're like, no, but what's your real name? And I'm like, why does it matter? They're like, because I need to know so I can trust. I'm like, no, you really don't. Because if I had just said Steve Smith from the get-go, you wouldn't have thought twice about it. But then you walk into a room and you go stand next to someone, and I go walking past in distance, and you look and you're like, oh, I know Steve over there. And the other guy's like, oh, you mean Taco? Two things will happen. Each person will start to think, well, why do I know him as a different name? What does he want me to know? Or what does he not want me to know that the other person does or doesn't?
Yep. And that becomes problematic. I know I just tuned into kind of, part of what we were talking about before about being doxed and not doxed is that, that was a struggle that they had from, having people elected into the foundation. That question was, does Taco need to be doxed or not? And then it was kind of, as I said, there was people who would be like yourself, Taco. You're known as Taco, right? Now, should you be able to, if you wanted to participate, right, and elect yourself and have us vote you in, should you or should you not dox yourself to A, the community, or B, the entity that you're trying to get into? Or none at all, Taco?
Well, the question would be, why? Because, if
you have, you mean why would you have to dox yourself?
Yeah, because if I come up, if you've known me as Taco, and that's all you've ever known me as, and you're like, you know what, Taco, I see you, and you're transparent and you're consistent, and I think you would make a great guardian. Now,
Yes. Yep.
why would you knowing my name is Steve Smith
Make any difference?
make any difference? You didn't know it before.
I agree. I stand with you. So the argument here is that, from my understanding, is that what the decision is, or possibly will be, is that no, Taco can remain Taco to me, right? But the board that you're going on, you need to talk to yourself to, right? And they will, hold you can do affidavits and all this stuff, right? Because you're part of. I mean, it's a big process, right? When you get on the blockchain side, you've got to make financial decisions. You've got to be accountable, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you would. So, I don't know. They're still throwing it around, Taco, and I think there's going to be a vote going out to the community and saying,
So I have a DBA with my bank to where if someone sends a check, gives me a check with Player One Taco on it, I can deposit that into my account.
That's cool.
And so, well, then, what, we'll, there would see, this is what's interesting is there are third parties, like if the originating party doesn't, but if third party processes that payment, that doesn't, they don't, you're like, so like I did work for a company. They didn't even need to know my name. They just wanted an email address to pay me. All right. And when I completed my work, they processed the payment to my email, and then and they paid the company, that payment processor. That payment processor just needs to know my bank account, and then my information for AML reasons. And so then the company has, they're like, we don't have to have the SOP and the standards and the process to run background checks or do whatever is needed for AML. We don't need to have that expertise. We hired we paid a company we gave them the money. They checked, they made sure it was, that this person was on the up, that it's going to a legitimate bank account, and we don't need, so third party, and so this is where, because then it's, because if I'm being voted in for something, then then it's not based on what my birth certificate name is. It's based on my activity and what I've done and everything I do. Like,
I agree with you.
Like,
100%.
Like, heck, even my grandma, and I reused this story a few times. I was at her house doing an episode, and she literally came on, walked up to me while I was doing it. She's like, everyone, Taco has to go because Grandma Taco just finished dinner, and it's dinner time. So it's like, I, out of the sheer aspect of what I do, I introduce myself as Taco to everyone, because are there people that know my real name? Yeah, but because they're not,
Yeah.
but it's one of those things to where, like,
No, I get you, Taco, because we've got someone who is in this situation right now, right? He has similar to you, a stage name, right? But he is still active. Like, he's always out at conferences. He's always doing talks. Everyone knows what he looks like.
Yeah.
But no one knows his real name. And he got as I said, this is where the problems come now, is that the community loves the guy, right? And he got voted in. And then the board's like, this is actually a first. We don't know this gentleman's name. Do we need to, how are we going to work this? Right, Taco?
Do you mind telling me this person's name? Like
his name's he goes by the Big Gooey. Gooey.
Oh,
I don't know if you know him. He's an NFT bloke.
Yeah, no. I know of him. I know the name.
He probably is Canadian, I think.
Yeah. Like I think he's at Futurist. But see, this is the thing. Like, when I'm walking around, like I walk around with this backpack that lights up from one of my NFT companies that I'm a part of. And so it's a backpack with a LED display on it, and so I showed my NFTs on it. One of the NFTs that I show on it a lot is the NFT that's my PFP for Twitter. And what's really hilarious is, like, I'm well known in the conference circuit. I'm well known publicly. But like those that, only know me from like social media, they'll see that PFP and they'll come up to me and they're like, "Wait, are you Taco?" I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "I saw your picture on your backpack and I thought it was you, and I just had to make sure." And I was like, "Oh my God, who are you?" And they're like, "I'm Kenton, on chain, And I'm like, "Oh, Kenton on chain. Oh my God, I know you. You're the purple headed PFP." They're like, "Yeah." And so, if nothing, it's one of those things to where, like, I remember, have you heard of DeFi Kingdoms?
I have, but I don't know anything about them.
Yes. So, they got their own chain now. Originally they were on Harmony. One of the 4 founders, Shadow Fox, like, he never showed his face, he always, had his face covered, and, you only knew him as Shadow Fox, he'd go out in like gloves and full face mask, like full, head covering on, so you couldn't even tell like what color is his hair. I bet he was hot as hell, but and then always like long sleeves to like reduce any identification based on like visual marks or anything like that, but it's one, yeah, he did show up in public. 2, he was always on Spaces. 3, it's you got into a game that he created without knowing who he was to begin with, and you loved it, and he built something that you thought was good. And the only reason why he came out into public was because wanted to talk about how much you loved the game. So it's
I guess it depends on what you're doing as well, Taco. Really, like, I don't know. It's interesting. I said I'm going to stay tuned and see what happens, but I kind of agree that if there's any doxing happening, that it stays, within the foundation, right? The community doesn't need to know. If you choose to remain anonymous, that's fine. But again, it's kind of like that whole voting process needs to be very clear, right? Like, am I voting for a candidate who is going to be doxxed or is wanting to be doxxed or has no interest, right? Like that all has to be put forward before, at nomination time.
Well, or like one of the things I've looked at possibly building out, like KYC DAO. So, and what this is this is a third party, to where let's someone comes and they're a public figure, and this is someone that's a public figure, not just like, oh, this is my well, you could do it. They could do it one off, and they could do it again for every single alias they wanted to make, and it can't be stopped because, but it's one of those things where it would be like, so part of the KYC DAO that this is something I've built out in my head, is a DAO of 10 people, and having a verification method where at any one time only three people will onboard one person, basically, and it's a different 3 every time, from those 10, and just so that, like, that the documents being submitted belong to the person. Those 3 people build a file for that person, and then what happens is they get like a stamp of approval. Player One Taco is a member of KYC DAO. What that means is that KYC DAO has the KYC information of this person, so now I do whatever the heck I want as Player One Taco, but any protocol I go and work for knows that someone has a trusted third party has my information, so that, like, if you really need my ID to find me, if I pull a fast one, that evidence can be presented to KYC DAO. And then with KYC DAO, 7 out of 10 have to approve, and the different levels of approval. Yeah. And for the aspect of, and the reason why it's a 7 out of 10 is because you don't necessarily know who those 3 people are that did the onboarding, or they're nominated, they're identified, so where their vote is. I believe in that transparency side. So, like, yeah, this file belong to these 3 people, and but then and like, we look at it like services like this are used in Web 2 all the time. Like when I connect my bank account to Coinbase, my bank account, Coinbase doesn't know any of my bank account information. My bank doesn't know where my money's going. They just know that it's an approved vendor. And Coinbase doesn't have any of my logon information. But Plaid, or Plaid, depending on how you want to say it, they're the payment processor in the middle that has that approval access. So then I have to have trust in Plaid or Plaid, that as that connector. But see the same
It's all interesting.
with any DAO. You would need to first create, start off as a company, create the governance, and then decentralize from there. Because if you just start with 10 people, you're like, everyone's like, oh, well, what are we going to do? Well, our name is KYC DAO, but then this is our mission. Well, how are we going to do it? Now you have 10 different plans of how you're going to do it. Then you're going to have 10 different votes. Everyone's, so there's, but with Telos, if you're looking at it from that aspect, GUI was nominated because his name's GUI. Not because his name is Steve Smith.
No, exactly. Look, I agree. I think it's more just, I need to see where it goes. But I think, I can't remember the minutes from Taco, but I think they said, no, Taco/GUI, you don't need to dox yourselves to the community. I think this guy was actually going to dox himself anyway. Like a big unmasking reveal. But I think it was their first case whereby someone got nominated by the community who haven't already doxed themselves, right? Because, most of your big wigs in these big networks are doxed, right? They may do YouTube streams, they may have links to their Facebook, whatever. Their own personalities that are both doxed and undoxed.
Yeah, but then look at it this way. Let's say, so, then let's look at it from a nefarious point of view. All right. So I look at 10 guardians, and I now know who all of them are. I'm going to look for the weakest link.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Taco. I 100% get that, but I think that to manipulate that board, I think would be impossible, right? Really, I do.
Who said I wanted to manipulate it? I just needed to. I need one person to. If a proposal comes forth, I just need to send a message to someone and be like, I want you to be in favor of this. However, not outright, but I want you to be this way.
Yeah, look, you can do that, but remember, this board that we talk of represents the community, so they don't vote on it. I mean, yeah, okay, they do vote, but the voting power sits. Not just the
Yeah. Or then what happens if they say, hey, I want you to propose hiring this dev company to build this thing.
You could do that. Yeah, you could persuade in that sense, absolutely.
So
you need to convince everyone, right?
no, I only need to convince a majority.
Actually, let me just have a look here, Taco. Yeah, I mean, look, we're talking specifics here, but I don't think you can. The only person you can hire and fire, I believe, is the CEO. So, like, core devs, you can't touch.
Yeah. Well, no, like I'm not saying core devs. I'm saying, like pork spending. And so, like, this is something that, like, what is the terminology?
Even like speed. Okay, so you're saying to maybe try and convince someone on the foundation to vote for, allocating funds to a proposal.
Yeah. And so, like,
you could do that, but you don't know their backsides.
But see, it does.
You know what I mean?
No, well, like, look at it this way. Let's just say, so there's, you know, government contracts are really good. Hey, I know you're picking between Raytheon and who's the other company? Raytheon and
I wish I knew how to answer this question. I'm looking here, Taco and the structure. So the Guardians.
This is
Okay.
what was one of the things that, like, you have two good companies, all right, and this is bribery at its finest. You have two good companies, Raytheon and Lockheed Martin. All right, Raytheon, they both want to build. They're bidding to build the next missile that is painted blue. Okay, and both their bids, their contract bids, let's say they're the same exact number. Now Raytheon knows Taco. Raytheon then takes Taco out for tacos.
I get what you're saying.
They don't say like, hey, think of us. They're just like, oh, really? But then, so
I think I know what you're saying, Taco, but I'm just looking at this structure now.
yeah.
Right? From the looks of it, right? That Guardian's where you could get yourself into, which, as I said, it's like a paid position, right? So if you become a Guardian, you get maybe like $2,000 a month, right? Because you're working, right? You're doing work for the blockchain. The only thing you can do is appoint a CEO, right?
Yep.
Which is a 7 out of 9 at the moment vote. Then the CEO will form, then they've got the executives, the executive team, blah, 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 blah. The executives appoint leads. Like the Guardians are more there for transparency. So, they're the ones that approve like spending of funds for the whole team. So
Yeah.
I guess maybe you guys don't
looks like
select people.
Yeah, but it does. When you're the two big companies that are putting in the bids, you're going to be one of the final candidates. Now, who am I going to, like? If I have Raytheon and Lockheed, and both their missiles are the right blue, both their contracts are, their bids are about the same, but rather than me making any, like, I'm like, oh yeah, Raytheon loves taking me out for buying me tacos.
Yeah, you'd have to come into the CEO, right? Then what would happen if they smell something fishy? Then the rest of the Guardians would vote that CEO out. Does that kind of make sense?
Well, see, that's at the CEO level. I'm talking at the Guardian level. The Guardian is Guardians, so it shouldn't matter what GUI's name is.
Here's the argument. I believe, Taco, coming back to that point, is that I think, so I know they've got affidavits, you have to sign an affidavit. But I think their argument was that if the SEC or some body comes and queries us, we need to be able to provide the names of the people involved. I think that's their mindset. Right?
Yep.
I don't know, I'll keep you updated and see where we go.
Yeah. Do you So this is yeah.
Oh, sorry, Taco, you go.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, I remember. So when Yuga Labs launched the Other Side Deeds, only the apes that KYC'd wallets that had apes could claim their free other side deed.
Okay.
I know people that had their entire family KYC wallets for that on behalf of that individual without that individual having to KYC. And because of and then like we hear this all the time, KYC is easy to buy. I can buy a KYC for $50.
Yeah, but I guess you question how that is. Like, I mean, a proper KYC would be, hey, Taco, I need a copy of your passport, right? I need to see you on video. I need to do this step.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Cool. And then and then if all the rest of the time I'm a PFP, I hire some guy
That's true.
to be on camera.
Oh, I know. That's true.
You're hiring the person, not the name. It's one of those things to where even at a
I mean, why would you bullshit you? Why would you? I guess my mindset is that, like,
I'm not.
if you don't get a job in the real world, you don't bullshit your KYC. Why would someone do it on the blockchain when it's a job, right? When it's your cash?
Well, let's say they used to have they had a KYC position in blockchain, and then they went and like rug pulled a bunch of people. Now they have a or I have a friend in Germany who he didn't want a KYC he's like, I'll be honest, I don't have a problem KYCing to the company, but I don't think I should because, he's like, I don't think you should have me hire me in any way or any capacity because of my checkered past. And he's like, yeah, on chain, I'm an angel because this is what I believe in, but my past is checkered as fuck.
Yeah, that's fine.
So if I'm not hiring someone because of their past, but because of their blockchain activity.
And if you had a foundation at one of your layer ones, Taco, and none of them were doxed, how would you feel about that as a holder? Would you not care?
No. Why would I care?
Yeah, see, that's interesting because I'm of the mindset that I do care.
But
you know
then, but okay, and I'm not, but is everything about you doxed? That's you don't say yes or no. Just answer that question in your head. All right. I'm not put. I don't want. I don't. But so it's
not community docs. Let's say that.
Okay. But so if you're not, why should you hold someone else to that standard?
I guess responsibility, really, because I'm not.
But
the
you're not join. You don't have to join that layer one. That layer one is your choice to join. If you know the standard to begin with,
Yes, 100% Taco, and that's the issue. Is that right? We have this gentleman who has been elected by the community board, like everyone loves him. I like him. And that, as I said, the foundation went, hold on, this is the first time Taco, right, not Steve Smith, has nominated themselves, right? And then go on, holy crap, do we need to undox, right? Sorry, docs, and then to who do we need to docs Taco to?
Yeah.
So that's kind of the situation.
What is his Twitter handle again?
I'm gonna find it, mate. Probably shouldn't be talking about him behind his back.
Oh no, I'm, you know, yeah, because I have a few that popped up, and I'm like, I know you, I know.
His handle is the Big Gooey, Gooey. You've probably seen him around. He's in a lot of like Degen NFT spaces.
Yeah.
He's he runs all of like Telus' NFT. They call it the NFT department. I don't know how big they are.
Yeah.
Taco. It's probably only like 2 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting challenge, right? Interesting, as I said, when you get to the whole governance and structure, and you start thinking, because a lot of people Taco forget that, like, you have chairs, you have secretaries, you have CEOs, you have core developers. You've got a team of some of these blockchains have teams of 80 people, right? So you've got to have who's paying these people, right? Who's project managing. So people forget all that, but what they are like companies, right? So yeah, just one of these small things that happened. I'd say, Taco, I'm with you. I would like people to be, choose if they're doxed or not. I think that should be up to them. It's like this argument, right? Like sanction. I've seen people be booted from blockchains because of countries being sanctioned by the US. Now, how is that decentralization?
Yeah.
Right.
Or we'll look at it this way. Let's say someone's upset because they bought the high, and now, like they find the,
They're being destructive. Yeah.
like this is the thing. It's like, or just regular internet trolls. They don't care. Like the protocol could be doing great. Like look at Zen. Zen, but people then try to create as much FUD and just shitstorm for nothing other than to create shitstorm and FUD. Because what do they want most likely? They want people to panic sell so that they can buy it up. Because if someone really didn't believe in a protocol, would they spend all their time talking about it and hanging out in it?
Well, here's another comment to that, Taco. How about these? How about you have to hold the token and prove that you hold the token to be a representative of that blockchain? That's another really difficult question.
You do that through ownership of a wallet.
But why? Right? Do I need to be a holder to believe in something and be passionate about it?
Well, no, you don't need to be. But if you, but
those things come up, right? Like someone said, you can't be elected by the community if you don't hold, for example, this could be the argument. You can't nominate yourself, and the community can't vote you in, right? If you don't hold $25,000 worth. Like to me, it's just like, no, that's not right. Again,
then
it
you're
doesn't
going.
matter if you hold $1. If you hold $1, you can do it.
No, like so. This is. It doesn't matter. What the you hold. If you're not part of if you don't hold point. So let's say a token decimal place is 18. So if you don't hold 0.1 to the 18th decimal, you're not part of the ecosystem. You might be a contributor, but you don't have any skin in the game.
Valid. Would you expect them to have some skin in the game?
If they have 0.1 to the 18th place, that is skin in the game.
Valid.
Now,
That's valid.
now, if from the get-go, when the process is created, that a limit is set, then what's happening is economic disparity. You're saying, well, you need to have, but see, this is where well, like, do you only want people that have economic value to be running the board?
Well, no, because you can bring different things to the table, right? Again, like if you're putting yourself up for nomination, you could easily say, Taco, that you're out and about with all these communities. You're always on the ground. You can do this for the blockchain, right?
Yep.
I can't do that, right? So you're already got a one-up on me, right? So it shouldn't be so much about what our holdings are, but it should be what can we bring to the ecosystem, right? Like you would slip in beautifully with the marketing and promotional team, right? Yep. That would be your role. And that's where I think people also need to focus more on is not so much about how much spin you have in the game, but what can you bring.
Well, and see, that's when you're hired as an outside person. I'm not being hired like, okay, like I'm gonna since
you are being hired as well.
Well,
I being paid. It's a pay role. Right?
Yeah, correct. But look at it this way. And there's two aspects of it. Let's say I am a Web 2 company, and I need to have a shirt made. Now, do I go to a company and I'm like, oh well, none of your employees work for me, or none of your company owns any stock in my company, so I'm not going to go with you.
I get what you mean.
So, but they're being a participant in an ecosystem. Like I talk about blockchains and projects all the time that I don't have a say in, but but more of an educational piece. Like, hey, this is what and see, this is where I get into a little bit of a quandary. Am I talking about this because I have skin in the game, or I had skin in the game at one point, or I want to get skin in the game? And am I being transparent with that?
See, I think for you, Taco, you want people like, I don't know how you operate and what you're a part of, but, I would see if you're in my community, I would be saying you would very easily get yourself in, and your role would probably be, hey, Caesar, your role would be very close to, the marketing and promotional teams, right? That's where you could sell yourself to the community.
But see, this is the aspect. When like a company is hiring for a role, who are they going to go through first? They're going to try to hire internally. But if no one, and so you're going to go to one of your internal community members, that already knows. But if no one's able to deliver, or, you're like, hey, we want to go internally, but we really like this. We think this company could really see. This is where we run into a little of a bit of a weird situation of expectations in Web3. When you go apply for a new job, are you supposed to know exactly how to do your job and propose what you're going to do first? Or do you submit a resume of what your past work is, and then you're hired and you're onboarded into that company?
Yeah, Taco, maybe I'm misleading you a bit more. I'm just thinking about your question here. So maybe I'm misleading you in terms of the role of what that is, Taco, is that you're simply a community nominated representative. Right?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah. But I've been thinking about, I guess outsourcing work. No, there's none of that. It's all in-house, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I was just kind of trying to think. I guess I was more trying to balance this idea up of skin in the game versus who you are as a person and what attributes and or skill sets you bring to the wider ecosystem, right?
Yeah.
And what you can do, because if you get elected into these kind of roles, it doesn't have to be temples, it could be any blockchain, right? Is that if you're a influencer, if you've got a huge community backing, it means you've got say, you've got power externally to the system, and the system has to suck you in and then nurture you, right? And then you can, I guess, persuade internal entities, right? Like you can say, well, hey, fuck, I got all these conferences. I'd like to hand out shirts, right? And then, the marketing team might go and make up these shirts. Hey, Taco, is this cool? Yeah, I like it. And then funding needs to be approved. You're a part of that process, and then away you go.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff I love to see. To me, that's very important in projects.
It doesn't matter at what level it is. It's like, because let's say whether it's an L1, an L2, an L3, or if you listen to the senior engineers at Avalanche, L4, 5s, and 6s, or any project built on a protocol, they might, especially like coming up, like right now, this starting Monday, it is, starting Monday, it's like Crypto Tech Week, Blockchain Week in Toronto, with ETH Toronto, Futurist, and a couple other little conferences that like a team of 5 could conquer. But at the same time,
are you going to Futurist? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, unfortunately, I'm not able to make it this year. I have friends that are going. I went to it last year, but I'm not able to make it this year because I'm literally driving to Denver, and Futurist starts in. I'm in Denver from tomorrow or today till the 22nd, and then I have to go down to Dallas for another thing, and then I got to go to LA for another thing. But so then
Futurist in a couple of days.
Yeah, ETH Toronto starts today or tomorrow. But then the same week that Permissionless is happening, in September, you have Permissionless from the 10th, the 11th, 12th, and 13th. At the same time, you have Breathe Conference going on the 12th, 13th, and 14th in Vegas. But during those two conferences, you also have Token 2049 in Singapore. So it's you know, a really wide array of conferences. So what happens to me, and or the role I fill, is like projects will be like, hey, you're going to this conference. What is your daily rate or your conference event rate for handing out a marketing material, or you know, and then do we meet your standard of you know, would you work with us?
Oh, that's cool. Okay. Yeah, I get you.
You know, and so then it's like, you know, you know, it's one of those things to where one time, like, and I don't do the reverse process really anymore, just because I'm like, I just did a bunch of work for you for free, and then you voted that you didn't like me, or I didn't produce quality enough, like high-end cartoon quality, you know. No, I'm like, here's a proposal to where I'm going to teach people about your protocol, your swap. My 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 proposal was $1,500 for roughly 18 hours of work, and of that 1,500 of it, 500 of it was earmarked to be given away for people to interact with the protocol free of charge. You know, they get airdropped, so not only would they get the data collection of who got that airdrop, but then they would actually get to see their on-chain activity. You know, like, what did they do with it? Like, they got $5 to go play around on our protocol. You know, how did they use it? You know, and then but it's so on chain that you can follow the money around and see what happens. You know, so you could just keep following it forever, and do, you know, and watch that. But the aspect of you know, then it's like, you know, hey, this is how many hours it would take to like do something like this. But here, let me create a quick video of what a presentation would look like, because this presentation is actually going to be live, so I can't create the content, but I can show you what a walkthrough would look like. And they're like, oh, it's not pretty enough. They're like, we love this concept, we love that, but it's not pretty. I'm like, it's live. How do you want your protocol to look pretty?
Because you can't do any, because you're not in a position where you can kind of edit things and make it all pretty, right? You're on the go. You're there.
Yeah. You know, I can't make people follow accounts. I can put stuff in their hands, and I can say, hey, scan this QR code. Now, what does this QR code lead to? It leads to them giving their email, their wallet, EVM wallet address, and their Twitter handle. And then the last page before it takes them to Twitter, it's like, take a picture of you where you found this QR code, or where you found, you know, and you next page post it on our Twitter, you know, and be entered into a drawing. So not only does that person, you know, you get some data collection, you get a new follower on Twitter, so more eyes on you, but then at the same time, you can then it's on you to reach out and make that person like say, hey, you said hi to us, we want to kick open the welcome mat and welcome, we want you, love for you to come join us. That's on you. As a marketer, that my job is just to get that information into someone's hands, you know.
Yeah, you're on the ground. 100%. Yeah, I agree.
You know, so it's yeah. So it's an interesting aspect because
Have you ever looked at getting on a board of a foundation? Because that'd be so good for you. Already.
I've done that, and I love it. Where I'm my where the reason why people love who I am or come to me for services is because I guess I'm a decentralized taco. you know my my interest is in all of blockchain, and so I feel like one of the things that I feel that is where I'm wanting to just bring more education and more you know that's why I started doing the Zen midweek in review. But I don't really necessarily. I think I've only called, like, I talk about Zen a lot because of the education piece for it, but in support of what Simple and Clout do on Sundays, and people are like, oh well, this protocol is launching on Monday, but then I don't get to hear until next Sunday how it's doing. Well, midweek review, we're going to be talking about whatever I see going on, because it's my show. But just so you know, I'm also earmarking, part of it for Zen, because I, I think it's cool.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
So that's why I think it's really going to be interesting. This week's later on today's midweek or weekend review will be fun. Oh shoot, what time is it going to be here? If it's 3 p.m. Eastern, I think it's at like 1 p.m. my time, I think.
How many more hours is that taco?
I have 10 hours and 3 minutes to drive 728 miles. It is. I am not sure if I'm in Central Time Zone still or where I'm at time zone wise. I think I'm in Central Time Zone now because it is 5:11 where I'm at right now.
So you're saying like 10 hours from now?
I'm thinking, I think weekend review is in what? Let's see here. 5 plus, well, let's see here. 10 hours would make it 14. So I think it's 4 o'clock here. So, 5 plus 3, 8. It's like 7 hours away.
Well, I might be able to make it.
It's like 8 or 7 hours. So.
God, Six was a handsome kid.
Yeah.
Good looking bloke, Six. Nice. Checking out the BFP.
Yeah. Like the boop, 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 boop.
The ladies, man. Nice.
GM6.
What's going on, boys? What you guys doing?
Driving across the country.
Yeah, I was gonna mention 12 p.m. PST. That's when he launches it every Sunday.
So yeah.
So right now it's 3 in the morning. 12. 3 to 3. That'd be 12 hours.
Yeah. So normally
minus 3. So
normally it's 3 p.m. EST, but I left New York yesterday, and I'm in I don't even know where I'm at right now. If I'm in Kansas, I might be in Kansas. I'm not sure.
Taco's lost, basically. Seems that he doesn't know where he's going.
I know exactly where I'm going. I'm taking I-80 all the way across. Google has me well mapped out. So, yeah.
You should be careful. Google opens like a rainbow has led me through a road that had a big old gap in between. And I was thinking of going off road to get to the other side. But yeah, anyways, long story short.
Yeah, Google has taken.
That's good, bro. Drive safe.
Well, thank you. Yeah, no, Google's taken me on some crazy adventures before as well. But this is a pretty standard drive for me. I think I've done it 4 times this year, 3 times this year, something like that. Yeah. I've gone west. I've gone west 4 times this year, but 1 time flying, 3 times driving.
No, it's funny how you're picking up the Zen midweek review.
Yeah.
I guess the community is not grasping the whole fair crypto, first principles,
Oh,
decentralized participation, right?
this is a thing. People can choose to participate or not. This isn't a moonshot token. If it was, it would have been that way in the first month, and then it would have been, burnt out. This is literally an 8-year plan. We're not even 1 year into it yet.
Exactly my point, right?
Yeah.
Where I think the way has Jack treated their community or the community, they have made everybody sort of needy or greedy in a way.
Well,
And him saying to have expectations, right? It kind of led them to have high hopes or higher or bigger than usual expectations, and they just think like exactly what you mentioned. It's just gonna be a rocket to the fucking moon.
well,
It's completely opposite, right?
Well, so look at it this way. He told people to have expectations. He didn't tell you what those expectations were.
Yeah, exactly. But that's where I'm saying. That everybody just wanted those reach your heart 10,000x gains and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Hey, Six, I wanted to touch base with you anyways. If you want to, I want, I want to touch base with you offline later on sometime this week or something like that. But just as a buddy pull up, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, no. So.
Yeah, bro, I'll give you my number.
Yeah. But yeah. So. But I was wanting to do it, but then I've just spent the entire week prepping to leave because I'm going to be on the road for a month and a half. So.
Oh, cool. You're doing a mini road trip, huh?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm conference cycle and family stuff from New York to Denver to Dallas to Arizona, LA, Austin, Vegas, back to New York.
I DM you. So just
Alright.
don't hesitate.
Perfecto.
Yeah.
But no. What I was telling TJ is that I hinted at it this week, but I've got almost. I gotta finish a pitch deck that I might have done. I should have done Monday, to give a cleaner outline, and something cool to showcase to the community today. So.
Okay. Are
And
we talking about in reference to Zen, or are
Yeah.
we talking like?
Yep.
Okay.
Zen and Zen only. Well, Zen and first principles.
Yeah. See, that's the thing that people need to be aware of. That the more we enforce, like not to be gatekeepers, but just everybody to be sort of on the same page, because according to the white paper, of minds that think alike and minds that are reasonable enough to understand that not only it's an 8-year plan, but it has to correlate with the first principles of crypto.
Yep. So.
Good on you, Taco, for that post, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I just saw it the GUI.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll question me.
Hey, I did. You can tell them that you told me, but I just said I said.
It's a good point. No, I love it. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that feedback. People need to see it, right? And this is the thing, man. Like, sorry, since it's quickly off topic, is that like if there's no rules set, and then you get caught, like you also don't want to feel that pressure in having to do something, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like it.
So, but it's one of those things. If you're hiring someone because of their principles, and this is the thing, they don't have to be first principles. If you know something that I did, so my main job for off and on for the last 20 years is working social services. The last 6 years before I moved to Web3 full time, worked for the same company, and what I did is I taught people how to take care of others. Literally, that's what I did. They might have had experience working for other companies, or they, it might have been their very first time being host home providers for special needs adults. So at risk, or, adults that had already been victimized multiple times in other homes, or kids by families, taken advantage of. And, one of the things, that if I knew what their motivation was, then I could get them to do the work that was needed based on that motivation. If their motivation was making money, then, I lay out very clear guidelines for them to make money, and they will do it, and I will, and there would be a client that may or may not fit their motivation, like, in Colorado, and Nebraska and Kansas, they have a level system that they're similar across all 3 states, based on the level of care that an expectation. So not only would I, fully educate them on and teach them to give not only state minimums, but my minimums and program minimums of level of care. If they, they met that level of care, you know, there could be a client that met their needs, both as a provider and, you know, that a client matched with a provider and a provider matched with a client. So you have to look at it as a two-way street, not just in the aspect of does this person, you know, are they, you know, like I'd have providers loving homes and families, but they would require, because of the care that they were giving, they required someone that didn't need a lot of attention because, you know, they already have kids, but, you know, they, you know, that was the type of care that they were willing to give. So I knew their motivation. They wanted to open their home up, and they had this much bandwidth for a person. So they needed a person that needs at maximum that much bandwidth or less, so that that person fits in that home. Now, it used to be the care of standard was we put anyone in anyone's home, and that's what Colorado did. That's what Nebraska did. And that was before there was a lot of federal overhaul to social service care, Medicaid care. And that was because there wasn't enough providers as there was individuals needing care. So what one of the things with federal overhaul realized was that they needed to financially incentivize raising rates. And by doing that, more people stood up and said, I'm willing to do this and be a caregiver and provide care because I can be financially solvent. And so what my biggest goal was if I made it so that a provider didn't have to care about whether or not they were going to wonder if they could afford to put food on the table, and the only thing that they had to care about was that client, they made sure that that client had an amazing life so that food was on that table for the family. And so by knowing motivation, didn't matter if it was first principles, second principles, you know, however you want to look at it. If you look at the motivation of the individual, then you can provide structure that benefits everyone for it. I just want to shout out to Six. I see you there. GM. Six, how are you doing this morning? What are you doing up this early?
You know what I'm doing. I just don't want me to have it recorded.
Well, yeah. Every episode of TacoBytes is recorded. I do this because
I know.
out of I don't know, because you know, consistency and transparency. But no, it's a fun thing there. Six, are you going to permissionless? Are you going to be in permissionless for Austin?
What's up, Taco? What's going on?
What's up?
Yes. I will be in Austin with your permission.
Woohoo! Guess who brought their keys?
I will be. We might have to do this. Are you going to Miami next week?
No, I'm going to be in Denver, then Dallas, then heading over to LA. And then back over to Austin, then Vegas, then back to New York. So, round trip. I don't even know how many miles that is. I'll figure that out. But TJ, did that make sense?
Yeah, it did, Walker. as I said, I'm with you, mate. It's a matter of rules, well, expectations, right?
Yeah.
Which we don't like. Is the I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I like it. Yeah, show support, right?
Yeah. You know, and you know, 6, I know, you know, it's there's a protocol that, you know, originally was sort of Zen based, but the next phase of it to me doesn't really affect Zen anymore, I don't think. So then the question is it still part of the Zen ecosystem? If the next phase, or is it just sort of, you know, is it the next phase of it, you know, its own ecosystem? Has it gotten its own legs big enough to stand and walk on its own? Heck yeah. 6, did you and 7 have a good space last night?
Yeah, it was cool. Just out of Twitter for a little bit. Been kind of busy in real life, trying to get my kids situated. Now they just graduated a few weeks ago and they moved out of college. So then my main focus was just making sure that everything is situated so they can go on with the next chapter of their journey. Chapter 1.
Fuck yeah. Congratulations on keeping 2 humans alive for 18 years and succeeding. That is a challenge.
Yeah, single dad.
Yeah.
So now, actually, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm transporting their vehicle to the city they moved to. So I got like 1 hour left to get there.
All right. So you're just space hopping?
Yeah, I was just Twitter has been hella weird, man. So it's like for the last couple of weeks, I really haven't been looking at this app a little too much. And I just had an event in Houston. We did a back to school backpack giveaway and projects, bro. We gave away 375 backpacks to the kids full of supplies. We did a financial literacy workshop. So this is that busy, bro.
I see you and Honest fucking killing it doing that.
You know, they'd rather do that in real life, man. All this Twitter shit is cool. People here, I don't know. It's a lot of greed. It's a lot of weird shit. It's a lot of people that's not really genuine in this motherfucker, bro. You know, there's a whole bunch of people that just think that they've been around. Man, listen, when you have money, when you talk with somebody with money, that shit don't impress you. People in here just get impressed. Just a little bit of money that I don't deal with people like that because it will, that makes you have a price. And you'll do whatever it takes when people get desperate and they do whatever the fuck it takes just for some money. That's not just a lot about people's character. Bro. When you're willing to sacrifice your name, you're willing to sacrifice just other people stepping over other people just for a little piece of change, that's a problem.
Yeah, we've seen that. Man, I was sort of upset with that with the last bits of. It was just sort of interesting with the whole "you get nothing." Yeah.
You know, I speak about this all the time, Taco, because I see people in this space do so much for scammers.
Yeah.
Like, literally. And there's really real people out here doing good things, and they don't get the support that they should because like being honest, bro, man, like with the philanthropy work, with the financialists, bro, is the mission for crypto. It's not just having a big crypto, so therefore we just gonna onboard motherfuckers into what we have going, you know, man. But just to see people just come into spaces, bro, and just talk about doing good, all want to help. So many people, when we have to backpack away, all want to contribute items, they disappear. They just don't get down regardless. I'm like, you see, that's the problem. You just want to talk about it. It sounds good. It sounds good saying you want to help the community. No, what happens is people want to help only when it's beneficial for them.
Yeah. Well, it's like I know I helped the best way. The best way that I could was just with sharing about it. Whenever I saw, and like that's the thing. Like I go into these spaces that got 200 plus people in the room complaining about why the price isn't going up or whatever, and it's got 5 retweets and like 6 likes, and I'm like, what are you doing to make the price go up? What are you doing to add to the community? When like I talk about that, like, so like whenever I hop on like a space, I do it in your space too. I'm like, first thing, I need everyone to go down to that lower button and press it and retweet it and like it, comment what you ate today, because I want to compare what I'm gonna eat next first, or something stupid like that. And like that's like the simplest way to show support for stuff, But I got facts. There's just I don't know. We've been on a really cool. I know you and me haven't talked about it, but just been on like a first principles of like doxed versus undoxed conversation tonight, amongst many other things. What's your take on that?
In order for me to do business with anybody, I need to know who they are.
All right.
Man, it really don't have to do. They know who they are. Like, I don't care about names and whatever the fuck you got going on, but I feel like me personally, I'm more a real life person. I feel like if it's that important to do business together, it doesn't take nothing to catch a flight to somebody's city and meet up and be able to shake hands and look at their face, before they do business with me.
So the fact that I have twerked around you.
Yes. The fact that is it's like people see you everywhere, man. You always gonna bring a vibe and you always gonna be yourself. Man, I feel like, privacy is important. Yes, privacy is important, but all of these people that talk about decentralized this and that, but you have a cell phone. You have a computer that you connect to the Wi-Fi, that you connect to your social media while you're at home. Like, it's a lot of things that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
When it comes down to this space. Like, I understand privacy is important, okay, that's fine. But I feel like where you asking people for money or you building quote unquote community, which is consumers, you have a product, anything going on, I feel like you need to let people know who you are, because no matter what you have, if people actually like who you are as a person, they're going to get behind you 100%.
So there you go. I like that, Taco. That's kind of the other side of our conversation. Like as I said, I'm totally on the fence, but I think if there's responsibility or, some sort of empowerment given to you by the community, then, as I said, I guess it's all about the groundwork, right? If you're going to take this role on, or this job, the conditions are doxed or not doxed. That needs to be first and foremost, right? But yeah, I kind of agree, right? There shouldn't be an issue with doxing internally or externally. I think internally, yes, you could keep undoxed to the community, but to the people you don't work for, I kind of do agree.
Well, it's like that and to me it's like this. Let's say if I build something right now, if I'm a project or anything going on that has to do with people with community, I have to show who I am. Like it's just that's what it is. Even though okay, I'm full of docs, but it's like I just don't understand why people want to stay behind. And it might be because I've been around like the industry before, where it's like you be around celebrities, it's like, bro, what are you hiding from? Like that's how I look at it. Like what because you're gonna make a bunch of money, okay, just pay your taxes, do what you need to do, and do your business properly, got good lawyers. Oh, because it's dangerous. No, it's really you're not the only one with a whole bunch of money. You know, man, just get your Social Security, do what you need to do. If you do right, good business, then your community love you. Doesn't matter how much money you have or what you're doing. So I always have that in the back of my mind. Like, why do you don't want to show who you are, but you want me to believe in you? How the fuck I'm gonna believe in something I don't like that don't make no sense.
So just so you have some background on this, this is a position that this person didn't run for. They were nominated.
Taco, so let me correct you there, is that you nominate, you say, I want to nominate myself for this role.
He wasn't nominated? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so you have to put your hand up. So you have to put your hand up and say, I want to go.
Okay.
And then the community votes you in.
All right. Yep. So then you're going in with that knowing that there's a docs component. I was thinking, okay, so
no, so I'm voting for you, Taco, knowing that you're not doxed.
Yep.
Right? But I don't think it was written down to say that if you get voted in by the community, this is the question, right? If you get voted in, because you're a first, right? You're the first community nominee who is the community said, yes, we like you. Now you're the first candidate who's going into the foundation who is not doxed, and that's what the conversation is about. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. Like that also is, to me, it shouldn't be a requirement. I don't think if it's just a standard. If it's a standard, then yeah, because going into it that might happen. Now, but like it's one of those things to where like it's how does one choose to present themselves? Well, I'm a degen in a doxed world, so if to touch on Six's piece, my card is on crypto and my cell phone's decentralized and under Player One Taco. I'm as much under Player One Taco as I can be without legally changing my name to Player One Taco. But if I change my name to Player One Taco, then everyone would want to know, well, what was your name before? Or what the standard is. This is the question. And I become a jerk on this. They're like, well, what does your mom call you? I'm like, well, which mom?
Yeah, like on both sides, Taco. I kind of think if there's any doxing criminal, then you call it perspective.
Yeah.
Right? Then the community doesn't need to know who you are. Right? That's kind of my thought.
I got a question. It's like, and Taco's thing. If anybody asks me what my mom called me, she's going to say that. Hey, that's my name. This is my government name. But why would be the reason for let's say you're doing business? Well, what's some of the reasons for someone not to do business with a community or be in charge of community or in charge of funds or do anything that has to do with money, not docs?
Yeah. Well, not like if I like will like let's I'm gonna make a a situation up, but like, let's say I made a protocol. All right. I made a new layer 1 with 3 other people. And none of them were docs. You know, we had taco, burrito, churro, and quesadilla. And that's how, and we made a protocol, and it was like, hey, come try out our protocol. And then our protocol hit it off. You know, would it be a requirement for people to continue using our protocol for us to docs? Or, you know, you came because you wanted to, you wanted to come try out something new, and you stayed for the cookies.
Okay, I understand that part, but then let's say your protocol keeps getting bigger and you build it more. Now I want to know who you are. And really like your docs, like your name. I don't care about the name. You see, that's the difference. Some of these people might care about like what's on your ID. No, I want to know who you are. Like you, I see you at every event, and I know you're just Taco. I don't give a fuck about the government name that they give you, bro. Like, that's Taco. You to be your docs because you are at this event. There are some people that have protocols and no one knows who they are.
Yeah.
So that's what I've been doing. When I've been talking about doxing this and that part. Like, we got to know you. We got to see, like, I know who Taco is. I can put, when I hear Taco, I can put a face to the name. Whether it be the PFP or your face, but I know, like, as far as every time that we meet, I know we are every time, and it's always the same person. So that right there is completely different. Or you hearing somebody's voice and you don't know who this person or what they doing, and nothing. No one knows what they nothing, like nothing.
Yeah. But then if it's a protocol, and we look at the code, and it becomes just a code thing, you know.
That's you're correct, but now a lot of time people have a protocol, but they try to build a community. So now you're getting people involved.
Yeah.
It's not just about the protocol.
Yep. And
yeah, that's it. That's that community governance, and that's the hard part, right? That's really the difficult part. Look, and to Six's point, right, is there's money involved and large amounts of money, right? So I think the people behind the scenes also need to know who are these people that are making the financial decisions on behalf of the network, or the blockchain, or the project.
yeah.
I don't know, it's interesting, right? It's interesting when you kind of, as I said, you peel back those layers of an ecosystem, you get right down to the nuts and bolts, right?
Yeah. And it's interesting because, like, if, you know, if you're just behind a PFP only, you know, like Six was saying, you know, no one knows what your face looks like, then that's a straight degen play, you know, like. But at the same time, like, look at, like, I look at let's look at it this way: multi-swap, or, you know, multi-chain, also known as AnySwap. You know, the protocol's name has changed as it's grown, but the founders stayed relatively undoxed. When I say relatively publicly, they were undoxed, or they, you know, but if they were entering into agreements, they would dox to that protocol under NDA. But at the same time, what we saw happen was, even though publicly they were not doxed, you know, they filed enough paperwork, you know, they wanted to be legal enough that Chinese authorities put enough surveillance on them to figure out who had control of what keys to then arrest the person with the most keys and take over the chain and confiscate those funds. So, you know, you got to be, you know, when you get to a certain level, if you're not, you know, if you're just, there's just weird aspects to it that you always got to sort of find a weird balance to it too. And that's the thing, that there's not
a different situation. Yeah, that's a completely, but that 100% you have to protect yourself when it comes down to a lot of these governments, bro. They are very corrupt, especially in a lot of countries. So yeah, it has to be like if someone, but like you just said, when they was talking about doing business, they was doing business properly in order to move forward and kind of scale it. But yeah, some of these governments, you have to, you know. But then again, if you build a community behind the community, gonna protect you.
so.
Like the community, there's people that, like, for a long time, like even for example, Degen, a lot of people knew who Frank was.
Yep.
In the inner circle, and he was the party. Everybody knew what they protected his identity for so long until he was ready to come out.
Yeah.
There was pictures, there was all kinds of videos at every party with him. No one really saw him because it's the community.
Yeah, no, it was interesting, you know, and like I remember, man, in what, January or something like that, you know, there was iDocs with Frank, you know, and it turned into its own little event type of thing. So, but it's one of those things where it felt that was needed at the time to move forward for the next phase. So yeah, it's an interesting conundrum, I think.
Yeah, especially right now, you know, it's like, yeah, we are Web3, but we are such a small compared to the world. Now, when you're trying to scale and everybody talking about adoption, now you're going into Web2, whatever business you have, you're trying to bring the corporations, you're trying to bring the people from Web2. And there's a certain way you're moving away from the traditional way of doing business, but at the same time, people have been scammed and played so long in this crypto, in this NFT space, they're not going to trust just a picture, a cartoon. I can't do business just with a cartoon. I can't.
Yeah. And, you know, like, so I remember about 3 years ago, you know, the meta was not being doxxed, you know, was undoxing yourself to bring legitimacy to your project. If you wanted to be a real project, everyone had to know your name, and everyone knew my name. But what's really hilarious is no one tied the two together. So then my introduction became this really long spiel, you know, Big Viking Guy, aka Player One Taco, aka Steve Smith, aka Fountain, you know, Player One Clash, aka, you know, Player One Rival, to try to tie, like, I had almost like these sharded personalities. You know, I was different names in different communities. When I was in Clash of Clans with Supercell, I was Player One Clash. When I was with EA and Command and Conquer Rivals, I was Player One Rival. You know, when I was Taco Cat, I was Player One Taco. When I was doing educational content, I was, you know, Crypto Viking 101 or Big Viking Guy. You know, but then realizing different personalities didn't, you know, there wasn't that consistency. And that's what I got into blockchain for. So moving along into that aspect, it was slowly de-sharding, you know, the personalities into, you know, just like you said, your mom calls you Six, my grandma calls me Taco, you know, when she knows that I'm on air. She doesn't always call me Taco, but publicly, when she came on my radio show, she's like, Grandma Taco needs Taco to end his show to come eat dinner. And I will love my grandma to death for that. That was, oh my God, that was the funniest, best moment ever. But, it's just, it's a strange thing. I don't know. It has been, we've been going for a minute. I don't know. How long have we been going for? TJ, when did you join?
Probably like 6 hours ago.
I don't, like 2 time zones ago?
Yeah, probably, mate. Time flies, bro.
Oh man, I'm trying to check. 7 hours and 23 minutes. I'm going for a minute.
I must say 6. Thanks for your input on that, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. It's always a hard thing, mate. I was saying to Taco earlier, I'm the guy who was calling bullshit on decentralization when people were being excluded from participation because of their residents being in a country that's sanctioned by the US. That's kind of my fight, right? How is that decentralized? It doesn't matter. It should not matter where you live on this planet.
Correct. And and at a contract level, I agree. On a front-facing registered U.S. company website, I understand it. I don't like it. I might not like it because it's not easy. It's not what I have, saved as one of my safe websites. And I have to go, and I'm like, oh man, I have to go type this in. But, or I can just go to the contract and it's still there but I understand it. So yeah, no, yeah. But one of the things that I do, like we were sort of talking, was like skin in the game. You remember how I was talking, having 0.1 to the 18th power, that means if that's the only amount of skin I'm willing to have in the game, then, then that's my voting power. If that's how voting governance is set up. If 1 token equals 1 vote, then either I get my hand on more tokens, or I have people convince others to nominate me for more tokens, and delegate to me.
I agree too. I mean, as I said, they're just really, when you talk about governance, they're really important topics. Why would communities are going to vote for people who are going to contribute and get involved? It's not about, it shouldn't be about how much money they have in their wallet. Right?
Yeah.
As I said, I've seen some crazy things being proposed. And I think, as you said, Taco, it could be a minimal amount. To what you can do for the ecosystem. It's not about having bags.
Yeah. But then, the other piece of it too, and this is the thing that sucks, when you're looking at, when you're putting economic control behind it, you want, if that's the standard is 1 token, then it has to sort of be 1 token, 1 vote. It has to sort of be kept, because then it sets the standard across everything. Now, like I told you, some protocols I'm part of, I don't have any tokens, but I go and make a zero power vote just so I can leave a comment on chain.
Yeah, well, and that's participation, and that's what should be encouraging people.
Yeah.
100%.
And that allows and like I remember, one of the biggest misconceptions about ape DAO is that you had to have an ape to be part of ape to have the DAO is based on the token, so you have to have a token. Now, did you get in on those tokens when they were $27? Did you get in on when they were $1.50?
So for the record, there's about 25 sanctioned countries currently in the United States.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I know of some pretty big blockchains that will stop anyone participating because they're from those countries and they do great incentives. And I think that's stupid. That makes me angry.
Well, and this is what I point out, and this is what these protocols also point out. Take away from it what you will. Though when you log in from those countries or from those IP addresses, those protocols say we cannot support anyone from this IP address location. And if you look at basic web security, the number one security advice from all companies is to use a VPN for privacy and protection. To protect the transit of data using a VPN. Even when you're working for corporate jobs and you're having to log into the corporate database, they either automatically check to make sure you have a VPN on or you have the company VPN on. So it's not like that's a out of the blue thing. It's not saying that person necessarily is disqualified from participating, just that IP location. Take from that what you want. And what's really funny is I remember, like, there was when was the last time so it used to be done for this is one of the funny things that's been done for political protests, is to change your location, however you might do that, to show yourself as that you're represented, that you're at a location of a protest. And so then what happens is there might only be 100 people there, but virtually, if you're looking at IP demographics, location wise, there's 5,000. And so do you discount someone there? Because if that's the only, if you have, you're looking at online data to see who represented themselves as being there, like, so that's done a lot. So that, and what's really horrible, or not really horrible, but that's what's, a lot of times the easiest way counts are made of, like, how many people are in attendance is based off of geolocation data from cell phone towers that that is sent there via any sort of VPN. So it's not like this is a new thing. It's, you know, it's a not even a privacy. It's a, where do you want to be represented as being? What protections are you being wanting in place for doing business as or participating in on?
This, do you guys follow dealer.in at all?
What?
Do you follow an account called Dealer Crypto?
Dealer crypto? I do not.
I'll be looking to see if you are. I don't know, man. This is one of these Twitter guys who's like, this account made his last post. This account made $1.2 million profit in the last 19 days. That's kind of all he does is like looks on wallets and how quickly they generate money.
They're like whale watchers in a way.
Yeah. He kind of says, this account started with $5,000. 19 days later, it's worth, 1.2.
Yeah, and that, so copy trading is a there's a, one of the things you can do, like Degen, is good for that. DeFi Llama, Arkham Intelligence is good. Breadcrumbs is good, as well as Skytrace and Skynet from Surtech. So, but yeah, no, it's one of those things where, that's a cool thing about blockchain is you can see, like I'll watch deployer wallets as well, see what's being created, because you never know. I remember I found this one token. It was like KBH, Korean black hole, I think is what it was. And it was this company that was building a token that was looking at like tokenizing and industrializing an entire industry sect of both like transportation and anything in like the heavy machinery side of things, and needing people moved around, like, so airplane, hotel, automobile, and food transportation. So there was a lot of stuff being in play on that. It's something I would never find out about here, but that's sort of what I do. And there's a couple accounts like Dealer Crypto out there that are cool to watch.
Well, they just make jealous, right? That's all they do.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things like, I tell this to people all the time, don't be jealous of other people's bags. But at the same time, it's sort of hard. So, don't compare yourself to other people's bags.
You're right.
Because
they're just very lucky.
Yeah, who knows, what kind of education they put in and work but they put in on it, or they just like the color scheme of the company, and they're like, I'm going to buy that one because it's pink and purple, and and then it's like, yeah, they won. So that's why I think a lot of people still compare this to gambling, when a lot of it is not. A lot of it is because as someone's like, oh, I saw this deployed and I like green frogs, so I'm gonna put $100 into a green frog, and I don't even know anything about it. But then things happen, and a green frog goes up. So, and those stories make people interested because they're like, well, if that could happen to that guy, it could happen to me. And that's then when you start getting stressed out over other people's bags, that just the look for the look for the small trades. Look how you can make yourself that 2% gain, and if you aim for that, that pays off for itself. Just look for 2%. It's how long are you willing to put that work in for? Like we were talking earlier about like PLS, and Pulse and Hex. Look at how long people have had to wait for. People that or some people put in for 15-year stakes. So that delayed gratification piece. What do you think is going to happen to the price of Zen in 7.5 years when no more Zen is being minted, just being burned?
Yep, it's true. You've got to be patient.
Yeah. Or when someone launches a protocol for Zen that's only on one chain. That brings interest to that on that aspect. So I don't know. I think there's some good stuff there. 6, what do you got going on this week?
I'll be in Austin like a few days. Then I gotta go Louisiana. Then I'm gonna fly to Vegas for like 2 days. Then from Vegas I'm going to Miami.
Are you going to go to Denver for Rare Evo?
No.
Okay.
I'm just keep that one.
Yeah. That one's still on my possibility list, so I'm not sure. See what the universe says.
I got invited. Not cool. I got some shit, bro. And then I was thinking about going to China for A-Fest. But kind of irritated about it.
I think everyone should buy, find, what's really late. Everyone should look for good pieces of hardware wallets before going to China. Yeah.
Shit, ain't nothing with them.
Yeah. Delegated wallets, and
I don't even need it. Like all the tickets for A-Fest was token.
Yeah.
So exactly what you want this.
Nice. Yeah. Anything new on your radar this week?
Keep on trucking.
Keep on trucking. All right.
Still waiting for sucker busters and no trusters.
Oh man, I have the quality thanks of C4 and Monster Javas and Bang energy drinks for that extra go.
man, listen, Taco, definitely a pleasure. I just wanted to tap in with you. It's really TJ, pleasure. I'm out of here, bro.
6, safe driving. See you on the flip.
All right, no doubt.
Bye.
See you big. Take care, mate.
Yeah. It's been, whew. Let's see here who we got joining us also. Jasol, how are you doing? Hope all is well. Come join on stage for a while. We are driving. We've been going for 7 hours, almost 8 hours. We got another 9 hours to go. The question is, do we keep TacoBytes going that long, or do we end up closing it down soon? I think we're gonna end up having to close it down shortly. Not for any reason other than we need time to go catch up on more news so we can do TacoBytes later on. I think that's what we're going to do. TJ, since you were up on stage, you get to help us exit out. Stage left. Final thoughts and words of wisdom.
I don't know. Jeez, Taco, get put on the spot. Shoot. Just look after your fellow community members.
All right.
Reach out occasionally and ask if they're okay with it.
Yeah. One of the things I don't know. I tend not to ask people if they're okay. I just ask them if they've eaten yet today. That's sort of my way of. That's sort of my thermometer. Yeah. My words of wisdom are always the same way we end every episode of TacoBytes. A closed mouth cannot be fed, and you cannot feed a closed mouth. Meaning, if no one knows you're looking for opportunity, opportunity cannot come a knocking. And if opportunity does come knocking, no one's there's the answer. That's going to keep on walking. And then on the other aspect of that, we're going to end episode 359 the same way we end every episode, with the best, worst knock joke on the face of the planet. We want to thank everyone for joining us today. But we will see you again soon. TJ, you're going to help with this one. But knock.
Who's there?